Gerade ich. Na super. Thank you, Kay. That's very nice. Do we have any? But we're gonna wait for another hour for first speaker. So we are not gonna chat for an hour now. For first speaker. channel.
Cool.
Hello, YouTube. Welcome, everybody. This is the Cryptoeconomics track for NonCon 2020. We're here live with our first speaker of the day, Vinay Gupta. For the past weeks, we've had to sort of reimagine what this conference could look like, and we're very happy to now have found this solution for it. It's for everybody here, it's probably a time of reimagining what social interaction looks like, but we're
This is the
hopefully
Cryptoeconomics track
finding a
for
good way
NonCon
to
2020.
organize conferences digitally over this way. This track was organized as a collaboration between Parallel Polis, the organizers of NonCon, as well as Token Engineering, Global Gathering, and us, the Research Institute for Cryptoeconomics in Vienna. We're having a bit of a packed schedule over the next 2 days, and I'm very happy to have Vinay here today. With his talk, he's probably going to attract a lot of viewers. I've heard of a lot of people who are very excited about you coming here. And I think I don't need to give a big introduction to you. You're the CEO and founder of Matterium. You've been prominent in the space for a long time. And I think with this, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Great. Remind me how long I am talking for. Let me start with that.
So we have available about 50 minutes of a talk for you if you want. If you want to go shorter, that's fine. But we would have said 50 minutes of talk, then 10 minutes of Q&A, and then we still have a transitional period. If you want to go shorter, that's fine.
I think more time for Q&A I think is probably a good idea, because
absolutely,
people are going to get very bored watching a live stream.
That's perfect.
Okay, great. So, welcome to the end of the world, everybody. You know, we're here in global conditions which haven't really been seen ever. You know, we've had pandemics before, we've had plagues before, but we've never had the combination of an extremely fragile high-tech society and a lot of advanced science and technology, which puts us in a position where we have this thing happening, and we also know far more about it than any of our ancestors would have in the same position. So on one hand, that makes everything better because at least we understand what it is people are dying of. And on the other hand, it makes things worse because our society is so interwoven that things just potentially tear to pieces. And we can already see this in terms of the strain on things like the medical supply chain. Lots and lots of problems. So what I want to talk about is the underperforming nature of crypto, right? And I don't mean performing in the simple sense of like, you know, number goes up and to the right. I mean performing in the sense of where's the global change, right? We've had, 10 years of Bitcoin. An unbelievable amount of money has been made and lost on these technologies. We've had infinitely well-funded development teams crunching various problems for years and years and years, particularly things that came out of the ICO markets in Ethereum. Where's the revolution? Why have we not succeeded in producing a single widely used application which is directly transforming people's lives in any kind of significant, meaningful way, right? A lot of people's lives have been transformed by the money, but to all intents and purposes, every dollar made in these technologies was a dollar lost because trading is a zero-sum game, right? Every penny that's made in trading came out of somebody else's pockets. So there's been an enormous wealth transfer, but I'd like to argue that there's actually been very little absolute wealth creation. And that, I think, is very important for us to observe, because wealth creation is how you get a permanent seat in the global economy. Wealth transfer only lasts so long until people no longer believe that wealth creation is happening. Wealth transfer is possible. But once people lose faith in the idea that these things are fundamentally wealth creating, numbers will stop moving, and they'll stop moving permanently. So what I want to basically suggest is that we need a fundamentally different understanding of power if we're ever going to get a seat at the table. Now, what do I mean by power? Right? Power is not an easy thing to define. The old definition of the state, and I'll define the state first, then power, comes from a guy called Max Weber. And Weber's definition of the state is that the state is a single entity with a monopoly on legitimate violence inside of a given geography. And Weber's definition is well and good as far as it goes. in the most healthy functioning nation states fit that description pretty much precisely. What Weber's definition doesn't give us is any tooling to handle situations where you have a problem, right? In, for example, civil war or a place like Gaza, it doesn't appear that you have an absence of state, right? You don't have a void, right? What you have is multiple entities, all of which act like the state, and to a reasonable degree, all of which are the state, and they're sharing a geography. And the fact that you have multiple state-like entities sharing a geography doesn't stop the application of violence by any of them. They seem to overlap. And Weber's model doesn't really allow for this idea of overlapping sovereignties. So I have a slightly different definition of the state, which I think a lot of libertarians will like, which is the state is any entity that has the ability to pardon crimes either before or after the crime is committed. So after the crime is committed is pretty simple. This is the cover-up. Somebody is killed, somebody comes in and gets rid of the evidence. It is as if nothing criminal had ever happened. The problem just vanishes. And this obviously is ubiquitous, right? We all know that this kind of stuff happens all the time. But that's, case one. Case two is the situation where this stuff is done before the time, right? And in that situation, you have a fundamentally different situation, right? That situation is one in which if you pardon assault, you get police. If you pardon theft, you get tax collectors. And if you pardon murder, you get armies. And that is an approach, right? It doesn't necessarily describe everything that the states do. It doesn't describe everything that states are. But it certainly gives us a comprehensive way of imagining what the state is in a way that explains a lot of what happens in these kind of weird edge areas. So you take an area like Chicago in the golden age of Al Capone, and you can make a pretty compelling argument that the mafia have become state-like. They do all kinds of criminal stuff. Nobody ever touches them. If you get too close to touching them, you discover, whatever it is, a sawn-off horse head in your bed, and that kind of persuades you that maybe you don't want to do this anymore. Now, why does this matter for crypto? Right? Crypto has always had the dream of creating an environment in which crime is impossible. Right? That's crime by the state in terms of things like seized assets. It's crime by other individuals because the crypto stops them phishing in your bank account. Right? And that is a very radical model because what we're suggesting here is that by stopping crime, we also stop the functioning of the nation state. See how this works? Make a system that's perfectly secure. The individuals are sovereign, but if we focus a lot on sovereignty of the individual, we get into all kinds of weird questions about interdependency. If we're all connected to the same electricity grid, and the electricity grid is run by the nation state, in what sense is it that we have transcended the nation state and become sovereign individuals? Not so much, right? Never mind the fiber optic cables. But if you think of this in terms of creating zones in which crime is impossible in all of its forms, then you begin to talk about the state being excluded by the virtue of crime being excluded. And just because the state makes it legal doesn't mean it's not crime. That's an important distinction. So is that our experience of crypto? Is crypto a place where there is zero crime? And the answer is no. Crypto is a place which is awash in crime, right? All manner of fraud, all manner of theft, something like, 10 or 15, 30% of the Bitcoin that ever came into existence has been lost or stolen, right? We have enormous problems with scams where incredible promises were made and then people just walked off with hundreds of millions of dollars. We've got all manner of malfeasance at the top tier where we've got a bunch of big projects that did multi-billion-dollar ICOs and have completely failed to return usable systems. And the general quality of software engineering is absolutely horrific, right? A lot of money has been taken and very little has been returned in result. So my suggestion with all of this is that we need a fundamental rethink in terms of how crypto fits into the global system, because we failed to deliver on most of the promises that were originally made, and we have to modify our approach or we're going to have some real problems. Sorry, I'm just trying to get a second device up so I can see whether there are any questions as we go. So let us have a little think about what is the step forward for us, right? What would it mean to operate a zone with zero crime, right? Well, for one thing, you'd have to make people accountable for what they do, right? We would have to know exactly who it was that had done some of these ICO type scams, and we'd have to stop those people stealing anybody else's money again after that. We'd have to just find a way of getting involved in those systems, which just prevented people taking the money. Or if they'd taken the money, we'd have to make sure that they spent it honestly, and if not, we'd have to hold them to account. What does that mean? Right? Contracts that force them to give the money back, maybe, right? Transfer of assets. They go and buy a big house off the back of an ICO. How do we get that house back, sell it, and give that money back to their token holders? Right? Because if you have an environment which is simply, we are sovereign, we can do whatever the hell we like, and then what happens with that sovereignty is that the entire thing turns into a wasteland of Mad Max level fraud, where you can't trust anybody to tell you the truth about anything, and all of these amazingly powerful technologies for keeping systems honest are put into the hands of awful scammers that then successfully get away with the proceeds of their crimes. How are we ever going to run something that looks like a fair society? Right? How can any of the promises that crypto have made work? You know, the libertarians say, right, no force, no fraud. Well, okay, we managed to squeeze the force out of the crypto economy pretty successfully. There are only a handful of cases where somebody gets strapped to a chair and whacked with a wrench until they hand over their keys. But the fraud problem has been absolutely gigantic, and we've done very, very little work on driving that out of existence. Now, why is that the case? Why have we not done a better job of getting on hold of the fraud? A lot of it is because people have taken a kind of, well, caveat emptor kind of approach, right? Emptor. If you bought it, you should be smart enough to take a look at the situation and make your own decisions. Responsibility is on the buyer, right? And that is true to a degree, but the consequence of that approach has been a total wasteland. So, do we have to rethink that? Right? If we had to rethink that, what would it look like? Well, you could say that this is a digital identity problem, right? We need some ability to bind identities to actions so that when people commit fraud, we can identify who they are, and then we can, in some way, protect the people that they've defrauded from the consequences of their decisions. Maybe, right? Maybe it's a question of judicial process built into things like smart contracts, so that you could go and get hold of fundamental information about what has been done with the money, and if it doesn't fit the original prospectus, you can automatically claw those funds back. But all of these approaches are relatively limited, right? They're relatively limited because they're implementations of a principle without ever making the principle explicit. Right? So what is the fundamental principle? If we are serious about no force and no fraud, what does it mean to run a system with no fraud? Ideally, and this is where we begin to get into the interesting territory, ideally, what that would mean is that you could see exactly what the long-term disposition of funds would be before the funds were committed. Now, there's a lot of talk right now about things like distributed autonomous organizations, and I think for the most part that work is nonsense, and I'll come back and explain why in a moment. But the idea that you could do something like take a project management plan and a staffing roster, bake that stuff into a smart contract, and then show people, when you put your money into this project, this is the spending vector that the money will be pushed down, and these are the gates where input will be taken in from oracles to decide how the money is spent. Now this begins to sound a little more interesting, because at that point, if you're going to commit fraud, it becomes quite slippery, right? It becomes very, very difficult to arrange and structure fraud, because we can actually see exactly where the money is, and we can see what it's going to be bound to in future and how it will be committed. This is not so different from a structure that exists in the real world called a prospectus, where investors are shown a detailed business plan before funds are handed over, and then once the funds are handed over, the directors of the company are responsible for managing the funds in accordance with the terms of the prospectus. And if the market radically changes and something different happens, they're then responsible for reconfiguring the company and letting everybody know exactly what they did and why. And this is a very, very powerful construct. It's an enormous pain in the ass. These things are fabulously expensive to produce, often millions of dollars. It's the documentation that you're forced to do by things like the SEC before you go to the public and take their money by doing something like an ICO. An IPO. You're from one direction, now I'm in the other direction.
I'm just going to interrupt you real quick.
Yeah.
Just if Are you aware that the screen sharing is off? Because I hear you clicking through slides.
No. That's probably just my arm bouncing on my keyboard. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just want to make you aware.
No slides yet. Are there questions coming up on the YouTube chat? Because I can't get to the YouTube chat. Or is it all coming through the chat here?
This will all come through here, and I will collect as well if you would like.
Yeah,
and then give them.
It's nice to have comments as we go. Because if I say something which people are curious about or that needs more explanation, nice to know that in real time.
People can also raise their hand in this chat, and then I can unmute them as well.
Okay, great. That is nice. I'm just going to take a second to adjust that camera. Okay, so this notion of a kind of prospectus, right? What I'm suggesting is that we could do much more radical work on blocking fraud in crypto as a fundamental principle, right? Because if it's about no force and no fraud, crypto as it currently stands has done a great job with no force. It's done a horrible job with no fraud. What does it look like to have no fraud? You use smart contracts to describe exactly how the funds which are raised by a project will be spent in the long run, and then the funds are locked onto that agenda. Now, that's interesting because now we've got a sort of actionable transparency, right? It becomes very close to what they call, in some branches of academia, a performative speech act. You say what it is that you are going to do, and in the saying of it, it is performed. For example, the phrase "I do" in a wedding ceremony actually is the doing of it. That's the part where it happens. Until that happens, it's there, said, it's done. So let's go back and rerun in our heads what the whole ICO extravaganza would have looked like if every company had basically published a timeline with a spending plan implemented as a smart contract that released funds on that vector, and then we had insisted on spending receipts for all of that money being put on chain. In theory, right, you could have gotten into a situation where every single one of these scams would either have failed to launch or very quickly been identified because where the funds were being spent wouldn't have corresponded to the spending plan locked into a smart contract. They would say in the smart contract that these funds will be used to rent an office, and then you look and the receipt says that these funds were, used to spend a villa in the south of France. Like, wait a minute, that is not the office that you said you were going to open in Paris. What is that? Right. So, to me, this is the kind of thinking which is required for crypto to get a seat at the global table, right? If we're going to be in a position where we've actually got a really realistic grip on the environment that we've created, right? If we have a domain, I don't mean in the sense of a domain name, but in the sense of a zone that we control, and that zone really is no force and no fraud because every penny that goes in is carefully accounted for, and you can see exactly what was done with the money. At that point, I think that we would discover that we were a very different kind of people. Right? A lot of the idiotic, foul scam artists that flooded into crypto after the ICO was invented would never have gotten in and would shortly after leave. There'd be far more emphasis on actually writing working software as a natural consequence of raising money. And in the long run, what you wouldn't see is a situation where it's now very hard to raise capital in crypto because everybody expects that everything is a ripoff. And instead, you'd be in a position where it's well known that crypto is a place where you put your money on the table and the wheel spins, and it's very much up to the markets to decide whether the product that people have built is what they wanted or not. But the only way to find out was to build it and sell it. So this is the first principle that I really want to lock in, right? If we are very serious about no force and no fraud, we've got to get serious about the no fraud part of that. We have half or a third of the technical capability to build those kind of systems. And I think that the building of those kind of systems, if it was done in a responsible fashion, would give us a much higher level of investor protection than you get if you do something like give your money to a .com. Right? It's a very direct approach because if we don't regulate ourselves, we will be regulated. Right? The SEC allegedly has something like 1,200 prosecutions of ICOs queued up in an enormous stack. Prior to COVID, they were hiring lawyers right, left, and center, and it looked like they were planning on going on a massive litigation crusade against frankly, the Ethereum space. And I don't know whether that will ever happen. I don't know whether the current administration is pushing that. I don't think anybody's going to start those litigations during the pandemic period. But let's just be aware that if the SEC actually enforces the law, an enormous number of people are going to have to give back all of the money that they raised in these fucking ICOs. It's all going to have to go back to original investors. They call it disgorgement. So it would be enormously harder for people to make the case that that kind of behavior was legitimate if we hadn't seen the vast majority of that money simply wasted, right? If there was a ton of working code, if you could point at hundreds of engineers, if you could point at a bunch of innovation which had actually happened, if you could point at projects which had come to market and actually made a decent attempt at selling themselves, it'd be great, right? But instead, what happened is that we lost control of the funds. The investors had no rights, they had no protection. A lot of incredibly horrific legal paperwork was handed out alongside of that money in the form of things like simple agreements for future tokens. And I really want to, just let the gravity of this sink in, right? The reason that crypto is basically walled off in a little corner of reality and we can't breach the fence into the real world is everybody assumes that if we breach the fence into the real world, what's going to happen is they're going to lose all of their money, right? And I really want this to hit home. Like, if you actually look at the performance of money going into crypto portfolios, and I'm not talking about in terms of the big projects like Ethereum and Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin and Ethereum, right? But all of the smaller projects, the things which were like the operational arms, the things which were like, okay, we're going to take these technologies and we're going to build the following 5 or 6 things on them. The overall performance of the money that went into building the ecosystem rather than just the platforms has been absolutely horrendous, right? Tokens go up, fueled by hysteria and market fixing. Tokens go down, fueled by reality finally kicks in, and there's no product. So the final thing I want to say on this before we move on to the next part is this. If we were going to actually become functioning parts of the global economy, we had to not allow the space that we were in to be overrun by fraud, right? Because at that point, you can't make any claim that we created a libertarian environment. What we created, unfortunately, to a very substantial degree, was a criminal environment because we had technologies which could have blocked crime and we didn't use them that way. And as a result, an enormous number of people literally got ripped off from one end to the other. And because all the numbers were going up, a lot of that fraud was just buried in growth in the underlying platform tokens. You lose a bunch of money on an ICO, but you make it back up because your remaining ether is worth 40 times what it was the day before. Those are completely exceptional market conditions, right? And those market conditions, let us not forget, every penny that went in came from somebody else taking a loss, right? These numbers don't just appear from nowhere. A lot of people lost a lot of money in crypto, and that money is what fueled the ICO scams. So we have to think about this in terms of wealth transfer versus wealth creation. Crypto was an enormously effective bubble in terms of wealth transfer. It was a terrible machinery in terms of wealth creation. And I bailed very, very, very early. I haven't held tokens in anything, not even Bitcoin or Ether, in years, because I was so unhappy with the amount of market fixing and price rigging that was going on that I just didn't really want to be making money from those things. Right? When we hit the Dow crisis way back in the day, I looked at the legal underpinnings of what we were standing on and said, there's no way this is going to work. And I divested at that point and remained token clear since then. Now, in this field, that sounds like insanity, right? But if you've got both feet planted in the real world, you have to ask yourself, what is it that is being accomplished that is producing this river of money? And I wasn't willing to profit from the frauds that other people were committing, so I wasn't going to hold their tokens, right? See what I'm saying? Can't make this point any clearer, right? We did not run an honest show as a society and as a culture, and there are inevitably consequences for that. So, first thing, if we want a seat at the global table, if we want crypto to slot into the world as a fundamental part of the future, it cannot be in a position where crypto equals fraud. That has to stop now. It has to stop permanently. And we have to basically exile the people that did those kind of scams, kick them out of the community and never let them back in again. If somebody did an ICO and they haven't spent the money in a wise and responsible way, if they haven't at least attempted as hard as they're able to return value to their investors, why the hell are these people still regarded as being valid parts of the crypto ecosystem? Is the rule not no force, no fraud? And is that not what fraud looks like? We have to be consistent to our values. And I'm by no means a textbook libertarian, but no force, no fraud is a starting point for a conversation. And anybody that can't even agree to those principles does not deserve a seat at the table. So, step one, we have to clean up our goddamn act. Thing one. So, thing two, age of unprecedented global crisis, right? Wave your hands in the air if you think there's a decent chance that the dollar does not survive this year as the world's reserve currency, right? I would be completely unsurprised if the economic and cultural fallout from the pandemic doesn't break the US into multiple country-like entities that are not really under close federal authority. And I would be completely unsurprised if it breaks the EU. Right, south of Europe has gotten hit so hard by the virus, on top of really 10 years of massive poverty and decline in standards of living. I'd be completely unsurprised if you didn't see a fundamental break in the way the Eurozone operates. And I think that we are also in very serious danger of having American states simply cede from the Union.
I would totally, never mind.
Yeah.
But I would totally focus on something else because that's my philosophy with it.
Michael, you are getting kicked. I'm sorry, Vinay.
Yeah. No, sorry, I couldn't quite hear what was happening. Should I continue, or do you need a second?
No, please continue. I think Michael accidentally unmuted himself.
Oh, okay, yeah, no problem. Hey, so the Union, right? Very strong possibility that you're going to see a breakdown in America, which will probably not be declared as Texas is ceding from the Union, but will probably simply be they stop doing what the federal government tells them. You see different transfers of funds. You could see local government beginning to produce its own currency as a way of dealing with their economic problems if the Fed won't give them money. Use of local currencies, as we all know, was very, very common in, for example, Germany between World War I and World War II. And it was one of the things that pulled the Germans back out of the Depression. Also, God, I really need to phrase that more carefully. But yeah, certainly there was a lot of local economic development stimulated by local currencies in the late 1920s, early 1930s, before other forces kicked in. Similarly, the Swiss have had local currency type systems running as basically trade currencies very successfully. All of those kinds of approaches are likely to come back up because America's unemployment rate has just gone through the roof. I mean, the chart is unprecedented. Unemployment kind of doodles along at sort of 3-4%. I think I saw numbers suggesting that it was 15-20% unemployment in the States. All kinds of fundamental problems are maturing. Right, we've been in a position where we've known the system was rotten. We've known the system was rotten. We've known the system was rotten. And now it looks like the system is going to completely break in ways which are impossible to imagine right now. You can just about look at the economic data and what you see is a total wasteland of people's lives and their dreams because the economy has gotten more and more fragile, more and more fragile, more and more fragile. 40 million Americans were on food stamps, so direct government subsidies so they can eat in the States before the crisis kicked in. At a point where you'd seen an unprecedented wealth transfer to the richest in society, because as the economy goes down, the people with capital have the ability to buy things on the way down for far less than they're actually worth, and they're not being shy about doing that. So what this comes to is an opportunity for total global reorganization of the economic order, and I think a lot of people are going to get on top of that. I think it's very, very, very plausible that you will see large-scale deployment of central bank digital currency. I'd be a little surprised, but not that surprised, if you didn't see an organization like the International Monetary Fund spin up their own equivalent of something like Facebook's Libra. In fact, I think half of the reason that people came down so hard on Libra is that it was probably pretty close to something which has been planned by central governments themselves as a backup strategy in case the global economy seizes. Let's note that the price of oil has become negative in some places because the oil is still coming out of holes in the ground and then there's no place to store it, so you're paying people to take it off your hands. That's actually a thing that's happening right now because nobody's going anywhere, so nobody's burning oil, right? This is all completely unprecedented, right? If only there was some kind of technology for running a functional global market to hold all the pieces of this mess together as we go through the crisis and to keep global trade going through this incredibly dark and complicated period. Some kind of technology that doesn't require you to try and do a bank transfer through a bank where 30% of the people that work for the bank are currently not able to do their jobs, either because they're sick or because they're at home, but they don't have the necessary crypto equipment to be able to log into the bank servers and do transactions, because that stuff can only really be done at head office. Right? Can you imagine, a month and a half from now, trying to figure out what happened to a wire transfer that went missing somewhere, through like Bank of America? What are the odds you're ever going to be able to find that money with their customer service systems completely hacked to pieces and a whole bunch of their technical staff sick? Because they've thinned out the resilience of these systems layer by layer by layer by layer for years. Right? Remember a little while ago when Facebook suddenly went crazy and started flagging everybody's posts as spam? There was this, sort of 3-day period where everything got locked down on Facebook. They basically handed the job over to an algorithm because everybody had been sent home. The algorithm turned out to suck. Same thing in the banking sector. So what I'm trying to frame here is that we have an unprecedented opportunity to clean up our act, get our shit together, and potentially start providing some useful public services. Now, what kind of useful public services are we talking about? Answer is, I'm not sure yet, right? We've really never examined what the intersection is between crypto technology and a society under unprecedented strain, right? A globe under unprecedented strain. Global society is running into huge problems. We have this amazing cryptography technology. Surely there's some intersection between these two things, right? Are we interested in things like masks, right? That are huge markets. I've gotten so many pings from people who are just like, hey, I'm part of this mask trading pool and we've got, access to, 250 million masks in warehouses all over the world from, hundreds of sellers. And we're matching these people to, it sounds exactly like OTC, but now it's OTC mask trading. I've never seen anything like it. I don't know whether that's really fantastically useful to people or whether all the masks are fake. So that's the thing that I'm working on, taking a bunch of my object authentication technology from Materium, figuring out whether we can apply it to all this mask business, or for ventilators, respirators, all this kind of equipment. And I'll show you a demo of that stuff in a second. Well, not the mask stuff, but of the underlying platform. So there's that, right? Keeping money moving, right? What does it look like to implement some kind of basic income system independently of the nation state, right? If you had a system that gave a proven human individual, 100 coins a day, right? If you breathe, we give you 100 coins. You prove to us that you're an individual human being and not one of 100,000 machines, run on a server, right? You prove to us you are actually a flesh and blood person. We give you 100 tokens a day. Where do they come from? We just print them, right? The more people are involved in that economy, the more tokens we print. You accept that prices will change because you're constantly putting money into the system, but it's going in at a predictable rate. To balance the system, you might also then want to apply demurrage so that every day the tokens would become less valuable. They literally shrink. Your balance is 1,000 tokens on Monday, but by Thursday it's only 995. To keep the total volume of money in the system equal to the number of people in the system. That is a thing that could be done, right? What are those tokens used for? I don't know. Are people going to continue to want to do work over the internet that they may not have cash dollars to pay for? Yeah, definitely. So the opportunities for spinning up secondary economies, fantastic. The reason that I think it'd be worth looking at doing a basic income in tokens with demurrage is that those systems are well known for getting economies back from the grave in cold start. So for a lot of people that are working from home because they're web designers or authors or whatever it is, they're heading for a cold start, right? They're really in a position where their markets have dried up. I have a manuscript for a small book that I was commissioned to write, and I'm not sure whether that thing's ever going to see the light of day. The publishers say it's going to be fine, but I'm sort of looking at the world like, somebody's going to try and produce a physical object and distribute it to people in this environment in 3 months. Ooh, harsh. Good luck to them. I'll do what I can to help, but that just looks extremely challenging. So what it means to get a seat at the global table by fundamental analysis is that you have to solve a problem that everybody is impacted by, right? Or at least powerful people are impacted by, and that nobody else other than you is able to solve. So your seat at the table is, if we get rid of those people, a whole bunch of other people will have their lives collapse in a way which is really, really harmful and damaging, and we would be responsible for harming those people if we shut this show down. Right? Over and over and over again, you can see this in history. Groups will arise, they will take over management of a problem. They get so good at managing that problem, nobody is willing to displace them, because if you displace them, you wind up inheriting the problem. It's one of the fundamental mechanisms by which groups get legitimacy. Even groups which you can argue very strongly have fundamental problems, like Hamas, right? Hamas manages to get itself a seat at the table by running a very effective social care system. So, is there a seat at the table for Bitcoin or Ethereum? Right? Do we solve a global problem that nobody else wants to solve or has the ability to solve? We've taken a crack at it, right? There was a whole period which was all about, we're going to bank the unbanked, we're going to do financial services for the bottom of the pyramid. A lot of talk was talked and a lot of money was raised, and a fair number of projects gave that a serious try. I remember for years, I keep running into people at conferences who had, 50 Bitcoin ATMs in Kenya and this kind of stuff. Some of those projects almost certainly wound up being really used. I don't think any of them scaled in the way that things like M-Pesa had scaled, but certainly the will was there and there was the beginnings of growth on those fronts. Then the tide shifted in another direction. Crypto was for ICOs, and everybody went off in that direction. Not so clear that that was solving an actual problem now, because the underlying problem of getting risk capital into startups was fundamentally there, but we didn't put the risk capital into startups, we put the risk capital into scams. Disastrous, right? Poisoned the entire field and will be remembered for decades, and that's even if there aren't mass prosecutions. So, and disgorgement. Do not forget the word disgorgement, right? People being legally required to give the money back to their investors is a real thing. So what are the problems that we could potentially solve, right? Let me very quickly show you the Ethereum demo, just so you got a sense of what we've been working on. Whoa, not that. No, go away. No. There we go. Now, what do we want to bet that this will actually work in the way we intend? There we go. So we started Ethereum 2.5 years ago. We spent about a year building out a very, very overpowered system from essentially resolving legal disputes globally on the blockchain. And it was 5 years too early. I'd been around crypto so long that I kind of lost the sense of how long things really take in the real world. So at that point, we pivoted very hard, and we took all of that kind of highfalutin technology and we narrowed it down to a single class of disputes, which are disputes over the authenticity of physical things. You go to materium.com/about, you can do this alongside me and actually have a play with our software. So we've got here a palette of objects. I'm just going to click one or two of these open. Just opening them in other tabs. And here is one that I opened earlier. Oh, there we go. So you'll need MetaMask installed for this. Here's a little MetaMask window. Just log in here. Right, and we're connecting the app. So now you can see we have a bold and handsome captain in party clothes. Looks like he's going to Burning Man. You can see here there's a number. So if we click on that, you can see there's the serial number on the box. And I actually have this physical object in my living room. So now if we click on certificates, what you get is a set of data about the object attached to a contract. So if I click this here contract, it brings me up a huge wad of legalese. And this stuff is directly drawn from the work that we did on this kind of global court system. So this contract is enforceable in 160 countries, and it appoints a private judge to oversee disputes associated with the physical object that we're talking about. If the information describing that physical object turns out to be in error, you can make a claim. If you've signed this contract, if you've paid for cover, you can make a claim and ask that that guarantee is used to refund you the damage you've taken from the information that was guaranteed being wrong. And this thing is a literal plain English legal contract. It goes on and on and on and on, and it's packed with all manner of wondrous legal complexity, which is why it's something that can be enforced globally economically. It's not just that it provides you access to global justice, it's access to global justice in a way that's cheap enough you can actually use it in a lot of cases. And now, if we hit sign and pay, it will pop up a transaction into, where's it gone? What have you done with my MetaMask window? Come on, MetaMask. Okay, so MetaMask seems to have gotten lost somewhere, but in any case, you click sign and pay, it pops up a little window, MetaMask appears, you send money, you are now the legal counterparty to a contract with the person certifying this information, and Materium is not a party to that contract. So it's literally peer-to-peer authentication of physical goods using the blockchain to record the legal contracts that people have entered into and to give people the payment for those contracts. Right now, it handles object authentication. Before the pandemic kicked in, we were about a month away from being able to do a sale. So first I authenticate what it is that I'm buying, then I buy it. And you can just build up layer by layer by layer with different contracts to cover all these cases. Here's another object. This here is a crypto kaiju. So it's basically a printed crypto kitty. You will notice that it has an RFID tag strategically placed upon its person. And if you scan that thing with a phone, it gives you a unique ID, which allows you to identify what it is you're holding. There's some new technology around which actually puts a key pair on an NFC like that. That's an NFC, not RFID. And that key pair allows you to actually sign transactions on the sticker, which is enormously powerful in terms of providing authentication for things. So that is an example of a technology. I'm just going to see if I can stop this thing. There we are. Okay. Am I back? Yeah, I'm back. So that's an example of a technology which is designed for function in the real world. We went after collectibles and wine and fine art basically because that's where there were a bunch of transactions that were reachable. And amusingly, that project makes very little sense to crypto people. Crypto people, like even crypto investors, we try and explain why it is you'd want to be able to prove what a thing is in the physical world, and their eyes just glaze over because most of them own one carry-on bag of stuff and live out of Airbnbs. So the idea of owning physical property seems completely retro to them. But for the people that are physical property people, museum people, wine people, custodians, all this kind of stuff, these technologies make perfect sense. Like they really are very clear. They understand exactly what they're for. And now for us, I'm looking at these crazy markets for masks and for ventilators and for drugs, pharmaceuticals. And I'm just looking at that like, you know, I'd kind of expected to spend my next year working on toy collections with William Shatner and wine. And now it looks like we might be going to get into the business of trying to stop people being killed by buying masks that are substandard that will completely not protect them in the event that they're worn in a hospital setting. And it's taken me a little bit of time to psychologically prep for that, but I think that's the direction that we're heading in. And obviously we're fundraising again to try and get the wherewithal to actually make that happen. But this is the kind of thing which is seat at the table, right? If we solve the problem of mask authenticity, and if we organize double-blind testing of masks by a distributed network of labs where all the test information is logged on chain, and then statisticians can crunch over that to figure out whether the masks are good and also whether the labs are good, right? You send them a mix of masks which have been authenticated to work and a set of masks which are up for testing, and you put all of that data into a statistical analysis framework. It's definitely possible that that would be a seat at the table, not just for us as a company, but for crypto as a whole, because it would be one problem that had gotten solved. There are probably 50 other niches opening up because the existing world systems are under such enormous stress but we have to think about having such high standards of integrity that people begin to forget all the ICO garbage that was shipped out there and all the money that was made and lost by unfair means, all the force, all the fraud. And we have to basically get into a position where crypto means we're telling you the truth, and if we're not, you can prove it and you will be able to get compensation, right? Crypto has to mean honest, fair trade. And that's where I'll stop. Time for questions.
Thanks a lot, Vinay. So we have one statement and one question that came in. And first of all, I really want to say that it is refreshing, or at least very motivating, to see other people very clearly acknowledging what everybody kind of already knows about crypto, that it isn't as respected, and that all these scams that were going on do not help anybody, and that there needs to be a change in direction. There was one question in the Discord chat about whether you or anybody else here is aware of any projects that come close to anywhere to a no fraud system. And of course, Matarium is going in a good direction, but do you have any answer to that?
So I think some of the work. So I think during this project, the Legal DAO. So Legal DAO is doing quite an interesting thing, right? They're clearly going to be much more interesting in a year, but what they're starting with is the idea that you take the legal framework of a company which is given to you by a government, and then you 100% pack it with clever crypto stuff so that you can see where the share registers are and the board resolutions and all the rest of this kind of machinery completely transparent inside of that setting. So I think that's kind of amazing. Because, I mean, shareholders are notoriously not active, right? US companies, large publicly traded companies, in theory, the shareholders elect the directors of the company. In practice, the shareholders are strongly discouraged from voting, and most of them don't bother to. So the idea that you could actually begin to straighten out some of the corporate nonsense by having publicly traded companies that were actively controlled and managed by their shareholders, so if they started doing abusive stuff, the shareholders would vote to stop them. I think DAO is a small step on a path which could lead to that kind of reformation of corporate governance. So I'm very excited by that. There are 50 million track and trace projects, right? For food, for vegetables, swordfish, tuna, electronics, lots and lots of people doing authenticity work over there. All of that counts. They're all pushing fraud out of the supply chain. So yeah, I think there are lots of disconnected pieces around of that picture. What we're lacking is an ideological stand, right? Non-aggression principle makes a lot of sense to a lot of people. As I say, I think it's not wrong, but it's also not sufficient. And the idea that we could actively make enforcement of no fraud a critical part of what we're doing in a way which really means no fraud, like fraud was not committed, nobody would look at this and call it fraud. Legally speaking, it's not fraud. The idea that we could take that as being an ideological platform where you would look at a crypto project and say that fails the non-aggression principle and we're not going to let that thing present, there's a lot to be said for that. Because we've got the ideological machinery, we just haven't applied it at home. We're all about telling other people no force, no fraud. Well, what about us?
Can I interject something here really quick?
Please.
Hey Vinay, man, thanks for coming. So cool. What a great piece of information. If you'd like to continue this conversation with anybody for the right after the chat, all you got to do is click in on create your own room, and you'll get a pop-up, and you can name it. And that link will then be persistent for the length of the chat, the conference. It's persistent Jitsi room. And you can tweet that out on Twitter or post it in any channels, and you can continue this conversation with anybody that you're interested in. Just letting you know about that feature.
Cool. Yeah, this is quite a comprehensive piece of software. This is a nice tool.
Thank you. We've built it for this, and now it's an open source project available on GitHub. And it's a Bitcoin grant, and we're working together with the Ethereum Foundation and ETH Global. We're going to be doing multiple conferences with this after this. So it's amazing to see it all work.
Yeah, I mean, now that I know that you guys actually wrote it for this thing, I'm even more amazed to see it works.
Yeah.
Video stuff is hard.
Yeah, Kai Gertler has been doing it for a long time, and he built this in React, and we've done all the integrations and everything, and it's going to iterate forward. It's only got the Web 2.0 features now, but of course, we can use unlock protocol or kickback or any of the things to limit entry, and we've solved the troll problem with Jitsi, that all users were moderators. Now we have a token system for the moderators. So Jake can have a token, I have a token, and we've got control over it. So sorry for interrupting on that.
No, super cool. Nice work, guys. Nice work.
Yeah, thanks for coming. I got to go back over to the Cryptoeconomics lab, man.
Okay, cool. Have fun.
Thanks, Michael. To go a bit back on that, before you presented a bit on the global legal framework that you're trying to get into reality now, what I was wondering is, with possession of objects and information about objects, it can be quite clear in a lot of jurisdictions on what the rules for that are. So that might make it easier to have it a bit more standardized. But once you're moving out of possession of objects, that becomes a lot unclearer. Are there any steps of going into that direction, or is the focus right now really on getting that as perfect as possible?
Okay, so there's new law and there's old law. Old law is typically things like real estate, and real estate is just every country has its own weird ways of doing things, and those weird ways cannot be changed because there's trillions of dollars locked into the existing frameworks. New law, patent, copyright, other kinds of intellectual property, most corporate law involving stocks and shares, bonds, this kind of stuff. Most of that law is pretty standard internationally. So there's no reason that you can't take a fairly broad approach on those issues. Like, if I sell you a copyright license and it does a common thing, most countries in the world will work pretty much the same way for that license. You might have to do sub-localization for it, but generally speaking, not so difficult. The other approach is that you can domicile intellectual property in places like, say, Bermuda, where you just have a corporation in Bermuda where I take my work and I sell a license to the corporation in Bermuda. The corporation in Bermuda then resells that license to everybody that wants that license, but all of the legal structures are in Bermuda, and then I get a revenue stream for that. And that's one of the ways that you can regularize the law that applies to a situation. But I mean, the bottom line is that what will inevitably emerge from this kind of process over the next 10 to 20 years is something that looks like satellite mapping, but for legal systems. So you'll wind up with one or more companies or a project like OpenStreetMap. And there's a project called Clean App, I want to say, which is taking a crack at the kind of OpenStreetMap approach. But their idea, and the core idea, is that you just wind up with a hugely complex database of all of the different legal structures in the world represented in a way which is machine readable, so in a given jurisdiction whether a given legal operation is legal. Right? And it's just like, it's like route mapping. If you want to do this, right, in this jurisdiction, it's a straight line. In this jurisdiction, you have to make a stop in the middle and do the following operation before you can do the next part. And you can see how big a job that would be, right? I mean, that's a gigantic effort. But if you look at the amount of time that went into Wikipedia or OpenStreetMap, it's not a bizarrely inconceivable effort. And if we had that map of global law and global regulation worked out, you'd start with the areas which are highest value and easiest, and then gradually you'd creep out and get more and more and more coverage. But what that gives us is the ability to start automating compliance. I tell a machine what it is that I want to accomplish. The machine goes and figures out the legal pathway through the system. If the machine can't find a legal pathway through the system, it raises a flag and says, go get a human to help me. And then we wheel in a lawyer, and the lawyer figures out how to do it, and then that knowledge is transferred to the machine, so next time we don't have to call the lawyer. Not that I'm suggesting we automate the lawyers out of existence or anything, but just in principle. I like lawyers.
we don't want to have the lawyers as enemies either.
I will say that a lot of lawyers are very afraid of technology specifically because they think it's going to take their jobs. But history seems to suggest that every time a profession is exposed to tools which theoretically replace the profession, all that happens is the professionals climb on top of those tools and the field becomes vastly more productive, and people get much better value for money when they spend in the field. Classic example of that is graphic design, where everybody thought that everybody was going to be their own graphic designer because of desktop publishing in the 1980s and 1990s. And all that happened is the great graphic designers were so much more empowered by the tools that the global standard of design went through the roof. So I think the same would actually happen with lawyers. Like if we did large-scale legal automation, all that would happen is the lawyers would do amazing new creative work, and you'd get much more sophisticated use of law. It's not that you would wind up with, a whole bunch of lawyers begging in the streets with tin caps, right? Which is, by the way, how the French Revolution started. Nobody's doing that again. But I think that what you would get is just a vastly more sophisticated use of automated legal contract creation tools.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you here. And I think that even if these are unfortunate times, this huge push to home office, to using digital infrastructure might also help those rather traditional working places where digital infrastructure was not yet integrated into the regular workflow, and where we might see a shift to more automation, to more usage of, for example, lawyers using automated workflows for their day-to-day business.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. We got one question in the chat, which is, what is my concern with DAOs? So the problem with DAOs in general is threefold. So the first is they don't provide much legal protection. So there's a pretty good chance that if you are in a position where you've got voting rights in a DAO and somebody else loses money because of a decision that you either did vote on or maybe could have theoretically voted on, you might be in a position where they can sue you, right? So it may be that participation in DAOs is only safe if you're 100% anonymous. And even then, liability transfer, what it is, I think there are a bunch of sticky, unresolved legal problems around DAOs. Problem one. Problem two, how do we decide when the DAO's purposes or technology have to be changed? What happens if somebody, if circumstances change in such a way that the thing that a DAO was created to do no longer is worth doing? How do we alter direction? Who's responsible for making the call? And what do you do with minorities that are 100% against the decision which is made? Okay, maybe they can sell out and buy something else, but we just have to be careful that we're not creating a system where you've got tyranny of the majority in a position where nobody has any legal rights. Because in law, the rights of minorities are protected specifically. So if you've got 51% of a company, that doesn't mean that you can then just print stock, give it to yourself, and then completely screw the guys that had 49%. They have a set of structural protections in place, and it's not clear that that kind of thinking has come to DAOs in any kind of sophisticated way yet. And then the third thing is, really fundamental, which is, why are we replicating corporations more or less unit for unit on the blockchain? Like, if we wanted a better world, why are we taking a system that seems to be super broken and super extractive and re-implementing it? Right? We made that mistake with money. We re-implemented money exactly like money, and money turns out to be super destructive in the ways that we've currently done it. Right? All of the pathologies of the real economy, an environment dominated by enormously rich people with very variable temperament who are completely unaccountable to everybody else and are hugely manipulating the game for their own advantage. Wasn't that the system that we were trying to fix? Right? So, same thing with corporations. Why have we gone and re-implemented the corporations? Right? I just feel like maybe building a scale model of a broken system and calling it a new system may not actually be progress. Right? And this is not to say that I have an immediate clear idea about what we should be building instead, but I would like to see diverse experiments in these areas rather than a slavish re-implementation of the broken systems of the real world. Let 1,000 flowers bloom.
Thanks for that answer. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. A lot of things are reinvented that don't need to be reinvented, and then there's no focus being put on the actual parts that should be reinvented.
Yeah. And limited liability corporations are amazingly powerful, right? I think Legal DAO's approach of taking a little bit of limited liability from the real world and then packing crypto stuff behind it is great, right? But let's just ensure that what comes out of these kind of systems is a much higher standard of integrity and accountability rather than a lower one. Because, the problem with corporate governance was not that we didn't have enough anonymity and enough places for people to trouser money they'd stolen. The problem with corporate governance is we couldn't get people to play by the rules. So, I think we need a fundamental mindset shift in crypto that says, look, we've gotten most of the way through no force. That worked pretty well. Now we've got to get through no fraud. On that note, I got to run. I got another call.
Well, that was a good end. I'm going to post a link to a Hangout lobby for anybody who wants to discuss outside of this group chat. Thank you very much for the talk. It was very interesting.
Fab. And I'll try and drop in on that lobby and keep one eye on it as we go.
Thank you very much.
Really great. Really enjoyed it. And congratulations on both the event and the platform. It's really nice to see open source software that actually works. No problem, not glitchy, better than what I could get from Zoom or something. This is great.
Well,
really
thanks a lot. The guys worked really hard for this. So let's hope that there's more confidence come with these tools.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, I'm teaching a meditation course right now, and I've been after some kind of non-proprietary platform for doing that stuff. We should talk.
Well, we should.
Okay.
Right. Thanks a lot.
Were you about to post that link?
Yes, I'm posting it in the Discord chat.
Okay, fantastic. Because I will just open that up and then drop off the call. Really lovely.
Right.
Thank you. I really enjoyed this.
Perfect. Then see
Thanks
you
for being here, everybody.
All right. So we're going to move on in about 10 minutes with our next talk, which is going to be Christoph Paro. He's a coworker of mine, actually, at the Cryptoeconomics Research Institute here at the University of Economics and Business in Vienna. He's going to talk on some of his recent work on bonding curves and some of the mathematical underpinnings of that. And we're going to also announce or promote some of the other stuff that is going on here. For example, a raffle that is going on where you can, if you are in the main interspace setup, you can go to, what is it called exactly? I think donation or donate. And from there you can buy raffle tickets as NFTs and win either a crypto wallet or a status key card, which cannot even be bought right now. So please enter that and help out with donations for the setup, since we would really like to further develop this open source framework and this infrastructure for other conferences as well. We're going to set up the schedule in the meantime, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with Chris. community a lot about where we might be heading, especially with legal concepts. In our next talk, we will have Christoph Pauch from the University of Economics and Business here in Vienna. He's a colleague of mine at the Research Institute of Cryptoeconomics. What he will talk about is a bit more in a different direction towards the research that has been going on to enable some of that infrastructure and to further develop some of the underpinnings of what we're trying to build here. Chris, are you here? You're muted right now. All right, you got to click on unmute. It says you're still muted by me. Let me check if I can unmute you, but okay, it says unmuted for me. Can you say something? Nope, I can't hear you. Can you click on the microphone button and see if the correct one is set?
Who are we troubleshooting right now?
All right, I'm here, Michael, but Chris.
You could hear me now, probably, right?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you now.
But I switched on the microphone from the headphones, which we didn't want to use already.
Cool.
So I don't know.
It's working fine right now, I think.
Is it fine? Okay, perfect. So welcome everyone. Hi, I'm happy to host the next session here from my side, and I'm going to share my screen as well. I hope you can see it now as well.
Yes, we can see.
So I would like to use the next 40 minutes or so to talk a little bit about what we've developed in the last 1 year or 2 years, a concept for building or engineering systems, or let's say engineering parts of systems, which we can use to shape cryptoeconomic states. So what I'm going to walk you through today is how actually engineering of systems works and how you can use mathematical methods to architect such systems. And we used bonding curves, which some of you might be familiar with, as an example to show how you can impose structure onto a crypto economy. So I would like to start with the end, actually. So I would like to start with the key takeaways. So for you to see what will be the highlights of the talks and what you can take with you, or what you should understand if you listen to this presentation. So these are the 4 key points, 4 key messages that I want to transport today. So I want to say that when we talk about cryptoeconomic systems, that we will talk about multi-scale complex systems that have a universal tamper-proof state layer. So this is something that we didn't have in economics so far. So we didn't have economies where we could describe a state in such a way as we can do today in crypto economies, because we have the blockchain, and the blockchain facilitates this state layer that every user or every agent in the system can observe. So now, as an engineer of this crypto economic system, we can impose additional structure onto the economy. So we can say this economy should develop in one specific direction. So we can restrict future states, and we can build so-called configuration spaces. This is, we can create a space in which the economy will evolve to, and we will use bonding curves to drive this direction. Once we have this state layer of the economy developed, we can let agents play economic games on top of this infrastructure. So now we could also connect to to state-based game theory. So we could apply research that we have to say, okay, now that we have a space where agents play something or do something or interact with this economy, now we can adopt the machinery from state-based game theory to describe these interactions and to make modeling and predictions how this game might play out in the future. And once we have this, we even can connect to distributed control and optimization theory. So we can say, okay, now that we see how the system might evolve over time, how the agents might behave over time, we can try to control the system in some way. So if you look at this, so this should be the big picture of the presentation. If you have a network with the universal state layer, so you have a network and a blockchain, right? So you have an economic system, a network of agents that use the blockchain to do something, and you can combine these two things to describe the system as a state space. So you can say everything that we can observe in these economic games can be described by these variables, by these small x in the set of big X. So this would be all of the possible states that the system can be in, and this would be an actual state that the system is in. And now with this, we can do two things. We can use bonding curves to restrict this space. So we can say, okay, these are all of the possibilities of the system state, but we will restrict it to a subspace, to a smaller space. We will say, okay, we do not allow everything to happen in the future. We only allow a small fraction of things to happen in the future. So this would be the one content of my talk, of my presentation. And the second thing that we can use with this is we can apply game theory, and in particular, a special branch of game theory, which is a state-based potential games theory that was developed by Jason R. Marden. So how do I want to structure my talk? I would give a short overview or reminder what cryptoeconomic systems are, how these systems can be described as complex systems. We will introduce some definitions and properties. Then I will guide you through two papers that were written during the last year by my colleagues and I, which summarized the findings on bonding curves, configuration spaces, and games as estimators. And then we can have a brief outlook to population games, evolutionary dynamic games, game theory and distributed control, state-based potential games, and also cooperative control and potential games. So this would be what I want to present in the next 35 minutes or so, and I hope that you're going to stay with me for this. Okay, so let's look back. What are complex systems, or why do we talk about crypto economies and as complex systems? Because our economy consists of subsystems that are connected to each other and they are interdependent. So you do not have one thing that you observe, but you have many different components, many specific parts of the economic systems, which might be the market, which might be the token, which might be some interactions going on, and you cannot disentangle these things from each other. So effects or interactions in one of the subsystems will have influence and feedback loops to other parts. So you have always to describe crypto economies as a whole. Another property is the time dimension. So complex systems or crypto economies are dynamic, so time plays a role. You cannot take a snapshot of the economy and try to understand it. You always have to look at the evolution. You always have to look at the dynamics. In some sense, you have control applications. So this would mean that you would like to guide the system in a specific way. So similar to a rocket ship that wants to fly to the moon, that can apply different controls, you as an engineer or you as an agent can interact with the system and you can apply some specific controls that are to be designed, obviously, and that which can be designed centrally or even decentrally. right? So this is the huge benefit of crypto economies. You have decentralized control mechanisms. And if you design or if you look at these complex systems, you have to look at them from different perspectives. So it's not a simple thing to look on. And you have to be aware that these things are layered. So you have the macroeconomy as a whole, but you can go deeper and deeper into every layer. And then you will finally arrive at the micro level where you have agents having interactions taking place. And these layers are interconnected. So each of them should connect to each other. To the top, you should go into contextualization. So you should always, if you model or if you look at a specific part of the economy, you should ask yourself, how does this connect to the layer above? And if you look at to one layer below, you should always ask yourself, how are the effects or how are the things that you observe on one specific layer, how are they consistent what is happening on the lower level? So you have micro foundations. Everything that you try to build above should be consistent with everything that you have below. And once you have this, you can apply crypto economics, which in my view is economics on steroids, right? So you would try to take these possible outcomes and to build some kind of incentive structure. You should build some kind of gravitation. So you should say you can guide the system in one specific way. You can build purpose-driven systems. And here you can think of the Bitcoin network, for example, where you have the purpose of exchanging value. Or you can think of the Ethereum network, where you think of the purpose of distributed computation. So these are the things that the network is designed to do. And if you build it, or if you're in the process of building these systems, you should always keep in mind that this is the purpose that you want to achieve. And you want to attract all of the users in order to so that their actions follow specific guidelines that bring the whole network into this direction. But since you have heavy computation and since you have a lot of data available, real-time live data, so this would be represented by this little sketch. You would have much more information available than in usual economic or in usual, let's say, heuristic models of interactions. So you really can take this data, you can make these packages compute very efficiently, and therefore you can really bring very strong methods to the table. So you do not have to rely on simplifications, you do not have to rely on linearizations, but you can build very complex, connected, dynamic economic models in real time that you can observe, but also guide or control in one specific sense. So these concepts have been described in the foundational paper of cryptoeconomic systems, which is also the research roadmap of our institute. It was published in November or October 2019 by Shermin Woschenbier and Michael Zarkham. And it was also accepted to the MIT Cryptoeconomic Systems journal just recently. So this is the paper that outlines what cryptoeconomic systems are, how to do complex systems engineering, and which principles to apply. And the main message is that you have to do interdisciplinary research, and this is why we are here for. So the conference here that you're attending is on purpose interdisciplinary, and that if you look at this multi-layered, multi-staged agent systems, you have to look at the things in a way that I described already before. So you have macroeconomic models, you have mesoeconomic models and microeconomic models, which are connected. And the microeconomic models provide foundations from what you see in the global economy, and the macroeconomic models provide context to what is happening in the microeconomic models. I personally, or my agenda is the engineering approach. So what I'm asking myself all the time when I'm working or when I'm researching is the one simple question: how to build these systems. And in order to build them, we have to follow the engineering approach. So you have an ongoing process which consists of many iterations and improvements happening all the time. And the design is supported by computer-aided analysis. So what does this mean? You start with a specification, you build a model, you try to capture what's going on, and then you can implement this model into simulation software. You can simulate the model, you can see how the economy might develop. Then you can tune the economy, so you can say, okay, we will change specific parameters, we will change specific structures, and then you go back into modeling. So this is the engineering approach of complex systems engineering. And this, in more detail, looks a little bit like this. You have to start with a system specification of a dynamic model and an economic model of the economy that you try to build. Then you can design a digital twin of the economy. So you can say, okay, this is the computer program that resembles what's going on in the economy very well. And I can play around with this computer program and I can see what might happen, what could happen, or how to structure the economy or the incentive mechanisms in a way such that the things that I intend to happen will happen. This digital twin can be simulated then, and economic analysis can be done on the results. Then you would have to feed back into the system specification, which is again something that is described here in this more simple diagram. But once you are pretty confident that you like what you see, you can go into implementation of the model. So you can go into building implementation in the sense of building the infrastructure of coding the blockchain economy, the crypto economy that you want to build. And next, you should look into legal compliance. So how to operate the system, make it operational, and once you're done, you're not ready yet, so you're not finished. You would then feed back into the digital twin, which you would use to maintain the economy. So you would have during the operational phase, you would still keep going, and you would still go here again and again to make improvements on the economy when it is live. And in my presentation today, I would like to focus on this modeling thing here. I will use bonding curves to mostly to model stuff, and also to see a little bit how it go in line with simulation. And also I highlighted the part that is mostly relevant to my presentation today as well here. Why is this difficult what we're doing, and why does it take so much time, or why is it so complicated? It is because we want to apply engineering models to sociology and to behavioral economics. So if you look at this scale, I mean, don't think of it as a purity. Think of it a little bit more as abstraction, right? So if you look at this side, you see, okay, we want to mathematically model something. We have different tools and different branches of mathematics, you could say, to use. And we want to transport them here to this applied side, to sociologists that have different understandings of the world as they can see it, and different explanations, right? So bridging this gap, so building this bridge is very, very difficult and takes a lot of time. So this is also one of the challenges that we have. Okay, so this was a quick review of complex systems engineering, what we're here for, and what we're going to and what we're about to build. Now let's dig deeper into bonding curves and configuration spaces. So most of you who hear the word bonding curves or who observe the market probably have an understanding of bonding curves in a way that they say, okay, a bonding curve is a market design mechanism, right? So it is used to design specific things in crypto economics market, and mostly as an alternative means of funding. So there are people who want to use bonding curves to finance their project. But also it is in use as a financial instrument. So you have, for example, Banco, which is a continuous liquidity mechanism. So you have, or an exchange mechanism. So you have a market maker, you have a continuous liquidity mechanism that can do something in the crypto economic space. And it's programmed in a way that it does something. But altogether, cryptoeconomic curves are systems where agents can bond token to mint token, and they can burn token to withdraw token. So it is simply a contract with which you can interact, and you can say, okay, I can pay in some DAI, I can pay in some Ethereum, and then I will receive a specific amount of token in return. But the amount of token or the price of this exchange is determined by the bonding curve. So this would be what's a common understanding of what bonding curves are. in some sense, bonding curves can represent rights. This is very interesting because we think of token as rights. In continuous organizations, they can be future revenues, so rights to future revenues. And in the augmented bonding curve example, which you might have heard of, the token that you have are rights to steer the funds in one specific direction in a non-for-profit organization. And again, so this is also one of the most familiar picture to people when we talk to them about bonding curves is exactly this, right? So you have this curve that determines on the one hand, on the x-axis you have the supply, on the y-axis you have the reserve, and it determines the price of the reserve reserved supply token in accordance to what's going on in the market. And there are already very cool implementations of this. So you can go to the Common Stack webpage where you can look at the augmented bonding curves. They simulated, they made this application based on this research from Block Science, where they said, okay, you can choose your own parameters for your bonding curve here, and you can choose other parameters for the funding phase, and then you will see how the price of the token will develop over time, or in accordance to the collateral that is placed. Okay, but we took this as a starting point. So bonding curves, we looked at them from a scientific perspective, and then we said, okay, we can use them to design markets. So we can use them to design space. And there was this recent publication from about 5 years ago, published by Dr. Michael Sarkam, Dr. Jamshid Shorish, and also me here, where we contributed to the working paper series of the WU and handed in our paper for the ICBC conference in Toronto. And it was accepted in the poster track, highlighting all the relevant features of the paper. Unfortunately, the conference is not taking place because of the current circumstances, but we will be able to hold this conference online as well. So what is the content of this paper? The content starts with a state space representation of the multi-scale cryptoeconomic systems. So it says, okay, how to formalize a cryptoeconomic system. This is the first part of the paper. In introducing some variables, introducing some definitions, and saying this is the space that we are talking about. And then a definition of the configuration space, a concept that I will explain in a few minutes, which has the very strong property that it can uphold the desired system level properties. So this is very crucial to understand what we can do with this configuration space. We can hold some things invariant to change. So we can we can basically keep things constant, and this is great. And this is something that an engineer likes to do. So why is this so amazing? Because we can reduce the complexity of the problem. We do not have to be concerned what might happen in the future with the system, because we can restrict the possible future states to one subspace of the space that we started with. And this concept is illustrated in the paper with the example of the augmented bonding curve, where exactly these things, the state space representation, the configuration space, and the invariant conservation functions are applied or are defined for this special case. And then this model or this simulation is experimented with. So you can also derive numerical results. So what is this configuration space that we are talking about? Think about the space that I introduced in the very beginning of my presentation. So this is all the possible future system states that you can have, and this is one particular system space that you are in. You could think, if you look outside of the window, you can think of the world, right? So this small x would be the state of the world as we see today. It could be basically every state, right? So all of the parameters could change, people could move, things could happen, but we choose one particular state. And if we would like to see how this state transition is taking place, so how this state changes over time, we would have to apply one state transition function, so one mechanism, which is basically a function depending of the previous state and all of the actions taking place in the system. So you would say, okay, you are in this state, then agents, people do something with this state, and then they land in another system state, in a future system state, which is X prime. But having the bonding curve as a mechanism or as a tool at hand, you can now restrict this space. And this is what it's actually all about. So you can make this possible future state smaller. So you can say that you can design the future in a way that you would force the system to land in one particular set of possibilities. So having this configuration space assures that you cannot land here, which is again nice because you can drive the system to one particular direction. And why is this possible? This is possible because you introduce some invariant properties. So you say everything, regardless what happens, all future states here and all previous states have to fulfill this condition. You can think again of the Bitcoin network, for example, where you say the interactions taking place would be the transactions between the agents. So value is transferred. But what is kept constant to some extent, because not really, but what is kept constant is the amount of total token in circulation. So not taking monetary supply, increasement of monetary supply every few blocks into consideration, we would say that the number of total token in the system is kept constant. So all of the interactions taking place must fulfill this restriction, must respect the restriction of that the total sum of the account numbers is one specific number. This might be still a little bit tricky, but it's much easier to think of as of the configuration space if you think about this. I've been talking about the reduction of dimensionality. So imagine that you are someone floating in the three-dimensional space. You are someone in the universe and you have nothing to hold on. So the actions or the directions that you could go to are three. You can go forward, you can go upwards, or you can go right, left. So you have a three-dimensional action space or future state possibilities. But now think about adding structure to this space. If you add structure, this means that you have, for example, a planet. And this planet is based in this space. And this planet represents this planet. It fulfills one specific condition. So the surface of this planet, the surface of the Earth, is a two-dimensional subspace because it keeps one thing invariant. The invariance is the distance to the center. So now, imagine that you are on the planet of Earth, on the surface. And now you do not have so many possibilities to go to because you only have two dimensions you can go to. You can go in front or behind, or you can go left or right. Because gravity holds you to some extent on top of the Earth, on the surface. And agents playing games on the surface are restricted to play these games on the surface of the Earth. So this is what a reduction in dimensionality can be thought of. So you can really imagine you being floating in space first, not having the possibility to restrict directions, but then if you force populations or if you force people to play to interact on one specific subspace, which is the surface of the Earth, then you have reduced the problem. Maybe an even simpler example is if you have a dog in your yard, right? So if you don't do anything, the dog can access all of the whole yard, right? So it can go anywhere it desires. It can be very happy. But if you imagine putting like a stick somewhere into the yard and even chaining or binding the dog to the stick, then you would restrict his options. And you can restrict it in a way that his actions or his movements can only happen on the circle in the yard. So you would also reduce his possibilities to a one-dimensional subspace of the plane of the yard. So this is what the designer or the engineer now has to make use of to design systems, right? But you have to be careful here. You really have to make sure that if you think of the dog, you can't use a chain, or you can't use anything that is moving, because you want to restrict him to move on the circle line, right? And not on the whole circle, because the whole circle would again be two-dimensional. But if you restrict him in a way that you say that this distance here has to be constant as well, then you would restrict him to be on the line. Okay, so now let's dig deeper into the formalism of this. So how do you do this? So I mentioned this before. You have to define stuff, and now the next slides are pretty mathematical, but I hope that you can cope with it. So you would start with defining the state, which summarizes the system at a given point in time. So this is every observation that you can make of the system are summarized by the system state. And then you define actions. So you allow actions to choose an action depending on the state that you are in, and you can say that you can alter the system state by doing actions. And how do you alter the system? You can say, okay, you can define a mechanism. You can say, okay, given a state and an action, then you will reach a future state. So this is actually the F that we had before. And by doing so, you will also introduce state transition. So you say the new x prime will be a function of exactly this at a given time, given all the actions and given all the mechanisms that you have at hand. And here, table 1 relates agent behavior to system state. So you see that on the agent scale, you have to define action sets. You can say, okay, this is what possibly you can do. You define mechanisms. You allow agents to take interactions, and then you will lead into the system. This will result in the system changes. So you see that only possible thing is for a system is the configuration space. So you don't have the whole system space anymore. You have only the configuration space, which can be realized given actions and previous states. So now you would define conservation functions. You would define this V, so that you say, okay, you can encode a desired property. When you think of the dog, you would say that the radius has to be constant. If you think of the world, you would also say, okay, this radius between the sphere and the center, the plane, the surface of the sphere and the center has to be constant. And these conservation functions would be set to be invariant if it is equal for all the states. So it doesn't change over time. And this is proposed here, where we say that regardless how many future states we reach, that the value function will stay constant, will stay the same for all the realizations. So now you then derive the configuration space, which is a proper subset of the general state space. So instead of having the possibility to transition to the general x prime, you only have the possibility to transition to the next future state, which is the configuration space, which is xc prime. Okay, so let's look into the augmented bonding curve now. How does this apply? You would define the state space and you would define the invariant properties. So you would say, okay, well, you introduce the variables R for the reserved quantity. You would introduce a supply. You would introduce the funding pool. You would introduce the spot price. Then you would altogether these four would form the system state, which is X encoded by R, S, P, and F. And you would say that you want to keep this constant. So you want to conserve the ratio of the supply and the R. This is exactly what makes you land on the curve that you know or are familiar with from bonding curves. So given this conservation function, you will always follow this curve. So this would be the restriction. You would force all the agents to play this game on this curve, and where they would derive the spot price. So interacting with the curve would tell them what is the current price that I can acquire token for. And having this, you would then arrive at the configuration space XC, which is a 2 manifold. A manifold is a lower dimensional space. So if you think of the Earth's surface, again, this is a manifold, a 2-dimensional manifold in the 3-dimensional space. So now for the augmented Bondi curve, you would start, as I said here before, with the 4-dimensional space, and now you land, because you apply 2 restrictions, you land in a lower space, a 2-dimensional manifold. And in this configuration space, the states follow these restrictions. Okay, so next thing that you would do introducing the bonding curve, you would introduce mechanisms. You would say agents are allowed to use the bond to mint mechanism. They're allowed to use the burn to withdraw mechanism, allocate with rebond or deposit mechanism. And what would then happen is, this is what the paper proposes, is that regardless what happens, if you bond or if you burn or if you mint token, with your action, you would always have the spot price as the realized price. So this is a strong property saying that you would actually realize what you intend, what you designed the configuration, the bonding curve to do. Okay, so what would be the next step? The next step would be to attribute or to admit that the games that are played, the interactions with the bonding curve taking place, are in fact economic games. So there was a follow-up paper published in January 2019, which was also accepted as a conference paper for the Marble Conference 2020, which says, okay, now the interactions of the agents on the shared space can be linked to game theory. So we can interpret the game as a system, right? And we can say that the agents who play, they tell us something about the world. So they signal us what they want to do. Because if you look at a specific bonding curve example, you don't really know what you don't really pre-assume what the people or the agents really want to do. You just observe what they are doing. So you say, okay, there's someone buying, there's someone selling, but these interactions can be interpreted as a game, and their actions can be interpreted as signals, and these signals would then again estimate what a property of the system that you cannot observe. So it would tell you something about the whole system as a whole. So what is the realized price by only observing what the agents do by interacting with the bonding curve. So in this paper, we make use of the machinery that we introduced before. So we again make the configuration space available with this. These are the same equations that we had before, but we say that we have the system level configuration space, but also we have the agent level configuration space. So what the system can do, what the agents can do, they all together form the configuration space, which is the Cartesian product of these two above. And then you let them play without really knowing what they want to do, but they want to, let's suppose, they want to maximize some problem they have. So they want to find for their specific preferences they have, that they want to sell or buy according to what they believe the real price should be, or how much they value the token. And then if you aggregate all of this of these actions, you can conclude that the observed agent actions act as signals. They can be interpreted as the revelation of preferences. So the agents tell us something about what they really want, what they desire by their actions. And the aggregation of the signals can estimate a hidden property of the system. In this case, it would be the price. So the true price for the token that we don't know what it should be. Okay, so what would be the next step then? Next step would be then to connect this to state-based games. If you want to connect to state-based games, this is exactly what I said in my introduction. You have a shared state space and you let agents play games on top of it. This is something that has been investigated already. And you have to look at evolutionary game theory. So evolutionary game theory describes how large populations of interactions, strategically interacting agents behave. We would introduce some kind of revision strategy for the agents. We would say, okay, they will change their strategy according to what they observe in the system. And then we could use this to aggregate the dynamics. So we can do it deterministically or stochastically. And the questions at hand would be on stability, convergence, stochastic stability, and non-convergence. Based on that, you would go into state-based potential games, where you see that in the definition of a state-based potential game, you already have this X, which is the shared space that all the agents observe. So you see that the state-based game, there is a set of agents, and you have the agents here, and an underlying finite state space X. And then they have some action sets, so they can do something, and then you would have utility functions, so they value something, but then you have a shared state space where everyone observes it, and you have a transition function. So the F that we had before is here called P. So you say that the state changes over time, and this is exactly the branch of theory that we can use to connect to the framework that we developed in the papers. And lastly, if you have this, you can talk about distributed control. So you can say that the game theory has been applied in the traditional agenda and in economics and social scientists to describe what's going on, but in the engineering agenda, it can be applied to distributed control. And in the end, this is what we as token engineers, as complex system engineers want to achieve. So we want to build or design a system in a way that we know how to control, maintain it, or to lead it into future states such that it evolves in a way as we intend it to do. So this would be it. I hope that the introduction and the outlook weren't too let's say too quick or too much rushed. But I'm happy to use the last 8 minutes or so to answer your questions if you have any.
Thanks, Chris. Very theoretical, but very interesting background to me. Do we have any questions from chat? I don't think so right now. If you have any, please either raise your hand or post them in the Discord chat. All right, Brendan, would you like to unmute yourself and ask your question? I can unmute you too if you want. Oh no, I think you have to click yourself on unmute.
Oh, wonderful. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, great. First question, this is a minor side. Is there a recording of this?
Yes, there are recordings of this, and they will be shared.
Yeah, because I'm not getting any of the video of the presentation. So my question really is, are you developing any platform for this? I mean, it's all theoretical in terms of algorithms, but what are the implementations that you're seeing all of these constructs being put into?
Yeah, thank you for this question. So what is happening here? I can show the augmented bonding curve, which you can retrieve from the command stack. This would already be an implementation here, so you can really play around with this parameters, and you can see how the token bonding curve would change, and how you can set up your specific market depending on the use case that you want to apply it to. As I said in the beginning, one of the most popular use cases is the funding, replacing ICOs, right? So you can say that you want to initialize a project and you want to say, okay, according to these parameters, you can choose how much the price of the token will increase depending on how many people already contributed. So this is one thing that you can do. And then you can run simulations with it and you can say, okay, what are the possibilities? That how the system can, how this funding can evolve over time. And if you run a simulation, you will see that every simulation run will tell you something different, because obviously it is only a simulation based on the parameters that you put in. You can't take it for granted that your financing or your funding phase will be successful. It depends on stochastical events, but you can get a feel of what can happen over time. So this would be one of the implementations that I can show you very briefly. But if you talk about this, so if you talk about the engineering aspect, here we have a big. This is actually our research that's going on here. So this digital twin would be, I would say, an applied program of your ecosystem. So if you are someone who wants to develop an ecosystem, if you are asking questions how things might evolve over time, we would suggest you to get engaged with us and to let us develop a digital twin of your economy. So then you and your project team can play around with it and see, okay, how specific design choices will influence the evolution of the system. So this would be obviously something that we say, this is architecture of a system, this is system design, this is something that you should do accompanying your project that you're doing.
Hey, Christoph, pleased to meet you. So my name is Brendan Moll. I'm a Media Lab alum, and I know Michael, and I am aware that there's the CAD/CAD ecosystem for doing simulations. I'd like to be able to touch bases with you. Maybe we could figure out how we can do that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can get in touch with me. I believe that there is I mean, you can obviously write me an email to my university address. You can get in touch with me on Twitter, LinkedIn, whatever, or even here in a conference, we can grab some time and chat around. So I'm happy to talk to anyone who's interested in these issues, right?
Yeah, it's really tremendous stuff. People have no idea what this.
I'm excited that you are excited. So this.
Yeah. My background is in, as an undergrad, it was originally in biology and neuroscience.
Okay.
And then actually I was one of the first 150 people in the world doing virtual reality in 1993. And so I'm all things computation, assembly on up to AI and cybernetics. So
perfect.
I completely get what you're talking about.
This is very nice to hear. I was a little bit curious who and how many people are attending or listening. I don't know this, but I'm happy to see that there is someone who appreciates what we're doing.
Great. I'll be in touch.
Perfect. Yeah.
Hey, I see another raised hand. Somebody who wants to ask a question, please unmute yourself.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, can I?
Please.
Okay. Hi, Chris. Hi, everybody. My name is Python. I'm an architect. We used to do agent-based modeling like 10 years ago. So now I'm trying to bridge this digital world with the physical world. And through a blockchain, we're trying to develop contracts so that people can interact with these contracts, let's say buy products, and materialize digital layers on the physical world. And okay, I was a bit aware about the bonding curves, but this is the first time I actually understand a bit more about this. And I think that it creates a lot of opportunities. So what I want to do now is to use these tools and try and see in what way we can apply architecture in a mass, in a planetary level, using people as co-architects.
Yeah, this is very exciting. I mean, this is actually what you describe here is also our mentality, or also our idea. So this is what we try to develop as well. most of the things happen in the background. So as you can see, the research is heavily mathematical. It's heavily simulational. So it doesn't look so pretty when you talk about formulas or talk about variables, but on the meta level, we're talking about the same things, and I'm very excited to meet you here, and we can join forces. If you're interested, give me a call, and we can talk deeper about whatever you want to discuss.
Okay, there is I'm doing this is that because a couple of days ago we actually came into, let's say, an understanding with the city, and we're doing a memorandum of understanding so that we can apply this new architecture process to strengthen the local economies and do some behavioral change to, let's say, promote behavioral changes to citizens and try to find alternative ways to strengthen the economies. So yes, I would like to strengthen this scientific community of ours, and yeah.
Perfect. Happy when you get if we get in touch. Very excited about this, and I also believe that we can also show our projects that we're doing in the applied field. We have the City of Vienna token going on, so which is also something that intends to change behavior in the city, and I hope that, and I think that this is something that we can talk about. Yeah.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Cool.
Thanks. Is there anybody else who would like to ask a last question? I think that's it for now. Then Chris, thank you for your talk. Thank you for your time. We're gonna have a short break. We're gonna hand over to Angela as well. And then we're gonna have the next talk with Shruti, who I think everyone who was in here right now is probably gonna be interested in the next talk as well, since it builds on a lot of similar concepts, maybe going a bit further to practice while still staying quite theoretical, I would say. So we're gonna check if Shruti's here already. Otherwise, we're gonna quickly get her. We're gonna post the schedule in the meantime and hand over to Angela as well. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Hey, hello. Thanks, Jacob. Thanks, Chris, for this talk. I just go ahead with talking, even though I think the video stream will be paused, or there will be some advertising clips in the meantime. But just briefly, I'd like to welcome you again in this channel. Let me introduce token engineering and the token engineering community. So we started this off in 2018. And over the last, well, almost 2 years now, we have been working on building a community around the topic of how to design those new economic systems on the blockchain. We are running meetups. We are running an own Twitter channel. We had the tag. So our mission is to bring together you can see this in the stream and the talks of NonCon, which co-organized. We try to bring together research in cryptoeconomics, which is a new field in academia, and the applied side of blockchain projects. And in the NonCon program, you can find a range of talks on scientific research, as well as applied projects, applying various mechanisms, or also showing how token engineering in reality looks like in the talk with Shruti, which is going to start in a couple of minutes. So I'll post some links in the chat. Check out the token engineering community and stay in touch beyond noncon.org. There are a lot of activities you can join. For example, the library of cryptoeconomic building blocks we are aiming to set up, which is kind of a registry for blockchain projects and implementations of primitives like the bonding curve. Okay, check out the links, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes for the talk from Shruti. See you.
this, and we can host it for them, and the branding can be redone, but essentially all the functionality is available there for anybody to implement themselves or to ask us to implement on the Interspace domain. So
Yeah,
we're
awesome.
hoping to look at it becoming, a destination. Like you say, you're going to Zoom, you're going to Interspace, and then you have all of these features would be the dream.
Yeah.
But stop me from shilling and get on with your thing. I'm excited about this talk. Thanks for coming, Shruti.
Thank you. By the way, who is that speaking? I don't know if I recognize the voice.
I'm Exiled Surfer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for hosting us.
There you go. There's my face. Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay, Shruti, maybe. So it's 10 past, so we are going to launch your talk. Maybe you briefly introduce yourself, because it's also very interesting to see all the various backgrounds of people who are doing research in cryptoeconomics. And then I'm looking forward to your talk, which is called How to Engineer New Funding Mechanisms.
Hello, I'm Shruti Appiah. I'm going to be giving this talk on engineering new funding mechanisms. I've been working on this project with Blocksteins. It's super interesting. I will be doing like a more broader intro about myself in my talk, so I'll actually just share my screen so we can jump right in. Okay. Right. Can you see my screen now?
Right.
Awesome. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about how to engineer new funding mechanisms. In particular, we're going to be talking about how to engineer outcome-dependent funding mechanisms, so the ones that are dependent on the success of a particular bond or an asset or a security. So we're going to be talking about that. A little bit about myself. I'm a systems design engineer by training. Right now, I'm working with Blocksteins on these risk-adjusted bonding curves. I previously worked with Dapper Labs as well as Cosmos. With Dapper Labs, I helped them develop the Cryptoeconomics for Flow blockchain. And with Cosmos, I helped build the Cosmos and Ethereum bridge, which is called Peggy. And before that, I was working with Consensus and Consensus Labs, as well as Okta, all really fantastic teams and companies. So I want to a little bit motivate about essentially why we're looking at complexity or economic systems in this way. So there's a very specific way in which we have a perspective of looking at economic systems, and that is in the perspective or the lens of complex systems. So complex systems are essentially systems which are nonlinear, chaotic, and have certain properties which are as follows. So the first property is that they are nonlinear and chaotic, meaning that there is chaotic, meaning there's sensitive dependence on initial conditions. So in a lot of my previous talks also, I'm motivated for this sensitive dependence on initial conditions. Basically, if you have complex system and you change even the littlest thing initially, that will actually result in a compounding effect, which is a nonlinearity, and then it will actually manifest in a really, really large change in the future state of the system. So you can also think of this, I mean, colloquially, it's known as a butterfly effect. So that might ring a bell for you. And then another thing about complex systems is that we really cannot deploy the approach of divide and conquer in these systems, because if you divide and conquer, you are considering the interconnections between the different components or the different agents in a multi-agent system. So the connections really matter, and that is something to be something that actually causes very essential phenomena in such systems. So connections matter a lot. Typically, the reductionist approach of dividing and conquering, which is applied in like a lot of classical engineering systems, isn't very apt here. And then we have the property of how these systems always self-organize, and typically they self-organize into the most natural types of networks. And one of the most naturally appearing networks, most frequently appearing networks, is that of scale-free networks. So you can always see that these systems are always self-organizing because they are composed of autonomous agents, each of whom is making their own decision. And then we have the non-equilibrium property of these types of economic systems, in the sense that these economic systems are never in a equilibrium state. They're never constant. They're always in flux, and they are always changing because there is inherent uncertainty within the system. And the inherent uncertainty within the system is caused due to the fact that each agent has a different internal model of the way they perceive the world, and that perception is constantly applied or imposed onto the system, therefore leading to this like non-equilibrium property where the system is constantly changing because the agents are constantly updating their own perceptions of the world. Okay, and so with this, I would like to talk more about this induction approach and the fact that agents have their own internal model of the system. So one way we actually think about this is how do we actually model internal worlds of agents, right? And how do we actually utilize all of these properties and heed to all of these properties so that we can actually design systems in a classical engineering manner. So that's why we have economic systems engineering. This is something that block science practices. It's something that I practice a lot too, with regards to applying the typical engineering design process into designing economic systems, because economic systems are also inherently complex, and we want to motivate for that and also take into consideration of interconnections as well as all of their complexity properties. So the way we go about this is first we take a download of the requirements. So the requirements being essentially the system requirements, functional requirements of the system, as well as what kind of system goals do we want to hope to achieve with this, with the system that we're trying to design. And then we have the system design part of it. This is when we are thinking about essentially how do we do mechanism design for the system, which is system design in the context of economics is typically mechanism design. So we have to go through a process of basically analytically verifying certain properties of the system, reducing the dimensionality of the system so that we can simplify it, and then arriving at a good enough algorithmic design so that we can apply it to a simulation, which takes us to our next stage, which is with regards to validation. So when we want to validate, we need some tools to validate it. And typically the tools that we use to validate are simulations, because if you were to deploy an economic system into the real world, that would actually be really, really cost intensive. So instead we use simulations. So typically I've been using agent-based models and simulations, but also there's like the cat simulation, which is also an agent-based simulation, but it's based on a lot of like control systems properties and theories. So that will also be very, very interesting to check out. So with regards to validation, what we want to do is we want to input a given mechanism design, which we hypothetically think will work. And then we input that into a simulation and then see if it actually works as we desire. So we basically check if it satisfies the system's goals that we defined during requirements. So if it satisfies, all in good, but this is usually a very highly iterative process. And so we go through this over and over again until the point where we reach the mechanism which actually satisfies the system goals. Okay, so let's go through a little bit of conceptual groundwork. I'm not sure how many of you guys were here for the entire day, but I want to lay the conceptual groundwork for some of the things, and these were actually covered in previous talks. So if you want to refer to those, you can do that as well. So the first one I want to talk about is configuration spaces. So configuration spaces is typically a concept that is used very widely in robotics, and it's basically reducing the dimensionality of a given state space. So a given state space basically describes any kind of the set of all the things that the system can take place as a state. But that is usually quite high dimensional, and we don't want to deal with a high dimensionality because then the problem becomes extremely complex. So in order to actually analyze the system, we want to reduce the dimensionality of that system. So what we do is we impose constraints, and typically these constraints can be either in the form of like artificially imposed constraints, or we can identify analytically some natural constraints which we can call as conservation laws of the system. So it's very, very, very much akin to like the laws of motions in physics. There are some things that are just like naturally impossible to happen, and those apply to economic systems as well by design. So we can call that the constraint on the system. And once we apply those constraints, we can reduce the configuration space. And then we get this subset, which is of a smaller dimension compared to the general state space, which is the configuration space. So here, the XC is a configuration space, whereas the bigger X here is the general state space. Another one that I also want to motivate is how we can use any kind of economic game as an estimator. So usually, typically with estimation theory, we can apply estimation theory in order to get a sense of what agents are thinking. So previously, I talked about the fact that there's tons of uncertainty within the system because all of the agents are constantly making decisions based on their private beliefs, right? And that is the part where I talked about like the non-equilibrium notion of economic systems and how they're exposed to induction, which is done by the agents. So each one of these agents here actually has their own private belief of a certain piece of information. And let's consider, for example, that this piece of information is price, right? Say you are in an economic system, you have your own notion of how much you value or how much you would pay for a specific item. So that is price, and that is private to you because that's what you believe. It might not necessarily be reflected in the real system. And so each one of these agents has their own notion of how much they would pay for a certain object. So they have this private information, but that is not actually known to the system itself. So how do we get that information? So the way we get this information is that whenever an agent is placing an action on the system, whenever he performs an action on the system, then they're actually revealing their private information or their private belief of the price. So once they reveal that, we can actually take that as a signal because that is their true belief of what the price is. And we can take that as the signal and we can put it under an estimator, which is basically, it takes inputs of all of the private beliefs of all of the agents. And then the estimator would estimate like the system level price estimate, which is basically the combination or culmination of some form of all of the private beliefs of the agents. So that way we're actually able to get an estimate of what the price, like the true price of the system is. It's not actually the true price because the true price doesn't exist, but we can only make estimates of the price because the price is essentially a culmination of, or the price signal is a culmination of what every single agent in the system believes the price to be. So so now we're actually going to be applying these concepts to particular kind of bond called an impact bond. So the impact bond is essentially a bond, which is a debt instrument, but it's called an impact bond because it's typically applied to social impact investing applications. And an impact bond is also an outcome-dependent funding mechanism, meaning that the repayment to investors at the end of this bond, or like when you're cashing out the bond, is dependent on how successful the bond is. So in the context of the project, essentially we have a bond which consists of multiple social impact projects. These social impact projects essentially are time-bounded, and they will start at one point, and then after they end, the investors investing in that project will be paid out, depending upon how successful the bond is. So it is outcome-dependent funding, and this is something that we will explore further and see what kind of primitives we can apply from cryptoeconomics. So one of the things that we're applying from cryptoeconomics is that of bonding curves. So one thing to note here is when we're talking about bonding in here, to bond, it means to buy into the bonding curve, whereas here the bond actually meant bond as a debt instrument. So just be aware of that distinction when we're talking about this further. So here, to bond means to buy into the bonding curve. So basically, bonding curve is a mechanism to distribute tokens in a cryptoeconomic system, and the tokens can be issued or burned through buy and sell functions. So whenever you would buy or bond into the system or bond into the bonding curve, then you are buying reserve tokens. And if you are burning or selling, then you are essentially giving away your reserve tokens. So that's how this bonding curve works. But it does have a few shortcomings as it currently exists today. Some implementations have these shortcomings. So some of them actually, most of them today, have fixed a priori assumptions. So that makes all of these bonding curves static, meaning that once you execute the bond, you can't actually account for certain factors. So let's see how we apply bonding curves to impact bonds, social impact bonds. So let's talk a little bit more about the problem with current implementations of bonding curves, which is that because of the fixed a priori assumptions, which means, so when I start a bond, I would typically make certain assumptions about how the bond is going to behave and like what kind of reserve to supply ratio it's going to be and all such things, and I will fix them at the beginning. And once I fix that, then I will move on to execution. Now, during execution, it's typically not common practice to change anything. So the bonding curve is not able to account for any external factors. It's not able to incorporate risk. It's not able to incorporate any new information that is thrown at it during its live execution phase. So as a result of that, the tokens that are within the bonding curve get misallocated. And sometimes if there are too many external risks, then these risks also accumulate non-linearly because you have sometimes mechanisms that are compounding, like sometimes tokens within the reserve are used as collateral for other things. And so then you have this compounding non-linear effect of where the risk just accumulates. And if that happens too much, then the system will actually collapse. But it's not extremely common. What's more common is the token misallocation. And during these token misallocations, if they do get sufficiently misallocated, then the investors will not get a good return on their investment. So these are not very nice properties. And so we want to account for these properties by creating some sort of like a dynamic bonding curve that can account for risk during its execution. So we know that the success of an impact bond is highly dependent on the execution of the bond. And so the success of an impact bond is essentially going to be determined during the execution phase of the bond. So during the execution phase is when we can actually gain new information about the system because it is the longest phase. And we can also get external information, such as how much risk the project is going to face, or if there are some other external completely secondary factors which also affect the bond, then we are able to collect all of this information and dynamically change that success likelihood of the impact bond based on the information we get. So instead of setting the bond's likelihood of success as an a priori assumption, right, at the start of the bond, what we do is we continuously estimate the bond's likelihood of success based on what all of the agents think, based on what all the participants in the project think. So we're dynamically adjusting the bonding curve based on all of the internal and external inputs. And thus we get a risk-adjusted bonding curve, which is what we're going to be exploring further. So how do we engineer this outcome-dependent bonding mechanism, which is that of a risk-adjusted bonding curve, is what we're using as an instrument to deploy a outcome-dependent bonding mechanism. Cool. So the first thing we do in the engineering design process of this is establishing system boundary and interfaces. So the system is actually, if you consider any system, you can essentially go far out enough to the point where you're not able to collect enough information for a good enough guarantee of certainty in order to do analytical work in your system. So you need to establish a boundary such that it only encompasses the part of the system which you are extremely sure about and which will suffice for the purposes of your design. So we established this system boundary as considering mostly only one bond, which consists of multiple projects. We're not considering the bond portfolio, which is essentially, if I were an investor, I will invest in multiple impact bonds, and each of these impact bonds will have their own projects. But that level is not something we're considering, because then you have other external factors to also think about, which are typically in the meat space, it's in the real world, and we don't have reliable ways to measure it. So we established the system boundary to be considering only of one bond at the bond level. And then we also have to think about how to break down this the machine, which is consisting of the bond through all of its stages of pre-initialization to initialization, all the way to closeout. We have to figure out essentially how to represent it in a way that actually would help us simplify it and take it onto an engineering process. So typically you can use any number of tools or any number of representations. So for this one, we went with the finite state machine because it did seem to us that the bond had a lot of different states and these could be measured. It was finite, meaning that it didn't change with different implementations. It was typically following the same kind of pattern of having all of these 6 phases. And so we described it as a finite state machine. So let's see what a finite state machine is. So finite state machine basically consists of multiple states. You can describe a machine as having multiple states, and each state has its inputs, it has outputs, and it also has certain state transition events. So these state transition events are described here. And so basically, if I were in the pre-initialization phase and I wanted to move to the initialization phase, then I would need to satisfy the state transition condition, which is I would have to acquire a certain amount of funding. And once I do that, then I will move on to the initialization phase. So we have conditions, conditionally varying state transitions, as well as inputs and outputs to every single state. And sometimes we also have external inputs. So these are the ones that we will also consider in the next stages. Okay, then we move on to system requirements, because now we want to think about the entire system. And typically, I will tell you, if you're going through this process, you will not arrive at the system requirements right off the bat. You will only arrive at the system requirements after you do sufficient exploration of the system and you are able to detail other aspects of the system, which we'll talk about later. And then this is typically a highly iterative process. And oftentimes your system requirements just emerge out of you finding out about a certain facet of the system or a certain mechanism. So the system requirements that we finally came for this system is that the bonding curve state must be reflected. So essentially, we have these claims and disputes within our bonding curve, which is basically agents or participants in the bond saying that, hey, I will bet that this bond will be successful, and I will bet like 10 tokens on that. So they typically bond they typically bet if the bond will be successful or if it fail. And therein they have to reflect the state of the bonding curve. So that is the first system requirement. And then the second system requirement is that every single mechanism in the economic layer should incentivize agent behavior so that it achieves system goals. And the system goals, the ones that we define during the initial system requirement phase. And then the third one is that the agents have a constrained action space. And you will see a little bit more about why we have constrained action space. It's because of the fact that there are a lot of conflict of interest. So if I'm a certain type of agent, I don't want to be involved in activities that will essentially conflict the interest of the system goal. So we'll see that a little bit further. Now we define the roles and agents. So the roles are essentially these gray boxes, and there are several roles here, as you can see. The reason why we actually defined agent classes as well is because we wanted to simplify this just down to the very, very necessary components of what is required. So roles are several because these roles are essentially exactly a replica of what exists within the system, the participants that exist within the system. However, certain participants essentially just perform the similar kind of action. So we have grouped them based on their actions. So there is only one kind of agent within the system that can perform trading of tokens. So that is the investment agent. And then there are these agents, service agent, bond issuer, project owner, outcomes fair, as well as the investment agent who issue claims and disputes. And those are basically the ones that I was talking about earlier, where they are issuing or they are betting that the project will succeed or fail. So those are the claims and dispute issuers. And then there's the outcomes payer, who does the final disbursement of funds once the project is complete. And then there's also evaluators, which evaluate these claims, and they say if it's valid, and they resolve those claims and resolve disputes as well. So the evaluators are very essential in maintaining and reflecting the state of the bonding curve, which was our first system requirement, if you remember. And then we have operational requirements. So these operational requirements are based a lot on the roles and the agents that we define. So let's take a look at it. So operational requirements are basically a way to constrain your action space so that it's a smaller set of things that an agent can do compared to all of the possible actions that it can take. We establish these operational requirements so that we establish a notion for all of the permissible actions that a particular agent can take. So for example, we have traders which can only bond or burn tokens. As a result of that, since they are actively involved in trading, they cannot evaluate, audit, or resolve claims, because if they do that, then they will essentially be self-serving. And if they are self-serving, then it can lead to us not being able to achieve the system goals. So likewise, the people that submit claims and disputes should also not be able to simultaneously evaluate, audit, or resolve their own claims and disputes, because then they will be also resolving the disputes or claims that they submitted by themselves. So you don't want those kinds of conflicts of interest to arise. So that's why we impose operational requirements. And the nice thing about this is that it also minimizes the action space. So given an agent class, we can essentially establish a sort of legality or permission system for what actions a given agent class can take. So then we get the action space, which is what is defined in the second column right here. Okay, now we talk about the mechanisms. So the mechanisms are essentially, if I were to give a broad definition for it, it's the economic design patterns that will help the system achieve its system goals. So the first mechanism that we have here is the bond to mint mechanism. So when an agent is bonding, that means they are transferring a quantity of the reserve tokens or the bond tokens, which are transferred into the bonding curve. So it's a good thing. So these tokens are basically converted from fiat or stablecoin or DAI or any other external currency or external token, and then they are converted into bond tokens and put into the reserve of the bonding curve. And then we have the burn to withdraw, which is when impact tokens or essentially fiat currency or stablecoin is removed from the bonding curve. So it actually loses out on the amount of reserve tokens that are within the bonding curve. And then we have attestations, which is when the agents will essentially bet that the bond will succeed or fail depending upon their belief of the bond's high likelihood of success. And so based on the mechanisms, we can define functional requirements. So if you see that there are actually some patterns occurring here, when we had roles and agents, we are able to define operational requirements out of the roles and agents. And now when we have mechanisms, we can define functional requirements over the mechanisms, because mechanisms perform the function of the system. And operational requirements are related to roles. So now for these functional requirements, the first functional requirement we asked is that the system must be robust enough to account for catastrophic risks that occur in the extremes of the curve. So in the bonding curve, we have the left extreme as well as the right extreme, which is when a lot of essentially compounding effects can happen, and that often results in systemic collapse. But we have to make certain guarantees such that those do not occur. So we have to require that the system is robust. And then we also have the basic functionality needs to be also a requirement, which is to insert or remove tokens. So we have to design a system that actually bonds and burns when the that actually performs the bond and burn action properly. So whenever a bond action is performed, it should insert tokens into the bonding curve. And when a burn action is performed, it should remove tokens from the bonding curve. So that's a basic functionality of the system. That's why it's a functional requirement. Anyway, then we have the third requirement, which is something that we considered because of the fact that humans are interacting with the system. So investors and all of the other agents are also going to be humans. So humans have this tendency to think, or it's a bias, that if there's no activity for a long time in any given system, then we think that the system is slowly starting to die. But we don't want that to happen within the system, because that's a temporal consideration, which we can think about perhaps in a later iteration. But for the sake of analytically going about this, we want to guarantee that the lack of activity within this bond does not imply degradation. So, for example, if no one trades for a given amount of time, like say for a long time, such as a month or something, then it should not imply that the bond's likelihood of success goes down. Okay, then we have this notion of conservation functions. Earlier, I was talking about the laws of motion of economics, right? So this is what we mean by conservation functions. So conservation functions are essentially where we identify certain properties that are invariant within the system, or certain parameters that are invariant within the system, and then we impose a function over it so that we can make the state space smaller and turn it into a configuration space of a much smaller dimension. So whenever you take any conservation functions, so for example, here, what we have set is that the price at the start of the system, the ratio between the reserve and supply at the start of the system is going to be conserved throughout the execution of the system as well. And that is our conservation function. And when we apply this conservation function over a generalized state space, then it becomes a much smaller dimension configuration space. So we arrive at our configuration space. And then it becomes a lot easier to tackle as well. And then we also see an application of the economic games as estimators for this, which is that the game itself, the economic game that all of the agents are playing in order to participate in the bond, either to bond or burn tokens, such as do trading, or if they are attesting that a project will fail or pass, it is all a game, and it can be considered that all of these agents are actually just performing actions, which are actions within a game. And once they do perform an action, then it is a signal that we obtain, which we can put into our estimator, and then obtain an estimate of their private beliefs. So let's go through this again, where each agent here has a private belief of their likelihood of has a private belief of alpha, and alpha is their belief of the likelihood that the project will succeed or the bond will succeed. And so say this agent 1 thinks that the bond has a very high likelihood of succeeding, then the fact when they attest that the project will succeed, or they bet that the project will succeed into the system, then they're revealing their belief that they think that it will succeed with a 90% chance of success. And that information we can extract as a signal for our estimator. And then when we put this signal into the estimator along with the other signals that we have received from other agents' actions, then we are able to obtain essentially a culmination of all of these signals that we've gotten from different agents, and then we can estimate our system alpha. Because truly, the system alpha doesn't actually exist until you make of it what it is. So what we made it to be is a culmination of the private beliefs of all of the different agents. Right, so whenever an agent makes an action, then they reveal their private belief of alpha, and as a result, we can take that all as signals, and signals are actually true. It's actually considered truer data, and then once we obtain the signal, then we are able to make an estimate, which is not exactly true data, but it is an estimate because there is no true data. Okay, so in this entire presentation, what we've just talked about is how to apply certain conceptual elements of complexity theory, complex systems, and as well as certain newer concepts such as configuration spaces, as well as economic games being estimators, which are both papers written by Sargam and Parekh, which are both giving talks in today's session or tomorrow's session. And these concepts, when applied to impact bonds, social impact bonds, are extremely powerful in determining as well as designing a system which is composed of outcome-dependent funding mechanisms. So outcome-dependent funding mechanisms are so applicable here is because of the fact that the likelihood of success of a bond is essentially so highly dependent on the signals that a bond receives during its execution phase, which is why the estimators really applies here. And configuration spaces also help us really decrease the dimensionality of the system, thereby simplifying our problem in a much greater extent. Because if you had seen our diagrams when we first explored this problem, the fact that this is such a socially rooted problem space makes it extremely hard to get reliable information and make computations out of those, right? And we are actually going to be throwing this into a simulation after performing all of this analysis, and then after building a mathematical model, we are going to be throwing this into a simulation. And when we want to simulate this, we don't want to be simulating it using things that involve a high degree of uncertainty. So in order to decrease that, and in order to make our simulation as realistic, as accurate to reality as possible, we want to decrease our state space to a much smaller configuration space. And we also want to obtain estimates for things such as price, for things such as alpha, which is the likelihood of success of a bond, so that we are able to get their values, because their values don't exist until you compute them from the private beliefs of what the agents participating in the system think of them to be. Okay, and if you would like to see any much more of this work, then we have it all at BlockScience/Interchain Foundation on GitHub. And so definitely do check it out. We're continuously going to be posting. We just posted our first phase, which is a phase 1. And in the future, we'll be posting phase 2 involving all of the simulations, and phase 3 as well, which is all of the experiments that we're going to do on the system. Yeah, so thank you, and stay virtual.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Fruti, for this awesome talk. If you have questions, just now reach out and let us know in the chat or in the Discord chat. Post your question here. Do we have anybody who wants to raise a question in the channel here? Okay, no one at the moment. I can't wait to raise a question. Then I just go ahead. Fruti, I have a question regarding the boundaries of the system. So you said, okay, the unfortunate thing with most of the bonding curves is that they are static. Let's include information to update it and don't have this static system. Now I'm wondering, okay, you mentioned that you limit the space of actions for agents, for example, with implementing a betting system. But could it be also something else, an external source like an oracle?
Right, yeah, actually we do have an oracle that initially obtains a value of alpha. So before the system is initialized, we set the value of the success of the bond using a pre-initialized alpha. And usually that alpha is obtained from an oracle, which takes into consideration inputs such as, oh, what kind of a sector is this bond coming from? Is it something such as epidemics, which has a high degree of applicability, so it has a high degree of obtaining funding and high degree of success, and things of that sort. So we do have an oracle before the system initializes that gives us a value of alpha to start with. And once the system starts, we will be updating the value of alpha depending upon how the agents within the system bet on its success.
Okay, and then the Oracle data is going to be removed or not updated anymore, or how do you deal with that?
We will have a portion of alpha be updating based on the Oracle data, but we're not considering that for this stage of the system because of the fact that the function which the Oracle is dependent on is extremely complex and depends on several external factors, which we won't be able to obtain information for when we're simulating. So for that reason, we will be considering it only as some sort of like a small randomized thing that will influence alpha when the project is doing execution.
Okay, and then how to set the boundaries of the system. So I would assume that, okay, you have definitely the Oracle is an external system, but at the same time, we have many examples today where you have this, tight interconnectedness between the systems. So I feel that setting the boundaries of the system can be a tricky thing.
Yeah, it's certainly tricky because of the fact that we have to consider whether we want to set. I mean, there's two ways in which to set system boundaries. Like one is spatially, which is what we've shown here, but we also have to set like temporal boundaries, which is where like it gets more complicated because temporal boundaries basically mean they convey dependencies, right? The system is going to be dependent on the external alpha oracle, right? And that link actually conveys the dependency, but we're not considering in this one because of the fact that the external alpha oracle is depends on an extremely complex function. So it does convey those dependencies, but for the sake of simplicity, we have not essentially considered that. But I would say that when other engineers are going about this problem, definitely consider where the highest degrees of dependencies lie, and if at all it's possible to include or incorporate the stages of the system where there's a high degree of dependency, then definitely do so, given the bounds of how much complexity it adds to your design problem.
Okay. I didn't notice exactly, but is this code and simulations, are they open sourced?
Yes, actually, we can go through. So we have written all of the mathematical modeling stuff so far, and it's all up here. So we have 3 chapters here. Wait, are you able to see my screen still?
Yes, we are.
Okay, amazing. So we have 3 chapters where we have defined ecosystem roles, which is all the roles and the agents, and then we have defined the phases as a finite state machine, and then we have also defined the engineering requirements. And this is the meat of the document. So a lot of the engineering process is demonstrated here. So we have the system boundary, we have described the system requirements, described also the state space of the system, which is essentially all of the state variables that will change continually during the execution phase. We have defined a bunch of terms that we use, such as reserve, supply, alpha, which pop up a lot within the project, as well as in traditional bonding curves, and establish initialization conditions for the system, as well as closeout conditions, and and then describe the mechanisms more mathematically. So you can find it all here, and soon we will also be pushing out our phase 2, which will include a lot of derivations around how we will arrive at a few more conservation functions. We want to also implement a conservation function around the total payout that's going to be made towards the end of the project, the fact that that is actually a conserved quantity as well. So we want to express that also as a conservation function. So there are the derivations according to associated with all of those will be posted soon in this same repo as well.
Brilliant.
So yeah, I've included this repo here. Yeah, so if you would like to take a look at it, it's here.
Okay, perfect, brilliant. And we have a question in the chat. So Phil is asking, can external prediction markets be used as oracles for estimators?
Yes, definitely. So if you would like to plug in your oracle prior to the start of the system, then you can definitely also use an external prediction market. But if you add it during the execution phase, like if you plug in your external prediction market signal and channel it directly to the execution phase, then that might add a little bit of complexity, which will influence essentially your alpha update, because right now the alpha update is solely based on what the participants are think of as being the alpha. So yeah, so that all of the derivations associated with alpha will change if you incorporate an external oracle or an external prediction market directly to the execution phase. But if you incorporate it at the initialization phase or pre-initialization phase to feed into the starting alpha or the initial alpha, then you should be good.
Okay. Good. Any more questions? Let us know in the chat. We have a couple of minutes left. Okay, maybe if there isn't any other question, I would love to know, so you're working on this project with Interchain Foundation. Can you give us a picture of the team and the different roles or backgrounds who are working on this modeling project?
Yeah, so we're essentially forming an interface between block science and Interchain Foundation. I work with the block science team of, so it's myself, Matt Barlin, who's our systems engineer, as well as Michael Zargam, who's our systems architect, and Nick Haranet, as well as, yeah, and we have a few folks like Gal and Harry who are helping out on the business requirements side. So the engineering team is essentially myself, Matt, and Michael. Mm-hmm. And then we have our interface with Interchain Foundation, who is Billy Rennekamp from ICF. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that forms the team. And we also actually work with very closely actually with IXO. And mm-hmm. IXO is the use case that we're like rooting this under. So the impact bonds, the social impact bonds, is something that IXO is developing. And within IXO, there's this person called Sean, who we have a lot of, I think it's actually giving a talk next. So
I think, yeah, I'll take a look at the schedule. Sean is definitely on our list. Yeah, it's he's going to talk at 5. Next is the talk of Sherman, and then Sean is introducing IXO. So it's a perfect sequence and addition to your talk.
Yeah, he's going to be diving deep into the actual use case of impact bonds and how risk-adjusted impact bonds are applicable. Mm-hmm. So yeah, his talk should be very interesting as well.
Cool. So many thanks. We will definitely share the links to the Gitcoin repository, and happy to see the next round of your work published. Thanks a lot for being here, and talk to you soon.
You too. Thank you for hosting, and everyone have a great time and stay safe.
Stay safe. Bye.
All right. Cheers. Bye.
Okay. For everyone who is going to stay, there will be a 10 minutes break in our schedule. So I think you can see it, everyone. We have our next talk 4:10, Sherman Forschungsgear, purpose-driven tokens, and then, as mentioned, John Conway from IXO talking about impact bonds. And we have a program until 8 or past 8 tonight with additional talks on cryptoeconomics. So I'll be happy if you stay here. As mentioned, you can join the chat. You can raise questions whenever you want. You can post your questions in the chat, actually, and watch the talks via YouTube. And there is a Hangout space, which you can find in the chat's pinned messages, portalinterspace.chat/cryptoeconomics-hangout, where you can discuss the topics beyond the talk's time. So feel free to, meet with people and continue the discussion as well. Now, during the break, the YouTube stream will be interrupted, but we can stay in the interspace space. And there are, I think, a couple of people here, and I would love to hear who's here and where do you come from and what brought you here. So just, well, unmute your mic and let us know who you are. I'd be super eager to learn more about our audience here. I think I've seen Grace. Hi, Grace.
Hi, how are you? Yeah.
And how are you?
I'm in Slovenia. I'm doing well.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, actually, about this talk specifically, like all this stuff is very theoretical, you know, and it seems, and I feel like there's a level that we're talking about it as if it's already been tried.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like when she's talking, she's like, okay, you fix this and you fix that. And it was the same with the other one about the bonding curves that was earlier today. It just sounds like these are mostly studies as far as I understand, but yet people are talking about them as if this is, you know, somehow clearly going to work. And I'm a little bit concerned about it, particularly when it comes to this type of thing, right? Things that have to do with trying to create better social behaviors rather than maximizing for profit. So, I mean, it's very interesting, but I feel like, yeah, we could talk about it a little bit more like we're trying this out rather than, oh, this is going to happen. So, yeah.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, actually, Grace. I don't know if Jacob is still online. Maybe you want to, well, react on that. Or also, yeah.
Of course,
cool.
I can. Well, I think it's absolutely right that these are, to a large degree, theoretical contributions, and to a large degree, we're not 100% certain on every outcome. Of course, we're not. But what has been presented in the last two talks, I would say, is a very important function of research, of providing and proposing different theoretical constructs where we can make certain predictions about what it is that it is and how it can function, especially when we're describing something in mathematical language. If this is something that will be applied in a practical use case very eloquently in the future and help us coordinate social behavior in a better way, we're not 100% that this is the case. At least I'm not. Maybe Chris or Shruti will have something else to say, but to me, this is one of the tools that we can use and that we want to explore and that we have to build the theoretical foundations for if we are to use it in the future. It doesn't mean that this is the best tool or that this will work under all circumstances or that this will be the next practical iteration of what we have right now. Is my answer, I would say.
So I think, Grace, you actually hit the nail on the head when you mentioned that this is not we can't use theory alone to express something that will definitely happen in the future. So we can't use theory to predict, right? And that's essentially the exact same problem that we're grappling with as well while we're trying to design these tools and methods essentially for trying to make sense of cryptoeconomic systems and the potential outcomes that they will create. So when we are employing these tools and employing these theoretical frameworks, we never actually predict a certain outcome. We only attempt at getting there, or we only attempt at getting a deeper understanding of these systems using these theoretical constructs so that once we're done, we're able to make some sort of advices on the best mechanism to use in order to achieve certain goals, right? Because if you think what other tools we have at our disposal in traditional economics or without simulations, right? There are only analytical tools, but analytical tools at the moment are highly limited in that they do not account for a lot of human-like behaviors, as well as they don't account for the interconnections within the system, right? So they don't always present you with predictions or results that will definitely happen. So another way to go about this is by using simulations and plenty of analysis as well prior to deploying simulations to arrive at certain directional mechanisms or directions at which we can take a stab at designing the mechanism. So it will give us directions, it will give us advice, but it will not give predictions about the future.
Yeah, and maybe if you let me add something to this as well. So you can think of us as being system architects, right? So if you would like to build infrastructure, for example, a bridge or a building, you would also want to design it before you start building, and you cannot account for the environment. So you don't know what happens to the building, how people will interact, what let's say weather conditions would be, and so on and so on. But you always can try to your best knowledge build this thing in that way that it reduces the risk of falling apart. So this would be our role then, being system architects, system designers, and not, let's say, predictors of what will happen, but yeah, mitigating the risk. So this would be my take on it.
My other question would be about the accessibility of these kinds of systems. And what do I mean by that? So I'm just going to take like a social problem, like an example of a social problem where we would want to look at some activity, right? So we know what example I'm going to take. So in this example, some people might be interested in knowing, for example, if you adjust, and this would have to do with, right, I as a society or as a community, right, if you have to adjust for the implications, right? So like if we're going to have a very strict policy, in order to restrict the spreading of a disease, that's going to have a certain implication on people's mental health a little bit down the road. How far down the road? It's going to depend on our particular society, and then each society has a different capacity to handle hospitals versus a different capacity to handle mental health issues. And then like the society, I would feel like I would want, and then there's economic issues, et cetera, but I would want as a citizen or even as a community to be able to look at have some way that I could dial these levers and say, okay, well, this will probably be the implication if we do it this way. This many people are going to die faster, but we'll have fewer suicides because people won't have as many health issues, or less violence because people won't go back, go crazy. And, and in this society, people have more guns than in that society. Like I would want to have, like, as a non-mathematical person, some kinds of dashboards that would help me make policies better, either as a governor or as a society. Do you see these things evolving in a way that would allow people to, non-geeks like us to manipulate this information and understand it and play with it in these kinds of ways?
Yeah, actually, a lot of these simulations are used in economic policy design, as well as climatology, as well as just political policy design, right? And epidemics as well is a big application for agent-based simulations. So you can either take a look at a lot of open source libraries, as well as there are web-based simulators as well that will help you write very, very, very simple code that will result in a simulation where you can actually test and try out different policies. You can change up the parameters to see if any of your levers will help give you certain types of desirable outcomes, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, I can send you a couple links, but right off the bat, I would recommend like NetLogo Web Simulator is there, as well as I typically use Python's Mesa, which is a library, but it does require some sort of coding background. But if you're a beginner to this and you would like to take a stab at developing simulations, or if you want to use it for studying certain different kinds of systems, not essentially cryptoeconomics or even cryptoeconomics, you can look into web-based simulators such as NetLogo. As for cryptoeconomics, we are going towards building sort of like a modular system where essentially users can plug and play certain types of policies in order to generate or see what kind of outcomes it will create in the economy. So we are like working on developing that. I'm doing that personally, but it's all private right now. So yeah, I haven't shared it yet, but yeah, I would encourage you to look at, there are a few open source libraries as well as web-based simulators. And there is another much simpler simulation that I have on my personal GitHub, where I'm simulating like an organizational economy. And that is pretty well commented, as well as the policies and the mechanisms that I have written in code are quite easy to understand. So if you would like to look at that, it's pretty, it looks like English, like even though it's code. So you can take a look at that as well.
Awesome. Thanks, Shruti. If you can just send us the links or post it into the chat, happy to share them. I think this is interesting for many people. Thanks for this conversation. Feel free to continue it at the interspace chat Cryptoeconomics -Hangout. I posted the link to the chat. So this is open for everyone to continue the discussion. And now it's time for our next talk. It's Sherman who is going to introduce purpose-driven tokens. Thanks, Rudy. Hi, hi, Sherman.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
I'm good. Speaking from Berlin?
I am in Berlin, yes.
Okay, cool.
I'm here in home quarantine.
Still.
Yeah. But we're all very close. It's quite exciting to be conducting this conference online. I'm very happy we could do that. We pivoted from EdCon to non-con, and then from non-con face-to-face to non-con online. So I'm happy that worked out.
Yeah.
All right. So we have 40 minutes. Is that correct?
All right. Correct. 40 minutes to go for your talk, including question and answers. So for everyone, drop your messages and questions to the chat or raise them directly here.
Yeah. So I would try to keep it shorter than 40 minutes so we can have a Q&A session at the end.
Brilliant.
Is what I would try to do. So very exciting to be here, and so much has been said already in the talks leading up to mine now. I would like to take one step back from what like the level of detail that Chris and Shruti have been taking on specific mechanisms that we can use to steer complex systems. One step back and describe kind of the state of our token economy and focus on kind of one type of token that I'd like to refer to as purpose-driven token. I would also like to maybe I liked what Vinay said in the very beginning, the issues that he addressed around the state of the crypto economy and why it's not more widely adopted after so much time. I think the problem definition that he addressed is completely correct. I don't think that the only issue that we have is having bad actors who act in bad faith. I do agree that we need more accountability, but I think one of the greatest challenges is that we still have too little knowledge around what a token is, what we can do with tokens, like the kind of modeling space that we have. Like we can basically do anything with a token. And we have too little knowledge around what I do with a token and how I can achieve my goal. And I would like to shed some light on that and focus on purpose-driven tokens in my talk. Now I will try to share my screen. I hope that works.
Bottom left, there is
Yeah.
the time symbol.
I know we tried, the application window didn't work before, so I'm going to do a full screen. Wait a second. Can you see my full screen?
Yes. Is there?
Perfect. On. Right. Wait a second. I'm like all over the place. All right. All right. So purpose-driven tokens. Yeah. Looking at the state of the token economy. I think we're in a very, very, very similar stage. If you think of tokens as the killer application of the Web3 and the backbone of the Web3 being blockchain networks and other distributed ledgers, we're at a very similar stage then, like early 1990s, when actually we had the first visual websites, and we had to figure out what we can meaningfully do with a website. And I don't think we're too far into the process of understanding what different types of token systems we can actually create. And so, as I said, I would like to dedicate the time today to talk about the different type of token systems we could create. To simplify, super simplify in a first step, we could distinguish between complex token systems and simple token systems. Now, simple and complex, these two words come, you have to see that in the context of complex systems research. Simple in the context of complex systems research is any system that is not a complex system. That doesn't mean that these systems are super, they do have certain levels of complexity, but it's nowhere near the level of complexity and the dynamics that you would find in complex systems. In the context of tokens, we can think of simple token systems. Examples would be asset tokens, access right tokens, any type of identity token. These are things, kind of business models, governance models, things that we already know, economic, socioeconomic activities that we're already doing today, whether analog or digitized. We have processes, they have been stress tested. We have regulation around assets, securities, access rights, etc., access right management, identity systems. And what we can do now with in this Web3, we can tokenize all these things, and that might bring more efficiency to those systems. And the act of tokenization is predominantly a question of what I would like to refer to as legal engineering, the intersection of computer science and the law to try to make these kind of to aid tokenize it. This is the computer science aspect, and create the infrastructure, but on the other hand also do this in a legally compliant way. These are things we understand. It will take some time. It's complex enough, but it's something we understand. The dynamics are controllable to a certain extent. On the other hand, we have complex token systems, and these complex token systems are steered by purpose-driven tokens. Before we go into purpose-driven tokens, just to conclude, because we won't deep dive on the simple token. So what are these assets, access rights, identity tokens that we can create? Really, they're not mutually exclusive. We have an intersection of them, but basically an asset token could be anything from a kilowatt hour of energy, fiat currencies, commodities, promises of a product, etc., downloads of a song. We can tokenize this, but also access rights such as software licenses or streaming of a song. But we can also tokenize any type of identity-based systems like identifications and certifications that are the basis of voting rights, memberships, voting rights connected to a share of a company, insurance policies, etc. We will not deep dive into that. Suffice to say, I would say that I personally believe that these simple token systems that we can see in this slide, they're like kind of the gateway drug to the full tokenized economy. These are things we understand easily, and it's maybe comparable to SAP in the 90s. It doesn't change the business processes so as much as it makes it more efficient in the back end of operations. Now, on the other hand, we have complex systems or complex token systems that are steered purpose-driven token. And I would say the first purpose-driven token was, in fact, Bitcoin. And it enabled us to create decentralized autonomous organizations. I don't have to deep dive, I guess, into the concept of DAOs, but I think what we often forget is that while Bitcoin is kind of the chicken and the egg, right? wanted to create peer-to-peer electronic cash, but in order to achieve this, we needed a kind of incentive mechanism to steer untrusted actors in the network. We tied this incentive mechanism to the creation rules of the token. So as such, the Bitcoin token is a purpose-driven token. And the purpose is to enable a peer-to-peer, collectively maintained peer-to-peer payment network. Now, one step back again, if we think of like this blockchain protocol, blockchain networks that provide the basis for example, the Bitcoin system, we have different metaphors. So one metaphor is a distributed ledger. That describes kind of the fact that we can collectively manage tokens. Another metaphor is DAO. It describes the organizational structure of what we're doing. And then we call the also blockchains are referred to as universal state machines because the purpose ultimately is to provide a universal state. But in order to kind of achieve this purpose, I need an incentive mechanism. And this, as I said before, is tied to the governance rules of the token, and it allows us to steer, automatically steer. Once defined, network actors can be steered according to these rules. These purpose-driven tokens, A, incentivize individual behavior, B, towards a collective instance of intermediaries. And the purpose can be a universal state. But I think the most intriguing part of proof of work, we tend to focus on proof of work and alternatives to proof of work to create universal states. But I think what Bitcoin and proof of work has also inspired us to maybe think one step beyond of different other purposes that we could achieve if we create the kind of mechanisms to collectively achieve kind of collective goal in the absence of intermediaries. And this purpose or collective goal could be, for example, a decentralized social network, such as Steemit, and we'll look at this a bit later. It could be the collective curation of a list, for example, best movies, or a list of many other things. Now, these lists can be more subjective or more objective, and depending on what the purpose of kind of the collective purpose of what I want to collectively maintain or achieve is, the mechanism behind that purpose needs to be different. Another goal could be the reduction of CO2, because this would provide better air quality. We could create mechanisms that incentivize collective action towards CO2 emission reduction. However, all these goals or purposes need different mechanisms. Now, if we look at the history of proof of work upon which Bitcoin was created, this didn't kind of come out of thin air, right? There were decades of research in different academic fields that led up to the creation of Bitcoin proof of works protocol. And a lot of time and effort and academic rigor was invested into coming up with such a resilient mechanism. As I said, decades of research in peer-to-peer networks, in cryptography, in game theory, mechanism design, and all of which ultimately, in various iteration phases leading up to a point, led to proof of work. Now, one of the reasons I think that this tokenized economy is failing every time that we try to create some complex systems is that we don't invest the same amount of academic rigor that we invested when, or the kind of creators of Bitcoin, or the people who conceptualize the ideas of Bitcoin invested in creating the system. For example, if we look at decentralized social networks like Steemit. But before we get to the details of this lack of rigor, another thing, we talk about decentralization, and this is I would like to propose an alternative word to decentralization, because ultimately, it's misleading because a blockchain network is not decentralized. Apart from the fact that the power structures are not as decentralized as maybe one would like, or many people would like, while it is to a certain extent physically and decentralized, and also geographically decentralized, independent of the level of decentralization, it's always highly decentralized code. So I think that decentralization is very misleading. And if we think of like purpose-driven tokens trying to achieve a collective goal, it's about collective value creation. And this is much more maybe powerful as a word than collective value creation, than decentralization. Okay, but back to the storyline. So DAOs, and the first DAO, as I said, was Bitcoin, can be seen as a tech-enabled or tech-driven public good. So as opposed to our current economic system that incentivizes individual value creation predominantly, mostly in the form of private goods. And some of you might know this graphic here. Elinor Ostrom was the researcher, one of the researchers who investigated the theory of public goods and common goods, and tried to create a framework for goods that are not predominantly privately produced and rivalrous and excludable. Because if we look at our current economic systems, most of the goods we produce today are private goods, and they're excludable and they're rivalrous. We do have a certain amount of public goods. Usually they're provided and produced by institutions on a national or regional level, sometimes by private institutions. Especially in the last 30 years, a lot of these public goods were privatized, but traditionally they used to be healthcare systems, railroads, I don't know, education systems, etc., to be public goods or are public goods, and they're maintained or governed by institutions and paid for through taxpayers' money. Then we have the commons, which are also a sort of public goods. This is like common natural resources that we share, and that are that can be more or less rivalrous depending on how much depletion they have seen. And then we have the concept of club goods, which have some artificial limitations. A good that could be non-rivalrous, you decide to give it some digital rights management, like any kind of Netflix membership or satellite TV. Before Netflix, we had satellite TV. It would be something, would be a club good. In theory, anyone, it doesn't cost you anything to broadcast it to everyone, but you want to limit it only to the members of that club. So in the context of blockchain networks, we have something very interesting happening, because we have, for the first time, or correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I missed something, but I feel that proof of work and Bitcoin have enabled us to currently create and maintain a public good in the absence of intermediaries, while having. This is a very powerful revolution, and I think this is something that is too little talked about, and there is more we can learn from this certain type of collective value creation while incentivizing the individual for their actions towards this collective goal. Now, I think the mechanisms, resilient mechanisms that have been developed, the most resilient mechanism is probably proof of work and variations thereof, proof of stake, and then the rest is still quite in an experimental stage for creating a universal state layer for some kind of peer-to-peer value transfer, computing, etc. But we can, as I said, use this concept and try to create, for example, decentralized or publicly maintained social media networks to juxtapose the systems that we have today that are maintained by centralized institutions like private institutions like Facebook, Twitter, and the private owners of the companies that operate the social media networks that we have today. Steemit is a very interesting use case because it has been up and online and operational since 4 years, and it has a user base. Unfortunately, the token design is a very good. It's a good use case for how mechanism design goes wrong, because the purpose, the design of the tokens, unfortunately, does not is not attack resistant, and the assumptions upon which the design assumptions seem to have been wrong, and this is what we see. One of the design assumptions, apart from the fact that Steemit was obviously conceptualized at a very, very early stage, that was even before, or more or less roughly at the same time when Ethereum went online. They have a very complex token design and 3 different token types, simply because back then it was innovative at its time. It has its own stable token and its own blockchain infrastructure. This would not be possible, and we're seeing newer social media networks, decentralized social media networks, very often don't operate their own blockchain infrastructure. But apart from the complexities of having the 3 different token types, the most important token in that Steemit ecosystem is the reputation token, Steem Power. And the reputation token has been designed upon design assumptions that upon design assumptions that are very in economics new kind of neoclassical economics, and kind of it assumes the rational behavior of economic actors and perfect selfishness, and which in economics, other schools of economics have proven that is not always perfectly true. It's one type of behavior amongst a set of different behaviors. So the mechanism of Steemit is based on partially false assumptions, and the design of the properties is, as a result, also doesn't meet the ends, because the reputation token is transferable. It's not tied to your identity, which you can buy reputation and sell reputation. It seems that in order to have a good reputation system in a social network, you would need to tie this to the identity of the person. We can't go into the details of how to properly design a social media token with a resilient mechanism design, and not only because we don't have the time, but because we have this is an area of applied research that needs much more rigorous work. And unfortunately, for what it's worth, Steemit seems to be, they had a very good idea and they put a lot of effort in it, but we will see whether they will be successful, apart from the fact that they recently had a hostile takeover. I think they have really fundamental design flaws in their economic system. Another collectively maintaining a public infrastructure could be the concept, for example, concepts of token curated registries. We don't see too many applications out there yet, some, but basically it's about collectively maintaining a list, curation of a list of something, or it could be a list or a we cannot deep dive into that, but if you're interested in token curated registries, there is quite a lot online. For those who have my book, there is a whole chapter on TCRs in my book. But we will need much more research on token curated registries and applied research, and also some modeling, what Chris and Shruti have been talking about before. We are research, we have the means to model these things and simulate these economies or these mechanisms that we want to, and test them before we deploy them. So basic attention token, don't want to go into detail. Unfortunately, it's not really. It could be a purpose-driven token, but to steer an autonomous network of actors. It does have a purpose. It's used for the advertising industry. It's a very interesting use case, but I fear that the economics behind the token might be flawed because it's steered by a centralized system, which is basically the company that gave out the tokens in an initial token sale. So while the idea is great, and they are doing a fantastic job with the browser and everything, we will see whether the design assumptions of their tokens will be resilient in the long term. The token is more an asset-backed token pegged to our current economic system than kind of a proof of attention token that is minted upon behavior. I would like to conclude in the use cases with what we've been trying to build in Vienna was the Kultur token, which was a kind of a proof of concept for how a city could use tokenized incentive to create a collectible. And this proof of concept was basically about incentivizing CO2 emission reduction and rewarding the tokens that you could then use for cultural activities for the city. We started designing the system a year and a half ago, and together with the City of Vienna. The City of Vienna is kind of the project lead, and they've been operating this, but the universities and we and other institutions were part of this. And the design process of conceptualizing a CO2 token that could be rewarded with cultural activities took us 1.5 years. And beginning of January, we launched a limited test use case with a kind of a closed beta. And unfortunately, because of current events, COVID, this project stopped. One is that this design process of how we could create this purpose-driven token, and the purpose of the token is CO2 emission reduction. It took many researchers of various academic fields to sit together. We had lawyers, kind of behavioral economists, environmental scientists, etc., the City of Vienna and the institutions, all come together in an iteration of meetings, conceptualize this system, bring it, technically implement it. What we wanted to do now was test this system and then start fine-tuning the system from this kind of test use case. Unfortunately, it's on hold, on ice until September. We'll then see, hopefully after our current events, so it's hard to foresee what will happen. Okay, to conclude, the last few slides. The Web3 with these blockchain networks enables us, the blockchain networks themselves are systems in specific complex socioeconomic systems that are adaptive networks that are multi-scale in time and space. And these are, as Chris already said in the beginning a few talks ago, complex economic systems that come with a real-time data set of what is happening in that economy. But not only on the protocol layer of the blockchain systems themselves, but also on the application layer of the applications that use the blockchain or a blockchain network as the backbone for settling transactions. So whatever token, independent of which token economy we build, these tokenized economies come with a real-time or almost real-time data set of what is happening in that economy, which means that Okay, I'm showing the wrong thing. Yeah, which means that we can steer these economies in much more also real time than the current economic systems that we're steering. So we have, as Chris already said, we have the microeconomic kind of agent level behavior. We have the system level behavior, where we build the macroeconomic models, and in the middle, on this mesoeconomic kind of the measurements of the policy goals, and then the policy implementation results from kind of a human decision-making process that feedbacks into the agent level behavior. Now we can have automated kind of the mechanism. The mechanism design automates part of this feedback loop. In the case of Bitcoin, it would be the difficult controller, but every now and then we need to upgrade the system. We need to change the protocol rules, and when we do that, this feedback loop and the policy goal setting will be a off-chain human process of policy goal setting and then implementation. And so I think this area of research is also very, very important in the years to come. Now, as I said, in order to design a resilient mechanism design, we need to make sure we know, whether the assumptions made are correct, because a resilient mechanism design depends on the resilience of the assumptions made on how network actors react to economic incentives. And how network actors or people react to incentives has been a field of study of economics for a long time. So the relevant fields of knowledge to design tokenized ecosystems is economics, and economics is not a monolithic field. We have neoclassical economics, macroeconomics, but we also have a growing body of heterodox economics like behavioral economics, behavioral finance, behavioral game theory, institutional economics, complexity economics, etc. So there are many tools that we can take from these fields of study and knowledge. In engineering, there is a lot also we can take and learn from engineering beyond computer science, from cyber-physical systems to electric engineering, to robotics and AI, but also from public. And what we should talk about in the context of the Web3 is socio-technical systems, because in the end, blockchain networks and their applications are socio-technical systems. The kind of technological part is only one part. And here are all the domains that would be necessary. Why is this important to have other fields like economics in this design process? Because we have problems like free rider problems, challenges such as positive, most importantly, negative externalities, things we know about from behavioral economics, regret theory, hyperbolic discounting, prospect theory. We know about mental shortcuts that people do in their decision-making processes, and we need to model them into the economics of our purpose-driven tokens. So how to design a token? There are 3 steps. A, define the purpose. B, define the properties. So we need to talk more about potential properties of a token, like fungibility, transferability, privacy, durability, etc., etc. These are just a few examples. And from those properties and the purpose, I can now derive the mechanism. And in this process of this engineering process has 4 different areas. One of them is technical engineering. And I think today, if we look at most teams in the crypto field, they have too many computer scientists, and they lack the other people that we also need. And I think this is why most projects are currently failing, not only because we have bad actors, but also because we don't have the right people in the teams that are building these systems, cryptoeconomics systems and their applications. Apart from the technical engineering, where I look at technical aspects from security, scalability, privacy, token standards, interoperability, etc., etc. Obviously, these are things that we need to consider, and when implementing a token system, and we need computer scientists, many computer scientists to design that. But if we have teams of 100% computer scientists, we will never be able to create the right mechanism design, because what we write in the code is usually, especially when it's an application level token that involves more human interaction than maybe a consensus mechanism needs, we have more, we need more public policy design. And here we need legal engineering processes. These are especially relevant, as I outlined before, in simple token systems where we know the dynamics or the governance models of these systems, like identity, currency, assets, and the tokenization kind of involves to make it technically, tokenize it in a technical way, but then also make it legally compliant. This is a matter of jurisdiction, relevant regulation, and et cetera, et cetera. So here we need a lot of people with legal studies as a background in the teams, and we need usually probably more than one person. Especially in the context of complex systems and purpose-driven tokens, we need more people from the fields of economics, as outlined before, but also network science, cyber-physical systems, and I had the list before, so we don't have to deep dive into that anymore. And then obviously we have a wide range of ethical, sociological, ethical questions. Mostly in the context of blockchain systems, they revolve around transparency versus privacy and power structures. This is not something computer scientists alone can decide. We do have enough body of knowledge in different fields, and unless the team structures don't change in the crypto field, we will have projects that will continuously fail because they don't have the right people to build these resilient protocols. Yeah, so I think I'm at the end of my talk. I tried to kind of contextualize all these things I said in my book, Token Economy, and in the papers that I've been writing in my academic work. Token Economy is less academic. Yeah, and I'm open to questions now, if there is some more time, a few minutes, I think.
Yeah, there are a couple of minutes left. First, thank you for your talk. And we have already some questions in the chat, so I'll pick them up. First question, can we consider that collective value allocation is a necessary corollary to collective value creation for decentralized systems in order to achieve mainstream use and resilience in the long term?
Yes, I think we would need to discuss this. I need more context to that question, but I'm happy to discuss this with the person who, after the talk, with the person. Just shoot me an email maybe, or a message.
Okay.
Yes, I do think so.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I just said, yeah, okay, we'll send you an email.
Yeah, that would be great. Yes, in fact, this would be an area of research. I would personally like to build my research on purpose-driven tokens, and that would be a valid question, right? Yeah.
Cool. We'll be in touch.
Awesome. There is another comment Grace made. I don't know, Grace, are you in the channel so that you can also comment directly?
Sure. Yeah, so you mentioned like there isn't enough research done, and I feel like there is a lot of research done, and you mentioned that at the end as well. I think mostly what's happening with cryptoeconomics is that we're ignoring it. And I think that also when you talk about purpose, right?
What is happening in cryptoeconomics?
I think that there's a lot of research.
Yeah.
Like, you know, there's a lot of research that's been done, and you mentioned it at the end, but during your talk, you were saying how there isn't enough research done. I think that actually we're just ignoring all of this research about socioeconomic
yeah, I think that it doesn't spill over. So yes, I mean, we have a lot of research is being done detached from cryptoeconomics and the Web3, right? So we have a body of research, and this is what we've been trying to do at the Cryptoeconomics Research Lab in Vienna at our institute, to kind of pool the different areas of knowledge necessary to start building tokenized ecosystems. Right? We do have this body of knowledge, but usually what I've been, we started the research lab 2 years ago. We have a set of economists in all these fields that I mentioned, but they don't understand Web3. And so the problem that I'm finding is that the developer community is very detached from the researcher community, but also the researcher community, they know all these, I mean, we have these sciences and all these fields of knowledge, but we don't have the spillover to the development part of the Web3 networks. And at the same time, on the startup side, I think there is still a great level of, I will say it bluntly, ignorance towards everything that is not computer science. I think a lot of teams or C-level positions or founders of teams think that it is enough to hire one economist. It's enough to hire one lawyer, when in fact you need like 25%, 25%, 25%, 25% in of all 4 different domains. If you're creating a complex system, and in the case of simple token systems, you probably need predominantly like 50% computer scientists and 50% lawyers. It's not enough to have one lawyer. So I think we need this spillover between academia and startups, which we also try to do at the research lab. Most of our work is externally funded, which means that we always have to be very applied in our work. But unless there is not sensitivity on the startup side or on the founder side that computer science is just not enough, we will not have the right team members and team composition.
Well, can I just ask one follow-on question? Why do you think lawyers are important? They don't understand economics at all.
Well, for simple token systems, if I want to tokenize a security token, I don't need economics. I need lawyers. I outlined this in my last slide. If you're interested, I did my last post that I published on Medium is on the different token systems and what team members you need. So if you're tokenizing a security token, you don't need a great deal of economics. You need economics, especially when you're creating complex token systems, where you're steering an autonomous network of actors, like in a decentralized social media network, or Bitcoin or Ethereum network. This is when you have autonomous actors. This is when you need economics. But if you're just simply tokenizing a security token, and that's not simple, there's a myriad of techno-legal questions, and you need lawyers. And when designing complex systems, obviously you have a lot of ethical questions. We have people who have studied, there are many legal and ethical questions also necessary to consider when designing complex systems. So I would say that if you're designing a simple token system where you're basically tokenizing identities, where you're tokenizing securities, assets, access rights, things that we're already doing today, you mainly need software developers and lawyers. If you're tokenizing, if you're creating completely new value creation systems, these complex systems that I was mentioning around purpose-driven tokens, then you need probably a team where you need many computer scientists, but you would need an equal amount of economists and a few lawyers from the different legal studies, especially when it comes to privacy. We do have, in a data-driven economies, we always have privacy issues, and it's also a legal question. So obviously you also need lawyers. So I think that coming out of the Web 1 and the Web 2, which has been dominated by Silicon Valley and this very quick and dirty mentality to create a code, pivot from there, this is not something that we can do in the Web3 where everybody has a stake in the system, because if you have a bug in the code, if you build your kind of economy on false assumptions, as we're seeing, unfortunately, from Steemit, people lose money because eventually the network will decline. Or if you have a bug in the code, 150 million gone, 50 million gone here in multisig, etc. So we need a different approach in this Web3 than we needed in maybe the internet until now.
Okay, I think Fruity has raised her hand. So you want to add some?
Yeah, I also want to address the question of the fact that, I mean, the claim that there is not a lot of research in cryptoeconomics. So it is true that actually the field of cryptoeconomics is very much emerging. And when one claims that there is a lot of research associated with, sociology, economics, etc., like all of those fields do exist, and there is plenty of research there. However, there is not a lot of papers that are written in the field of bridging those concepts and bringing them over to the field of crypto systems. And that is essentially what we are trying to do with Cryptoeconomics Lab, as well as a few other researchers associated. So we are building the bridge that connects all of these really theoretical concepts over to cryptoeconomic systems. And when we think of cryptoeconomic systems as well, there are certain properties associated with them. The fact that they are frictionless, that contracts can be made in like 2 minutes, not like in the real world where it takes a long time. And then the fact that they're strictly enforceable, meaning that any contract that is made has to definitely be obeyed in order for the transaction to pass, and a few other properties as well, which are special to cryptoeconomic systems that we didn't see in traditional economic systems. And in order to design and bring over all of these different principles from traditional subjects such as sociology, psychology, socioeconomics, etc., like we need to form the bridges, and that's essentially what the Cryptoeconomics Lab is doing, and a whole body of researchers is also developing. So we are spawning the new subject of cryptoeconomics, especially with the eyes of complexity. If you would like to refer a little bit more, the field of complexity economics actually spawned out of this new way of thinking of complexity.
Maybe
economics.
Maybe Shruti, you can also mention how, economics, as I said, is not a monolithic field, right? There are so many different schools of economics, and the 20th century has been very much marked by a very predominantly certain school of economics that some people refer to as neoclassical economics, very often using reductionist tools to model our economic systems, right? Why? Because it grew out of a time where we didn't have computers, we didn't have data sets. The data we model our economic systems upon is often collected after the fact. And we have scattered data sets. We have these, and there is, we had complexity economics and other schools of economics with alternative assumptions about how actors in an economy behave to modeling these things, but we've never had the tool set that we have today, which is all these machine learning algorithms on one hand, but what the Web3 brings in specific, as Shruti said, is very new conditions, which is this real-time data set upon which we can have more sophisticated feedback loops, right?
Yeah,
just a brief comment. The video stream on YouTube might be interrupted now, but we can continue in this channel. So let's go ahead with the discussion until 10 past, and then the next talk is going to start. Yeah, sorry, Shruti. And we have another one who wanted to add something from the audience. But Shruti, you first.
Oh, I'm in agreement. I don't have comments to make, but yes, yeah, I agree with the points that were said.
Perfect. So there was, I think, Cyprien wanted to also raise a question.
Yes, correct. Okay. Quick question. Why did you say exactly that you think that the economics behind bats are flawed?
Well, it's a. I think BAT. I'm assuming this. Okay, it's not. So BAT. I'm a big fan of the project. For two reasons. I have to say that before I criticize it, right? I'm a big fan of the system because like having big data in a privacy preserving browser, having kind of personalized ads that are conducted in a privacy preserving manner, that is amazing. Being incentivized directly for your attention, disintermediating the industry, that is amazing. So the idea, the value proposition is correct, and how they're doing it on a technical level is correct. I think BAT is also one of the older projects, let's say. It's more one of the more seasoned projects, even though it's still in the making. And the economics behind it are based on economics of the private firm. Whereas they're trying to create where you have like how the economy in the 20th century was built upon the concept of the theory of the firm, and the firm has private shareholders, and they have they decide upon what happens, and maybe if it's a post-IPO, you will have some, as a minority shareholder, also some voting rights sometimes at an annual convention, etc. But you can't really steer the network. We have, whereas blockchain and the Web3 introduced us, gave us a governance layer for coordinating in the absence of intermediaries across jurisdictions and collectively maintaining a system. And that is not collectively maintained. It's like a centralized system as opposed to Steemit. Now, if you, unfortunately, the Steemit has other design flaws, but Steemit at least was a community-driven, or still is a community-driven, the fork off, things happen. So it's still a community-driven ecosystem. So when the majority of the network actors said, hey, this is flawed, they have like 20 or 30 forks until now, right? Because, and they were community-driven for the most part. With BAT, it's like a private company. And the economics are based on a pre-sale that was conducted of tokens, a limited amount of tokens that are out there, and some economics that are tied to our fiat system. So as opposed to, for example, the Bitcoin token that is minted upon proof of work, you contributed to the security of the network, you get a token, and this is when the token is minted, as is Steemit, right? Or at least on the blockchain level, or the Steem, also the Steem Power tokens and the Steem Dollar tokens. It's just it has other design flaws. Or for example, a CO2 token, the one we conceptualized in Vienna. If you could prove that you rode a bike instead of taking the car, and once you saved 1 kilogram of CO2, you would get a token. Right? So the token is minted upon proof of certain behavior. It's not pegged to a fiat currency in a token sale. Do you understand what I mean? So I think the Web3 is more a socio-economic revolution than it is a technical revolution. The technical system is just the base layer, and it allows us to do completely new things beyond simply tokenizing assets like securities or identities or entry tickets, and this new thing that we can do, these purpose-driven tokens that are minted upon behavior, are a completely new type of value creation. And I think that in the conceptualization of the BAT token, they didn't consider that. They thought Web 2 when creating a token system for the Web 3. And this is where I think they might fail in the long run. Might, right? I don't know. I don't have the glass ball, but something feels off. It's similar to maybe, I don't know how old you are. Do you remember Yahoo?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I don't know how old you are. So Yahoo tried to catalog content. Like it was like before there was algorithmic search, they tried to manually, they had this army of people manually kind of cataloging content as if it were a library, right? So it took the whole search engine industry, all these startups that created search engines. It took a while until people understood that this doesn't scale, that we need algorithmic search and other methods to rank content in the sea of information, because it's not a library, it's not binary. If you have one book, you can only put it in one category, but like it's different, it's a different technology. So they then realized that you can now use computer algorithms, because it's computer-based systems, to rank information online. This is when then the likes of Google, and why Google took over the search engine market, in fact, because it had the better solution that was more scalable and more indicative. And I think something similar might happen to BAT, because they are like Yahoo. They're trying to tokenize the system. They're doing the right thing, right? Yahoo had a great idea. We need to people need to find information online, but the way they did it was not appropriate. And maybe BAT will face a similar problem with its token economics. I don't know, Shruti, are you still there? Or is Shruti gone? Because I don't know. So this is my assumption.
So basically, if they would go to a decentralized governance system,
yeah.
Which may be, for example, tied to the BAT token in a proof of stake mechanism, that would be more like relevant for Web3 for you?
Honestly, I don't no, it's not about proof of stake. It's more about setting this up as a proof of something system in the first place, and not tying it to a pre-sale of tokens.
Okay. I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, that's a very deep dive now.
Yeah, talk. There is a space. Don't forget, there is a space to hang out and to continue the discussion. It's pinned in the chat messages. It's also an interspace channel, so feel free to discuss and raise questions and just mingle. We are now getting ready for the next talk, and for the moment, thank you so much, Sherman, for the talk and this relevant conversation. And I think this is something we are going to continue for the next month and years, because it's so important for the entire industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye. Ciao.
I am going to hand over to Tatiana.
Yes.
She is going to moderate, and to Sean for the next talk, and I'll drop off. See you later.
Thank you, Angela, very much. So our next talk is with Sean Conway. He is the founder and the president of the IXO Foundation. Sean, thank you very much for taking the time and for being here with us. Before we start the talk, I will just kindly remind you that we have two options for posting questions. So you can post a question in a Discord channel, or if you prefer it to be more interactive, please do raise your hand. We have this wonderful software that is actually working very well. Please raise your hands and let's make an interactive discussion after the talk. Sean will be talking about impact bonds. We have already heard something on the impact bonds from Shruti today, but I'm really excited to hear Sean's perspective on this and what they are actually doing at the IXO Foundation. Right, so we have 40 minutes for the talk, Sean, and we have 10 minutes for the Q&A session. Please feel free to share your screen or just record and leave your camera on. Thank you very much for being here, and the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Just a sound check. Can everyone hear okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. So greetings from Cape Town. I'm currently in quarantine in Cape Town. Just sharing my screen. So just as a quick background to myself. So I'm not a computer engineer. I started my career as a medical doctor, as a physician, and so I tend to take kind of a biological view of these technologies and of the systems that we're working on. And ICSO is really built on a vision of creating a digital immune system for humanity, utilizing these new Web3 tools and enabling us to program resources. And today we're going to talk about capital specifically, so that in the way that an immune system does, we can sense and respond to sustainability threats or to the kinds of problems that humanity faces, and do that with purpose. And so really kind of the experience that led into this work was started more than 20 years back, when I was very involved in the response to the global HIV/AIDS pandemic, which required large-scale social change and agent behavior change right down at the sort of decentralized level. And so I'm going to give a little bit of that background, which I think is important to bring us into this technological innovation that we're working on. But I'm going to talk today about the use case, which is education focused. So focused on the Sustainable Development Goal 4, which is inclusive and equitable education, quality education. And so we've been fortunate to do this work in the context of a development impact bond in India. Now, this is the largest development impact bond that has ever been created. So this is a financing instrument. I refer to it as a traditional financing instrument because it uses traditional finance, but as an instrument, it's a fairly new concept to use these bond mechanisms to deliver results-based capital. And so we have a multi-year grant working with the UBS Optimus Foundation to research and develop these mechanisms, specifically to look at how we can make this form of programmable finance more scalable and more efficient and more cost-effective. And so in the picture here, you have some photos that I took during our field testing in India, just outside of Delhi last August, where we conducted the implementation of the verification part of the application, and I'll explain this in more detail as we go through this. And so the first phase of our work was really focused on, how do we record the state of the world in a way that can be verified and then provide stateful data on which to build applications such as the financing mechanisms. And so the field testing was really based on recording educational outcomes using standardized tests, and we implemented a technology innovation using tablets for the students to do the standardized test, and then that fed into a process of verifying those results and then feeding them into the finance mechanism. So when we look at from a sort of bigger business requirements and system level requirements perspective, really this is about, how do we achieve scale and ensure that the capital that goes into development processes, can effectively deliver the outcomes through a whole set of processes that need to be in place. And so this is not just about directing capital, it's also about kind of governing how the capital is formed, the decisions about how it should be spent and so on. It's about how the capital gets collected, gets pooled, and then the kind of purchasing that takes place with the capital, both in terms of ensuring that service providers get paid, but also dealing with disputes and resolutions around that, then leading into the delivery and ultimately measurement of the outcomes with proofs about whether the capital has actually achieved its desired results or not. So this is the overall requirements for the system. The development impact bond mechanism, so this sort of traditional, non-traditional mechanism, is based on a concept of impact investors providing the working capital to enable projects to implement the interventions, and in this case, these are educational interventions such as remedial lessons for children who are behind in their educational capabilities. And so this pays for the service provision, which then leads to the generation of data. And in the case of the education bond, this data is in the form of independent standardized testing, which is done by an independent verifier who provides a validation of whether this has led to the desired outcomes or not, and those outcomes are directed towards a target. If the targets are met, then there's an outcomes payer who would be the government or philanthropic institutions or various other payers depending on the context. And those payers pay back the investors usually with a coupon value. So they get kind of an interest repayment on the capital that has been deployed. Now, when we look at this from an analysis of the challenges of implementing these instruments, based on the operations research that we did, we sort of came up with the conclusion that there's sort of three broad categories of problems that these instruments face. The first is in coordination. So, how do you ensure that the capital gets to where it's needed, that it pays for the interventions that are required, that those interventions are given to the right beneficiaries, and that whole kind of logic flow of inputs to outcomes actually happens. And particularly, how do you do this at scale where you've got a coordination requirement, across multiple sites? So think of, hundreds of thousands of schools across India. And the second category is around incentivization. So, who takes the risks and who gets the rewards for applying capital in this way? And how do you link those incentives to provable outcomes? And then the third problem space is around the actual financing. So how do you form the capital? How do you allocate the capital? And how do you ensure that the risks associated with the capital, the risks to investors, for instance, get balanced against the returns that are achieved? And so this is really where the concept of alpha bonds, and in this case, the sort of flavor of this bond is a development impact bond, is an attempt to address these systems levels challenges. Now, I'd like to just kind of give a little bit of a back story to this, a little bit of history to this. So these ideas conceptually began around 2008, when we had that sort of practice run at dealing with the global crisis. And were based on a presentation that I gave in 2018 on how we could utilize the new technologies of Web 2.0 to potentially improve the delivery of development assistance or aid finance. And so this was kind of pre-blockchain, and the idea was really around decentralization, about creating programmability, local coordination, incentivizing local actors and stakeholders by giving a system of credits, which we called ecos, and ensuring that those ecos were distributed in a way that rewarded people for making the right decisions. So having feedback loops that prove that if you backed a project that was successful in delivering its outcomes as measured with good data, that would increase your economic power in the system and incentivize kind of more of the same. So the idea was to have stakeholders actually being shareholders in these projects. Now, at the time, we didn't have the technologies available to create state-based mechanisms to implement this kind of idea. And so this concept sort of had to stay a little kind of a dream until I discovered the Satoshi white paper in 2013. And we then took these ideas and said, right, conceptually, if we had to implement a system that rewarded outcomes and there was some kind of conditional flow of capital, what would that look like if we just abstracted away from the development space? And so we came up with this kind of fictitious design with these very crude wireframes, which we called e-supercros. So sort of on the idea of some kind of escrow mechanism that would be implemented with smart contracts, so kind of looking at Nick Szabo's paper at the time, so this was pre-Ethereum, but that you could use the transactional capabilities of a blockchain, plug in some conditional logic, and have an oracle mechanism that says, if this was done and somebody attests to that, that they could then sign on a multi-sig type of contract, and that would then release funds, for instance. And so this was a kind of, pay this entity if this is done with the conditions such as time limits and so on. Now, this was kind of an interesting idea, but on its own, when we looked at this in the context of real-world programs and needs in complex systems, it really was a simple mechanism that trying to address a complex system. And so when we came to implement this in the first use case, which was around 2015, which was the Ampli project, we built something that actually, from the application user interface on the mobile app, looked very similar to that escrow type of application. So it was about awarding subsidies that are paid by the South African government to early childhood development, sort of preschool service providers, based on the children's attendance. And so our initial prototypes were really just about this kind of if there's the then pay that. But we very quickly came to realize that when we actually had to implement this in a real world context, that this didn't address important things like identification, for instance. So the agents in the system delivering services to the beneficiaries would need to be identified, the beneficiaries would need to be identified, and that raised all kinds of questions around who gets to keep those registries, and who gets to be the issuer of those identities, and so on. And so the Ampli project transitioned from being this very simple transaction flow based application into a protocol-driven application. And so we started to work in 2015 on some of these core protocols around identification, verification, and so on. Became part of the Rebuilding Web of Trust community, and that community has produced the standards around digital identification, the DID standard, and verifiable claims. In 2017, we then decided to take this to the next level, which was focusing on this kind of systems level response to building out not only protocols, but also the infrastructure to run those protocols, which would then allow for applications to be built on top of that, which could then play into an economy. And that's really what I'm going to speak about today. So when I talk about protocols, the core protocols here are protocols for identifying impact or a claim of impact, an attestation. So you have to identify the subject, you need to identify who is making the claim, and protocols around standardizing the data models so that we're able to resolve the information that is captured within a claim format and opinionates on that in order to have a verifiable claim. And so there's this protocol around the data verification, which creates a unique non-fungible digital asset backed by data with an associated proof, cryptographic proof that enables us to then issue a token, which is then an exchangeable form of value that can generate liquidity. So the infrastructure layer, then we looked at kind of what would need to be in place to run this protocol. We would need to have decentralized data storage. We would need to have data processing capabilities and an Oracle's marketplace. So this has been built out as the IXO-based blockchain. And then at the application level, sort of really two broad categories of applications. So data applications, which are really about bringing more precision to the interventions that are being delivered. So more prediction, personalization, prescription, and so on. And then the other broad category really being the financing applications, with a with a sort of intent to decentralize development finance using these applications. Since last year, we have been able to take the financing applications into a design process, which is the Alpha Bonds concept, and have benefited from a grant from the Interchain Foundation, and also from working closely with Block Science on the cryptoeconomic engineering of the system. And so with Alpha Bonds, we're developing a programmable capital system, which is purposed towards achieving specific outcomes. And so this needs to bridge the gap between, or the two worlds between the cyber world and the physical world. So we've got the cyber world where we can put these kind of conditional transactional flows into blockchain mechanisms. But in the physical world, we have kind of real activities happening, we have agents interacting, and we have outcomes being achieved or not being achieved. And so we need to have this connection between the two, and this is where the Alpha Bond mechanism comes in. So this needs to run on a purposed state machine basis, so that the state of the world can be measured today, and it can be compared against future states, and the bond incentivizes the outcome or the progression towards desired future states. Each of those transitions require action to be taken, require resources to be applied, and so there's conditional state transitions that happen in the process of moving from today to a future stage of development. We felt it really important to address this issue of risk externalization. So most of the protocols that currently are implemented externalize the risks and are really quite simplistic. So we said, how do we measure risk and bring it into the protocol, into the mechanism, so that risk can be explicitly addressed within the system's design? And then finally, what is the oracle mechanism that can bring us this integral of alpha and enable a kind of synthesis of the information of what's going on in the real world, in the physical world, and bring it into the cyberspace? So the analogy here, which I think is quite useful, is a Tesla. So the interface between our physical world and the cyber world, or the mechanistic world, is some kind of control mechanism where we have an ability to kind of interface the information that we have within our physical realm with what's going on in a kind of mechanical system or an automated system. We have a map, so we kind of know where we want to go, and the system needs to have some controls that provide feedback based on signals coming in. And as we know, Tesla has done really well. It's really kind of solving the problem of self-driving cars by synthesizing signals that come in from camera systems that enable the car to drive with purpose towards specific destinations. So how do we bring that analogy into development finance? So with the Alpha Bond, we have some dashboard values that we can interface with, and we can make decisions based on those. And we have some feedback loops that are bringing in information from the outside world. So the information that we have in our system is based on claims that are being made and verified. And so there's a velocity of claims coming in, and there's a progress, kind of like your odometer. How far have you gone towards the end state that this project is meant to be achieving? Designing this system to operate with all of these different feedback loops and agent behaviors and so on has really benefited from doing the research and analysis together with Block Science that brings this into a cryptoeconomic design, a kind of paradigm. And so, as Shruti mentioned earlier, we started off with quite a complex map of the requirements. So who are all the actors? What are the different flows of value and information in a system? And this diagram is really just to express, the kind of complex interactions in the most simplified form of representation for this system for an impact bond. And so when we take all of this complexity and we say, all right, this exists within a space which needs to be directed and needs to have some bounds on it, the concept of a configuration space becomes really interesting because it allows us to conceptualize those bounds and that kind of direction of travel that can be enabled. And within this configuration space, the interface between what's going on in the physical world and what is going on in the cyber world is a bonding curve. So in our mechanism, we have an attestation mechanism, which is the controller bringing in information from the outside world and doing that in a very structured way that creates stateful records on which these economic mechanisms can operate. So this is very kind of early modeling that we did on CAD. This will be replaced by additional work that is happening in the next phase of research. But essentially here, we started with the assumption that the underlying projects that are being funded by impact bonds have some kind of natural growth dynamic. And most of natural systems tend to have this kind of sigmoidal logistic shape growth, and would generally be validated by asking someone who's implementing a project, to give an indication of how they think the project generally would go. And if they wave their hands around, they'd probably kind of give this kind of shape and say, well, kind of starts off slow and then we ramp up and we get a lot more done. And then towards the end, it becomes more difficult to achieve the last few activities in the project to really kind of complete the delivery. And these curves are going to have different shapes depending on the context, depending on the type of project, depending on the duration. But there'll be some kind of patterning and possibly some categories of curves that are representational of different types of projects. And so we're starting our assumption that these patterns exist and that they provide some kind of reference against which we can measure what is expected versus what is actually achieved. But of course, these systems never happen as we expect them, and mainly because of people, but also other kinds of dynamics. And so we need to integrate into any kind of model and into any expectations for the system, the dynamics of different agent behaviors and estimations of kind of what the system would do given different sets of agent behaviors. And so when we just kind of play this out in a little bit more kind of a nuanced way, we can say, well, the project might not actually go so well. It might have more of a kind of wavy curve. It was doing really well, and then something happened. And we can superimpose this on what we expect to be the reference for a project and adjust our expectations based on this. And so when we bring this information together, we're able to synthesize a trajectory, a sort of vector of travel towards a future end state. So if the project is not doing so well today, the likelihood of achieving a completed end state and the expected outcomes is less. Now, when we're able to do this in an iterative real-time feedback loop way, that gives us information about the project, but also it influences the pricing of the investment instrument. And price, as Hayek said, integrates a lot of information that is not necessarily explicit. And so when you have a pricing signal and you also have a performance signal coming from the project and you're able to integrate these, it provides a very powerful set of feedback loop kind of instrument panel parameters that enable us to achieve much greater precision and performance out of the implementation of these kinds of projects, with a move towards potentially having self-driving mechanisms, so kind of Tesla impact bonds that are decentralized, are taking in signals from their local context and following some kind of map, but responding to the conditions that they find. So implementing this complexity, as Shruti presented earlier, is really then about defining, a set of finite states through which the machinery can go, and the transition conditions for moving from one state to another. And this is essentially what gives us the distributed control and optimization potential. So in the context of the development impact bond, the education bond, that bond is for 200,000 school children over a 4-year period, over 3 states in India with hundreds of schools involved. In a way, it's too big to fail, and is not very adaptive. And so our vision of how to move this into the next generation of impact bonds is to decentralize, unitize, and rather have 200 bonds, each with 1,000 school children, which are locally adaptive, which enable much more variety in terms of agents who participate, who gets to fund it, who gets to deliver it, and how it gets verified, and therefore enable scale through decentralization. So the way that these state transitions are represented in terms of the user interface is through an eventing system which notifies the user when those state transitions are going to happen. So one of the most important state transitions is where there's a dispute in the system. So enabling a dispute claim to be submitted, which can then shift the bond from an active state into a paused state until the dispute is resolved, for instance. So just kind of giving a sense of what this looks like from the user interface perspective. So now kind of moving from the original conception of conditional payments really being about managing almost kind of an escrow flow of transactions to how this fits within a complex systems paradigm as programmable capital. The purpose of the mechanisms that we're working on is really, I believe, towards these 3 big categories. So the first thing is to ensure that the capital that is deployed for sustainable development and for these important initiatives that are for the public good, that they really serve the commons. So these mechanisms need to be designed so that they can achieve the credible commitments such as the SDGs, the global goals. They need to enable self-organization that scales locally, and this needs to be collectively monitored with accountability mechanisms. And so we can achieve this by having inbuilt incentivization mechanisms that rewards the participants for achieving desirable states and progressing towards that, but being done within communities that are bounded with rights and are governed by rules that can incur penalties. Otherwise, the attack vectors on these kind of decentralized financing mechanisms would make them fail. And then the second broad category of what programmable capital needs to achieve is to build new economies. So designed to bring resilience into these economies, so absorbing the risks, which is where the risk adjustment mechanisms are really important, enabling inclusion, so how these tokenized mechanisms and the issuance of purpose tokens can then enable the distribution of resources amongst the participants, whether that's the implementers, the investors, or the beneficiaries. And these systems should allow for sustainable growth, but within the defined limits that we know are sustainable. And so we need to ensure that these systems are de-risked by internalizing the externalities. And this is really where the cryptoeconomic engineering work is really key to understanding how these systems can operate and under what parameters, by bringing information in that will enable the system to continue and not to get stuck or to fail. When we have these mechanisms, it's not really only about making traditional finance more efficient and improving the cost benefit and so on, but really about creating whole new economies. So there's really a kind of fundamental shift that could be enabled by programmable capital mechanisms by really utilizing the data and the assets that are generated through the data that runs through these systems to scale up and to become smarter and to become more precise about how impacts get delivered, and therefore increasing the distribution of benefits. And then the third important thing that these systems need to achieve is to have effective feedback systems that are designed for humans in the loop, but also for economies that are going to be sustainable and considering the kind of environmental impacts as well. So enabling systems that are networked and distributed, adaptive and predictive, and that have intelligence built into them. Kind of looking at what we've achieved in terms of the design, going to the kind of definition of what perspectives need to be taken into consideration within these cryptoeconomic systems. We've got a system that is driven by sort of macro level goals, such as performance metrics around the outcomes, that set specific targets around verifiable claims and the incentives around achieving those claims, and that on the foundational level have got protocols that are built in terms of how information gets formed, how it gets solidified in a stateful kind of way, and then how we act on that information using formally specified and explicitly designed mechanisms. So I'd like to just say a little bit about the alpha. So alpha is an integral of any kind of information that can come in from the physical world and can be fed in as a coefficient that can come into the algorithm that is doing the pricing and issuance of tokens. And Shriti spoke a bit about this prediction being made by the agents in the system. There are many different sources of that information, and really ultimately, once we have enough data flowing through the system, we should really be able to make this an intelligent system that's able to integrate information from multiple sources into this integral of a risk coefficient, which will essentially inform the system of the likelihood of an outcome being achieved. So probability distribution, 0 to 1, which then feeds back in and adjusts the curve and has an effect on the price of participation in the bond. Once we have multiple projects running or multiple bonds running, the data across these different projects and the bonds associated with the projects will allow for much greater calibration, both in terms of setting the reference curves that give us our kind of prior expectations, but then also in terms of the calibration of the alpha value, so that we become a lot more sort of accurate in the predictions and utilize machine learning to make that happen. So finally, I just want to kind of put it out there. We've spoken today about a use case around education and a specific flavor of implementation of this results-based financing or programmable capital. But really this opens up, I think, a whole space to think about the kinds of economic games that we can play with programmable capital. So beyond development impact bonds, how can we utilize programmable capital to bring greater precision to specific projects, or to improve the outcomes of social impact incentive schemes or sustainable finance and social finance mechanisms, whether that's subsidies or universal basic income, or any of the different flavors of finance that is meant to be for the good of humanity. And this can have applications in insurance and many, many more potential use cases where what we're trying to achieve is measuring the state of the world today, enabling reliable, trustworthy measurement of that state over time, and then incentivizing the achievement of future state, or even penalization of not achieving a future state, and building that into these kind of self-driving mechanisms. So I think that's the kind of vision of where we go to with this. And on that note, I think I want to leave enough time for a good number of questions.
Perfect, Sean. Thank you very much for this very interesting talk. It's really nice to hear how extensive your work is, and you're working on so many things, and it's really, and that you're doing the research in these fields as well. So it was really refreshing. Do we have any questions at the moment? Does anyone want to raise a hand and ask a question directly here? I'm checking in the chat, and I don't see any questions that have been posted, but if anyone would like to raise a hand. Yes, Shabnam is raising a hand. Shabnam, please do unmute yourself and ask a question.
Hey, Sean.
Hi.
I don't know if you can hear me already.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm sorry I came in a bit late, but did you talk about the use of bonding curves at all? Because I wanted to get an update as well.
Yes, the whole design is based on bonding curves, but not static bonding curves that are defined ex ante, but rather a dynamic process that feeds in information via an alpha coefficient to adjust the bonding curve dynamically on an ongoing basis.
Very cool. But you didn't share info yet on that. In this? Did you share in the beginning? Okay.
Round about the middle, yes. Yeah.
Super cool. No, it was great to see the models and everything. It really is coming together. Perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you, Shabnam.
So I think just one of the discussions that happened in between the talks was around the extent to which these mechanisms are kind of really theoretical and untested, and the potential dangers of assuming that these will work in the real world. So I think I'd like to kind of reflect that most of what we do, particularly within the development space, so the sustainable development, traditional development sector, tends to be really naive. In other words, not very well informed by prior experiences, and not really using a lot of data and information to make decisions and to improve the precision and the performance of what happens. And I say that as somebody who's very experienced, in this sector. And so I really see this as being kind of a considering what are the alternatives. So if the alternative is to run these programs blind, to send large sums of capital into kind of emergency or longer term development processes, but really do that quite blind and without these feedback loops and without the rigor of the kind of understanding of the economic consequences. I think that whatever we can do that is better than that is worth trying out. And so parts of these mechanisms, like the attestation mechanism, is kind of it's been tried out and tested. Other parts of it are more experimental, such as the kind of continuous funding part and the algorithmic pricing of that funding. But we have opportunities now to implement these things in real world contexts. Our next step with the education impact bond is to run a live pilot. It's just been also a little bit put on hold. It's a pilot in India around Mumbai, working with a technology provider within India, where they have tablet-based learning programs, and really kind of closely coupling the data collection on a real-time basis so that the children are playing educational games, and within those games there's real-time feedback in terms of the levels that they achieve in those games. So we're able to get a lot of very rich signals from the system and feed that into our mechanisms. And so that's what we're going to be testing out in coming months.
Into the models, right?
Yeah.
What also was new, or it hit me now really, is that you said typically these are mammoth projects, really huge projects where it also becomes very opaque. And after 5 years, you see whether there's results or not. And if it didn't go, then everything is just covered up, or, we will move on to the next one or something. But the way you put it, that basically also the project and project outcome in that bond can be, have their own different, I don't know, sub-bonds, or how do you call it, but basically have that model and the data that you get into the model and the whole risk adjustment and the signaling of it, basically the diversification or the ability to intervene with some projects who don't do well, or get data from others who do in the vicinity, etc. It opens up a lot more, including that it all is basically getting back into the model of the impact bond.
Yes, so in 2013, when I came across Bitcoin, my initial eureka reaction was, now we can bring performance accounting and financial accounting into the same ledger. And the sort of naive idea was that you could just integrate the kind of the claim into the transaction, in the memo field of a Bitcoin transaction, and then you would have a flow of information and value at the same time. That was kind of backed up with some of the research that has come out of the Media Lab at MIT. Sandy Pentland has this idea of social physics, where if you want to bring about kind of systemic behavior change, then you need to flow information and value at the same time. So if I give you a suggestion that you should stop smoking, then that has much less influence on your behavior than if I provide an incentive together with that suggestion and information about why you should stop smoking. If I incentivize your partner to say, if the partner gets you to stop smoking, then that even has a higher sort of results. And so the idea was that you could kind of bring together these information and capital value flows into the same process by putting them on the same ledger. That's a kind of simplistic view, but it's a huge advance over how things currently happen or have happened in the past, which is that financing supply chains, so supplying capital into development projects, are completely divorced from the information supply chain. So bringing information back up the system and correlating the two. And generally evaluation mechanisms are post hoc, and then by then the team has already moved on, and the lessons are very rarely integrated into the next programs.
Okay, thank you. We have another question in the chat. It says, I would like to know how the project progressed over the last year. That is, partners gathered, how many people are working on it, and so on.
Yes, so, but are you specifically asking about ICSO or about the impact bond project? I guess let me speak about both. So, so at the impact bond level, we're working closely with UBS Optimus Foundation, and the whole concept of impact bonds is still relatively new. So there's an impact bond working group, which is representing an international group of all the sort of influencers and policymakers and so on from the development financing institutions and private investors and so on. So that meets every year, and we're feeding back into that process. So also kind of, in a way, you know, our stakeholder community is quite well defined in terms of who this is directed towards, and a set of developments around that in terms of building out the evidence base, and also getting more implementations of these kinds of projects. In terms of progress on the impact bonds, we've been, I think, really fortunate to get the financial support of the Interchain Foundation to fund this research work with block science. We've have the multi-year grant from UBS, which is allowing us to do the implementations, but also in the context of, you know, an institutional setup which would enable this to be systematized and sort of really taken to market once we have the evidence of it working. And so we've really come a long way, I think, in terms of getting on board some key people within the banking sector to really see this as interesting and to support it. In terms of the ICSO project more broadly, we have built the infrastructure of ICSO on Cosmos-based blockchain, and that has been a really positive decision in retrospect, given all of the developments within Cosmos over the past year, and now the move towards the Internet of Blockchains with the Inter-Blockchain Communication Protocol. And so the potential now is for this to really start to provide an infrastructure for an Internet of Impact. So kind of really that very aspirational idea of being able to provide some infrastructure components that are protocol driven, and that could really be implemented by anyone within different types of networks that have different governance and different sort of hosting arrangements, different economies, is really becoming a reality. And so we're kind of on that brink of now moving into a multi-blockchain implementation of ICSO protocol blockchains. And we're working with partners in various parts of the world doing that. So we've got developers in Europe and India and South Africa, and then a lot of partners who are implementing specific use cases.
Okay, great. We still do have a couple of minutes left. Would anyone else like to raise a hand or pose a question? If not, or while you're thinking about the next question, I would also maybe like to ask you, from the presentation, I see you're covering a lot of different topics, and you're truly working interdisciplinary with many partners and collaborations. And for example, the block science is, of course, providing amazing content and amazing stepping stones, so to say, for a particular thing that you need for your project. But what would be the thing that you're still lacking for the active projects that you have, or any future projects coming up? What is that you're still lacking? Like, for example, you said identity was back in 2014 is what you realized hasn't been developed yet. What kind of difficulties are you experiencing at the moment?
So I would say that our biggest challenge in the next phase, taking this into real world implementations, is going to be regulatory and legal. So to Sherman's earlier point. There's I think a huge opportunity space around maybe some regulatory, let's say, there's regulators are creating a space to improve the conditions for development finance. So whether that's for climate finance or SDG finance, and particularly European regulators. And so the policy frameworks around this, whether it's around issuing green bonds or there's a lot of policy work that's been done, is in place. But now we have the really difficult challenge of actually turning policy into practice and challenging a lot of the paradigms. So for instance, if we move towards an ideal situation where impact bonds can be issued by people without kind of institutional backing, or by small organizations. So if an NGO wants to issue its own bond, under the current regulations, they would need to issue a prospectus and get regulatory approval for that. Now that is completely the opposite of what we're kind of building in terms of size and scale and automation. And so, I think that there's going to be a huge need for us to challenge some of these processes around, how regulations get applied. But I think that the opportunity is very great, given the urgency of large-scale funding and the risks that are associated with that. So if we're able to show that we reduce risks because we internalize the risks, and we also have provable mechanisms that are safe fail, that have got bounded ways of operating that don't incur risks that are not that can be systemic, then I think that we can achieve this. But we need lots of support in this area.
Yeah, as we saw in the flow charts in the previous presentations, the legal aspect is the one that you do at the end, because otherwise you're not going to be able to do anything if you first start thinking about the legal aspects of the project. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. If you still have time, Sean, so the live stream on YouTube is stopped now, but we can continue the discussion here for another couple of minutes. And we have a last question in the chat that says, who is running the blockchain servers to run the contracts?
So we have a network of relayers. It's a proof of stake blockchain, the primary blockchain. So anyone can set up a network, and it can be proof of authority or any kind of configuration of how you would want to run that, using Tendermint as the consensus mechanism. For the primary chain, which is the sustainability hub, we have independent validators who operate as relayers. So by relayer, we mean that they have a market function. So they are channels to the market in terms of originating projects and connecting those projects to the services that are delivered through the network. So we're in the process of rolling those relayer nodes out with a very explicit objective to make those relayers representative of kind of geographically, and also in terms of kind of sectorally, where the need is. So if we look at the distribution of most of the blockchain infrastructure, it tends to be very skewed. So in terms of kind of incentivizing the setup of nodes, we're wanting to ensure that happens in countries and regions where these projects are already based. And so we have a relay node coming online in India, one in South Africa, and then Hong Kong, and so on. So we're trying to get a geographic distribution, but also ensure that the right kind of organizations are involved.
All right, amazing.
I think another point, because I was really interested listening to Vinay's presentation this morning, sort of speaking about the importance of having incorruptible or fraud-resistant blockchain infrastructure. So one of the things we've really focused on is ensuring the integrity of the blockchain. So this kind of goes counter to a lot of the libertarian kind of ideals around anonymity and permissionless and all of that. But we've built in the identifier mechanisms, so decentralized identifiers and verifiable credentials at the very core of the operating system for this blockchain. So in order to transact on an XO protocol network, you need to have a decentralized identifier and you need to present credentials with that. And so we're hoping that this will kind of bring the level of kind of integrity as well as the regulatory acceptability of these networks to a point that enables us to scale and operate right now rather than at some sort of aspirational future point where there's a different kind of governance system.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you very much, Sean, for taking the time and joining the non-con. We're very happy to have you in our track. And please, everyone, do not forget that you can still continue the conversations in the Cryptoeconomics Hangout channel. You can also, I'll just share my screen right away with you. So you can also, you can also create your own room here at the Interspace setup. And you can, as already said, we have our own room where we can hang out at the Cryptoeconomics minus Hangout. All right. Thank you very much, Sean, once again. And we can all take a short break. The next talk is going to be by Horst Treibelmeier, which is going to begin in 4 minutes. Let me also remind you that you can donate money for building open source infrastructures like this, and that there is an after party tonight by CryptoVoxels. Also, there is a proof of attention token that you can claim at the Interspace setup. That's it. Let's take a short break of 4 minutes and continue then with Horst. No problem. So as it is already 6:11, I would like to remind everyone that you can find all the information right here at the Interspace setup. So please don't forget to donate money for the open source infrastructures. You can also join the after party tonight that is being hosted by Cryptovoxels, and please do claim your Pope tokens at the Interspace setup. I'll just share my screen for a second to show you how it looks like and where you can find all the information. So we have it here. Here's the setup. You can donate by clicking on this button and find all the information right here. Claim your Pope tokens also here, and join the party at Cryptovoxels. So we will provide a link to that, and all the important information is already being posted in the Discord channel. So our next talk is going to be by Horst Treibelmeier. He's going to be talking about blockchain and sustainability and whether this is undervalued or overhyped. Let me just remind you before we start the talk, you can post questions in the Discord channel, or you can also raise a hand right here in the Interspace and make it more interactive. Raising of hands has been working perfectly, so please feel free to do so. Horst is a full professor at the Module University in Vienna, and Horst, the stage is yours. I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Tatiana. The first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to share my screen. And of course, a huge shout out to everybody who is here. And yeah, please let me know if you can see my screen so that I can officially start. Is it working?
Not yet, but let's wait a couple of seconds.
Not wait. Yeah, I just wanted to mention in the beginning, if you have a question during my talk or if you want to add something, then please feel free to do so. I will have a look at the chat every once in a while. And if something pops up, just let me know. You can even unmute your microphone. I think the room now is not too crowded. So you can see my screen now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. So I would like to tell you briefly how I came to blockchain DLT research. And when I'm saying blockchain, I mean all kinds of distributed ledgers. It was a couple of years ago. Of course, the first time I heard about Bitcoin, that was quite a while ago, maybe 2012, 2013. Then I integrated it into my teaching. And around 2015, I noticed the bigger potential. And at that time, hardly anyone was doing research outside computer science and cryptography. So my home base, so to speak, is information systems. And I thought I figured out a blue ocean, so to say, where nobody else is doing research. And of course, that turned out to be a big misconception, but it doesn't matter because it's really exciting now to be in a field where so much is going on. And I'm mainly a researcher at Module University Vienna, but I'm also an associate at the UCL Center of Blockchain Technologies in London. And right at the moment, I'm working in the working group Blockchain for Cities of the UN U4SSC, which is an initiative of the ITU, the International Telecommunications Association, and the United Nations. All of these activities you can see here, including the City of Blockchain, where I get in contact with the industry. They are not paid. I'm just doing this out of interest. And I also want to make some kind of impact. One of the good things about being a university professor is that I can choose my own research topics. And here at Module University, we have a focus on sustainability. And so it came quite natural that I was connecting those two topics, blockchain and sustainability. And yesterday, I just did, out of interest, a short search on Google Trends, and I figured out that when it comes to sustainability goals, the 17 goals, I guess you all know, then there's a huge difference in interest all over the world. So I did a quick search on Google Trends, and I found that the lighter areas here, there's more interest, and it seems that outside of Europe, interest in those goals is kind of less. Yeah. Here we have the 17 goals, and I think it's good that they included so many different areas and so many different aspects. On the other hand, for me as a researcher, it makes it really hard to draw any borders because of if you look at it, it's really hard to find any kind of application, let alone blockchain application, that does not have any kind of impact in one of those fields. So if you're doing something in supply chain management, of course, you can always claim to it has to do with hunger. If you're doing research in the food supply chain, or if you're creating solutions in the food supply chain, and most cases you will have some economic impact or impact on the industry, innovation, infrastructure. So that's a little bit tough. But on the other hand, it's also good that all kind of positive impact is included. And I would like to start with some kind of definition. Most likely that's one you all know. So what's sustainable development? It's some kind of development where you take into account what needs we have right at the moment. And if I'm saying we, I'm talking about mankind or humankind in general, without compromising any needs of future generations. And this was, I think, created by the Brundtland Commission more than 30 years ago. And I'm not sure how much you know about sustainability. I know everybody in this conference and most likely has some knowledge about blockchain. So I included some different kinds of sustainability. I'm having a brief look at the chat. So I got a question, the conflict between sustainability and growth. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to collecting all these questions, and I'll do my best to answer them in the end. I guess I need about 20-25 minutes, and then we can discuss these issues. And if there is not enough time, I'm happy to open a chat room. Yeah, what you can see here, sustainability is more than just the environment. It has also to do with the economy, because we need to live out of something, and of course also society. If we have some social issues, that will impact, of course, also the environment, because then we are depleting our resources even more. And basically 2 different approaches came out of that. And one is called the weak sustainability approach, and the other one is strong sustainability. Talking about weak sustainability in a nutshell means that you can kind of substitute one for the other. So sometimes you hear about adjusted net savings, meaning you have your GDP and then you subtract costs, for example, for capital depreciation, resource depletion. So you put it all in one basket, and then you're deducting some kind of money for societal issues, environmental issues, and so on. And the other approach would be strong sustainability, meaning that at the outer courts, at the outer ring, is all about the environment. So if you don't have a fully functioning environment, then you might have some issues, of course, with society, and in the end, you have the economy. But having a perfectly functioning economy without having a functioning society, or in the first place, a fully functioning environment, is not possible. If you want to know about my perspective, then I would consider myself to be here. My view is, honestly, is that strong sustainability view. And of course, there's some nuances in between, but I'm not sure if you know the work of Francesco Rogan, and now we're going back in the 1970s. And I would encourage you to read his paper, Energy and Economic Myths, where he's basically debunking the idea of a fully circular economy where you can substitute one for the other, or where you can recycle ad infinitum, meaning you will always use more energy, even if you recycle, than you had in the beginning. And you just need to think about rare earth, all these kind of natural resources. No matter how much you recycle, you will lose some resources in the process. And that's one issue we have to face as mankind. And he is also making a point that the only resource we have in abundance is solar energy. So I strongly recommend you to read his papers. Of course, you don't need to necessarily agree with me. I would be absolutely interested in discussing these things with you. And I think I can briefly address the question related to growth. The question is, it seems that the SDG goals do not recognize growth is not required for sustainability. They do. Here we have two negations in here. Not recognize that growth is not required. Yes, I would see it. I'm in the tradition now of degrowth, mankind or humankind, better word, we need to figure out a way to survive without having sustained growth, because any kind of growth where we have growth rates is kind of exponential. But again, we can discuss this after I'm finished. So my idea as a researcher is I want to see solutions that could not have been done without blockchain or DLT technologies. And at the moment, I'm not looking for the perfect solution. I just want to see incremental solutions, because when I started in this space a couple of years ago, I could see it's always some kind of binary approach. Either you have something that's perfect, or the solution in a way is worthless. And I think we're a little bit too impatient. And even today, I have seen so many great ideas. Just the last presentation was absolutely wonderful when it comes to sustainability. And it's also inspiring what's going on in the other chat room when they are talking about more technical issues or privacy issues. And we all need to combine these things and to create solutions which can improve the way we live today. And I would also like to quantify the positive impact. And that's a tricky part, because as I've said in the beginning, it's always hard to claim that you can do something better, but it's really hard to quantify these claims, and sometimes the goals are kind of conflicting. And in these cases, we talk about externalities. So an externality would be some kind of side effect, and those could be positive or negative. And for those of you who are interested more in the initiatives that are being done by the International Telecommunications Union and the United Nations, the one I'm active in is called Blockchain for Cities. And that's a work group that's part of the U4SSC. And the goal of this initiative is to find or identify solutions that can help to make cities better places to live in. And of course, it's called Blockchain for Cities. So the main goal is that it has some kind of blockchain DLT technology on which the solution is based. I included the link down here. So if you are interested, you can check out this page. And I'm just telling you that this is something that's open for anyone who has an interest in that space and who has some kind of experience. In other words, if you would be interested in participating yourself in the next work group, then you can sign up and you can contribute. They're always looking for experts. And again, it's not paid. And for this specific work group, the report is coming out, I think, in the next weeks or month. It has not been published yet, but we're in the final stages. And our goals in this work group were to find some use cases and practical experience and to describe and document them. And I can tell you in advance, that was the hardest part, because there are so many great ideas out there, but not too many fully functioning solutions that have some kind of, let's say, business case and that really use blockchain technology in a way that they have a solid governance model and all those other things we have discussed today. And we also had the goal to develop a conceptual framework to assess these solutions, and we finally need to come up with some policy recommendations, because we actually don't want to see this as an academic exercise. And and we want to also give some indications for the politicians. I'm just checking the check. Yes, I'm going to share all the slides. I'm sorry if they are hard to read. Most likely, then screen resolution is not good enough, but I will do my best on the other slides. I think the font size is a little bit bigger. And of course, you can have all the slides after my presentation if you like. Yeah, that was our initial framework, just to see how we got started. And I guess my presentation today is on the highest level, so to speak, of all presentations that I've also heard in the stream. I have been following it for a couple of hours now. And the idea was just to classify solutions and to see what good they can do. And when it comes to blockchain and cities, we had a couple of urban challenges. First of all, there was the environment, but also mobility. We were especially considering if we can make cities a more livable place by, for example, reducing traffic, then some kind of societal changes. Think of voting over blockchain governance issues, and finally, everything that can improve safety and security for citizens. And in our framework, we had the following structure. We were looking for blockchain or alternative solutions that were used at the infrastructure layer. So our selection criteria quite naturally was some kind of blockchain solution applied. And we didn't differentiate, by the way, between public, private, permissionless. Then we also described what kind of which kind of solution and what kind of requirements were considered, how it was implemented, and what kind of benefits came out of that. And I told you in the beginning, we found a couple of nice solutions, but many of them at a very early stage. A different evaluation framework, which I came up last year, and I think that something like that would provide a good, create a good starting point for classifying sustainability solutions using blockchain. My idea was to look at different kinds of industries and use the triple bottom line, meaning environment, society, and economy, to figure out what blockchain can do in specific industries for the 3 different aspects of sustainability. And I'm not going through all of these examples now. I'm just giving you some ideas what I
It seems that we've lost Horst. Yeah, let's try and wait a minute until we contact him and see if he can rejoin the presentation. Let me see what I can do. Please stay tuned and we will try to get Horst back. In the meantime, while we're waiting, would anyone like to start a discussion between the participants here? Or maybe address something that you didn't have the chance to address during the day?
Well, I'm assuming that we all have something to say about blockchain and sustainability if we're here. I mean, I think one of the things that comes up for me, and maybe people have ideas about this, is just when we talk about blockchain and sustainability, it almost kind of bothers you to think about proof of work, right? Here we are burning up the environment with our proof of work protocols and talking about sustainability. So I was wondering if anybody here has something to say about that.
So we actually have, I didn't actually get to introduce myself today. I'm also working at the Research Institute for Cryptoeconomics at the Vienna University of Business and Economics together with Chris, Jacob, Sherman, and so on. And we actually have posted a few articles on this topic that actually proof of work. Of course, it's very much energy consuming. And of course, this is not the solution, and it wasn't the intention to create something like this. But the research shows that a very large part of the energy consumed is actually being mined sustainably, so to say, is coming from the sustainable resources. And again, I say this is not a solution. We are definitely not, we are not supposed to be creating mechanisms that are actually that much energy consuming. But on the other hand, a lot of that energy actually comes from sustainable resources. We can definitely discuss this. This is a very good point. And let's see what Horst has.
Yeah, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So I had some technical issues, apparently. I guess I was talking to my computer screen. I just heard proof of work. I agree, that's a big issue. I didn't include it in my PowerPoint slides because I think that would be a topic on its own. And proof of work and energy consumption, I mean, that's really connected to this kind of consensus mechanism. And many of the blockchain solutions I found out there that are interesting for sustainability are not necessarily public solutions. And some people might claim that if they're not public, they are not blockchains, and this more like a philosophical discussion. And I think it was Tatiana or whoever mentioned that before. The thing is with proof of work, when you talk, for example, about Bitcoin, a lot of that energy comes from sustainable resources. So you also need to take that into account. And another issue is you also need to take into account what the current monetary system consumes when it comes to energy. And that's really highly complicated. I actually put together some ideas for a paper in which I contrast all these opinions, but I didn't include this in my presentation today on purpose. But of course, this is also something that I would consider a negative externality, and that if you're doing a total cost analysis, that needs to be taken into account. You cannot say you create a system and that, I don't know, improves food safety and is completely sustainable, and then you're using a very energy consuming proof of work mechanism and you say it's all good. It's definitely an issue.
Yeah, may I just refer, while we're on the point, we actually had a bachelor student who wrote his bachelor thesis on this topic, and he tried to compare the energy consumption of a Bitcoin transaction to energy consumption of a traditional transaction, so to say, so MasterCard, Visa, or even cash transactions that we have now. So he tried to do this. We've published the bachelor thesis on our website. Please take a look at it. Shortly, or to summarize, it is very hard to actually calculate the CO2 consumption in the traditional banking sector. It is almost impossible, and he used the life cycle assessment method. There are different approaches, but yeah, as I said, you can find this bachelor thesis on our website, and all the other articles that we posted to this topic you can find on the website Unblocked, that is a sustainability initiative of the Institute. Thank you, Horst, for quickly coming back to us, and please do continue the presentation.
I'm back. Thank you, Tatiana. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, yeah.
Okay, good. And you can see my screen, right? You can see my screen, huh?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, actually, I think I even know the bachelor thesis, and I can highly recommend it. There's also a lot of good work from Has McCook, and it might also be a good idea for you to check out some talks from Andreas Antonopoulos on the subject. Mm-hmm. But again, all in all, I don't think wasting energy for mining Bitcoin is good by itself, but we also need to take into account what we can get out of that. And of course, for me, it would be much nicer to have some kind of solution that's not wasting energy. But just to give an example how poorly many people understand the system, a couple of years ago, there was a couple of blogs around telling you that in the year 2020, the whole world will run out of energy because of Bitcoin mining, because they just extrapolated the exponential growth curve. And so this is something that's definitely a negative externality. And here I have an example of, in general, blockchain-based incentive systems, which I took from a colleague of mine, Markus Dapp, who is currently in Switzerland, and he published a chapter in a book that I edited. And the basic schema is very straightforward. you have some negative externalities and they have positive externalities from what you're doing, some negative and positive side effects. And the question is, can you identify any kind of incentives? And can you make them tradable, for example, by using tokens? And of course, the third and final question is, if you have a system which is exactly doing that, how can you measure if it's working? And yeah, we heard Charmaine today, and she did quite a substantial amount of research also on that subject. I'm just giving you one example on the next slide. Yeah, and one thing we also need in a system like that, we need some kind of oracle feeding in information from the environment. It can be either done by humans or it can be done by sensors, just to understand if we really achieved our goals. And the one example I'm giving you is just the one Markus Dapp is discussing in his paper. And honestly speaking, I like this example a lot, but I don't know the latest how it looks at the moment. There was a project of cleaning the river Niger, and the idea was to give micropayments to community members to do that, because that river was spilled with oil, and this has been going on for decades, and nothing they ever tried to clean it up really worked. And so they were trying micropayments because this is fairly easy to handle, and the idea was to get the community started. Last week, I had a talk with somebody from supply chain management, and they want to use a system like that to monitor how funding is being used actually. So, you know, all those funding opportunities, they go somewhere and the money is basically given to someone to do something, but in very many cases, it's not clear how the money is being spent. And so this is actually one way to figure that out. But all of the projects I know are at a fairly early stage, and it's really hard to assess them. So if you have any updated news, let me know. Yeah, we already heard about Eleanor Ostrom, and I know there are other researchers also in this field, but I have to say a couple of years ago, I had a nice idea. I thought, what if we use blockchain technology and what we can do with it? For example, tokenization, self-enforcement. Here we have smart contracts, we have even DAOs, and take the 8 principles from Eleanor Ostrom. And for those of you who do not know her, she did a lot of groundbreaking research when it comes to the self-governing of communities, and she got what is called the Nobel Prize in Economics. And my idea was to combine the features of blockchain with the principles of Ostrom and just see if we can put it to use. But I have to say, before I started doing that, I did some research and I found others were faster than I was. And so I need to give credits to them. And this is just another example I can show you that's already been under development. And my colleagues, Daniel Rosas and others, they got a grant for that, and they are developing solutions in which blockchain technology help communities actually to self-govern themselves, to govern themselves. How can this work? I give you 2 examples. For example, you can use a token to create community boundaries. And we have heard a lot about token today. I assume you're familiar with that. And so you just create something for within a community to just create some incentive structures. So this could be done. You can create self-enforcement mechanisms, and you can formalize them by, and by doing that, you can fix the rules to local needs. You create some kind of code, smart contracts, doesn't matter how you want to call them. And in those codes, you bake the rules of the community. And what my colleagues also did, they were checking out all these other options of blockchain or distributed ledger technology to actually implement the rules of Ostrom. And once more, this is research in progress. I think this is absolutely great, wonderful ideas what they're doing, but we also need to take into account that it might take a couple of years because before we see all these projects really being implemented. So how much more time do we have? I think 10 more minutes, is this correct? Tatiana,
Yes, so the next speaker is scheduled for 7 p.m. and we would like to have like a 10 minutes for Q&A.
Okay, so I'll do my best to finish in 10 minutes. I give you just some more examples, and then I can tell you if you like to reach out to the community, if you want to participate. with the United Nations where you can find us. Another example I'm using quite often is Frycoin. I'm not sure if you know this person here. His name is Silvio Gesell. He lived around the turn of the previous centuries, around 1900, 1860, 1930, something like that. And he came up with something that's quite interesting, some kind of demurrage currency that that loses value if you don't spend it. And if this rings a bell, yeah, because it was quite famous, for example, in the area of depression, 1930s, this was tried out in some countries, for example, Austria. So there was the Great Depression in Austria, and huge amount of unemployment. The monetary system was not working, and there was a small community in Tyrol that was using that kind of money. Of course, it was on paper, and they got stamps in this money, and if they didn't spend it, then it would lose value. And so they could create a safe haven within Tyrol where they had a really flourishing economy. But the whole experiment was stopped by the Austrian National Bank because they didn't want anyone to mess around with the currency. And what I found very interesting, there was some developers, and I was in contact with one of them, Mark Friedenbach, that developed something like that. It's called Frycoin. If you go to CoinMarketCap, you will see it's not much in circulation. There's not much going on when it comes to trading. But just to give you my philosophy, that's not really important for me at the moment. It's just we have some kind of economic concept, and now we have the technical means to implement it. Most likely, it will take a couple of years before we have those solutions that will be sustainable in a way. But it's absolutely fascinating for me to see that nowadays we can use technology to try out those economic experiments. Might not be so interesting for us today in Europe, let's say, but we have many countries that even at the moment suffer from high inflation. Yeah, one of my research examples, for a couple of years I was active in a working group of the European Union called ALICE, Alliance for Logistics Innovation Through Collaboration in Europe. And the idea of this initiative is to create more effective and efficient supply chains. And this one is called the physical internet. That's the name of the concept. And it has nothing to do with the internet as you might know it, the digital internet. It's a supply chain concept in which the packages that you ship are treated like data packages on the internet. So it also has a layered approach. And at the lowest level, you have modular containers. Then we have ideas to optimize the usage of vehicles and so on and so on. And the interesting thing is about the supply chain concept. If you combine it with blockchain technology, you can basically use distributed ledgers to optimize 2 of 3 flows here. Not the physical flow, which is basically the parcels, but the information flow and all the payments flows. So the whole thing has a huge amount of potential, but again, it's very much conceptual. People working on parts of it. I'm in a couple of research projects, but in order to implement the fully working system, there are many, many things we need to consider. And I joined this group a couple of hours ago, and there was some discussion also about legal issues. And when it comes to a supply chain that's governed by, let's say, blockchain for these kind of flows, I would say the legal issues are maybe the bigger problem as compared to some kind of blockchain infrastructure. I think the technology is a little bit more advanced than legal issues in this one here. And another big problem could be cooperation models. So the business layer, if you like. So even if you can do it on a technical layer, even if you can find a blockchain solution to account for, let's say, micropayments, we still have the issue that companies in the transportation sector do not want to cooperate with each other. So it's highly interesting. And again, if we could manage something like that to make our supply chains more efficient and more smoothly, we could save a lot of energy. We could save a lot of exhaust fumes, and we can provide so much value to the industry, because a lot of food also gets wasted because the transportation time is too long. So I think I'm going to skip this slide just to make it in time. I wanted to point out for you this forthcoming report on blockchain for cities. First of all, if you're interested in the report, please go to the webpage. I assume that in 2 or 3 months it will be ready. And once more, if you are interested in participating in one of these projects, you just need to sign up like I did. Especially interesting for you if you're actively doing research or if you're working in this area. And what we did, again, we found some use cases, and that was the hard part, I can tell you, because our main criterion was that it should be something that's up and running. But we found some solutions for democracy and decision making. This is one of the use cases I could contribute from Italy. Then identity voting, certification, all of those applications you know, and all of them providing something to make the communities a little bit better in different areas like mobility or environment. And so my conclusion is, and I just gave you a couple of cases on a very high level. First of all, to answer my question from the first slide, is it overhyped or undervalued? I would say it's probably both at the moment. Many solutions out there claim to have some kind of sustainability impact, but they do not exactly specify what kind of negative externalities you have. And we had the proof of work discussion before. Of course, you can claim you provide financial inclusion with Bitcoin and you don't mention the amount of energy that is burned. So it's very important to, at the same time, take everything into account. And it is undervalued in a way that we have so many potential opportunities out there and we all need to explore them. So I'm not one of those who is saying just because that a certain solution at the moment is not making any money, then it's bad. We just need to give it more time and we need to keep on doing our work. Second problem for me is that sustainability is such a broad and fuzzy concept. I've shown you in the beginning, and it's so easy to come up with claims that your solution is sustainable just because you pick one of the 17 goals and then you say, I fit into this goal and so I provided a nice sustainability solution. Yeah, and the applications that are built on an infrastructure can never be more advanced than the infrastructure itself. And that's the huge problem with blockchain DLT. There's so much going on a technological level. And if the underlying technology is in a state of flux, of course, all the applications that are built on it. So I expect much more to see in the coming years. And we need some quantitative assessment frameworks, which take into account the positive and negative side effects and come up with some kind of objective assessment if a solution is really sustainable. We need a repository of use cases. Again, that's what we started in the UN project, but I think we can do much better than that and create big repositories in which we really bundle use cases that are out there and give them some kind of assessment and make them open to the public. And those, of course, should be more than white papers. And in order to do so, we need some independent assessors. And this would also be a place where universities come in, but also non-governmental organizations or any others you can think of. And once more, externalities need to be considered, all of them. So if you have a positive impact on one sustainability goal, but a negative impact on another, that should be weighed against each other. And again, I see some kind of premature assessments in many cases. So people are just claiming that a certain solution is not viable at the moment because for some reason it has some technical issues. So we need to be patient, but we also need to be critical. And all in all, I'm quite positive because I see so many smart people working out there, and a lot of what I've heard today in both streams is highly encouraging once more for me to continue doing my research, and I expect a lot of technological process in the years to come, and hopefully it's for the better for all of us. So I'm going to stop here contact. I'm perfectly fine with sharing my slides, and I'm looking forward to the 10 minutes of discussion we have now. And if we need more time, I can always join you in some channel out there. So I'm unsharing my screen. Tatiana, are you still here?
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Was a little bit rushed in the end, but
no, it was perfect. And I cannot agree more. We are kind of working on similar things at the Vienna University of Business and Economics, and we have also been trying to develop an evaluation framework because we've been seeing so many sustainability projects that are not actually doing anything for sustainability. So I really must agree with everything that you've said, and would like to open the discussions right away. So would anyone like to raise their hand? I don't have any other questions in the...
Yeah, we have some comments in the chat actually, right from the beginning. If you if you give me a second, I can read them out loud, or you can see them. The first one is from Grace. I'm interested in the conflict between sustainability and growth. We are now realizing that we grow. Yeah, we grow and we cause damage to the environment. I couldn't agree anymore. And she says, do not recognize that growth is not requirement for sustainability. Yes. So I'm not sure if Grace, if you're still here, but I would fully agree with you. Actually, we cannot grow forever. And actually, at my university, there are some colleagues of mine who are doing research on degrowth, which means we need to shrink in a way. We need to shrink our economies in order to survive. And that's fully what I think. I'm just checking other comments. Oh yeah, you posted the bachelor thesis, and once more, I think I know it and I can highly recommend it. And in the end, I can see a comment from Dave saying he implemented a demo in the token back in 2017. Yeah, great ideas. I always like it if you take something that's so innovative and really groundbreaking, and then 100 years ago, after Silvio Gesell had these nice ideas and they were shown that they can work in some settings, and somebody comes along and implements something like that. And actually, I'm not aware of any big usage of these tokens, but I'm still so impressed that they exist, and maybe we need them in the future. So, are you still here? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Any other questions? Anyone wants to?
Would anyone like to start another discussion or raise a hand and pose a question here? Yeah, Grace, go ahead. Thank you for your questions.
I'd kind of like to follow on from my question, because you're involved with the UN. Like, when you talk to them about degrowth, how does that go? Because I think we're seeing something very interesting now. Like, all of a sudden everybody's slowing down, but we're all a lot happier in some ways, more calm, So there's all these externalities that we don't even know that are happening.
Yeah, when you're saying I'm involved with the UN, it's on a very small level. The one U4 SSC is part of the UN, and then I'm working in one sub-project, which is Blockchain for Cities, and which is mainly organized by the United Nations University. So I'm basically working together with a couple of researchers, and I'm not talking to a UN secretary or someone like that. So the impact is not big, and I'm really focusing on blockchain activities. So in this working group, we did not really discuss degrowth. That's out of the scope, and would be really interesting, but my impact is not that big, I have to admit that.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to ask a question?
Yeah. And one more thing I would like to add, it's really cool that we have this online conference, because I'm also cutting down on conferences a lot, and I like when I don't have to fly. So it's really great how things are working and how the technology works, and that's also, I think, a good contribution.
Yeah, totally. I would have a question while, if there are no questions from the audience, I will pose the one. So you've been talking about the evaluation framework that you composed, and that you've been looking for city initiatives, so to say. Have you ran any of the initiatives through the evaluation framework? And if you have, did you take a look at the culture token of Vienna that we almost launched last?
Yeah. When Shamin mentioned the culture token, I suddenly memorized it, and I know the culture token can be used to save CO2. So that even would qualify as a potential case, but I'm not sure how is it implemented already? So can you use the culture token? Is it up and running?
So we launched the test phase in February, and the research on our side is done for the test phase, and we actually launched the test phase, but it didn't last much because of the whole COVID crisis. So it is now officially it has stopped, but of course we are working on it with the city of Vienna and are trying to better it.
Yes, and that's what we experienced. We have so many great ideas, but at the end of the day, we were discussing, oh, so fine, what is already up and running, what is implemented. And I guess the culture token is in an early phase, so it doesn't qualify as a solution that's already contributing a lot. But I think it's such a great idea that if you can manage to build this thing and that people adopt it, then it definitely would qualify as a sustainability solution. If you can make people really, let's say, using the cars a little bit less, and then you need to quantify the impact. But the idea is wonderful.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Maybe for the last 2 minutes that we have another question from anyone else. Would anyone else like to raise a hand? If not, I would be interested to hear what team is working on these kinds of evaluation frameworks. So you have the tech people, blockchain people, sustainability people. Who is working on these?
Oh, good question. So I have to be careful what I say because I'm not sure if I know the exact numbers, but usually we do online meetings. I mean, we do only online meetings to be specific, and normally I would say 25 to 30 people are joining those meetings, and most of them are contributing to the report, some more, some less. And I would say we have all kind of experts in the pool. We have a couple of academics, quite a few practitioners, and also a couple of computer scientists. For the moment, it's hard to me to specify how many of us have more of a technological perspective and how many are more into economics, but I think we have a good mix of all of them. And it's important that you get different views, and we have quite a couple of discussions going on in order to find what topics are relevant for us, and most of the work is then done individually, so we have an open document and we can post comments and all of that. But again, it's very important that you have qualifications that cover a broad range. I'm not sure if we have any lawyers in the team. I need to check that, but it's not only academics or not only practitioners, but we need everything, including computer scientists. But as Shamin was saying in her talk, it's also important that you don't have only computer science, because you also need some kind of economic expertise and maybe even sociologists, so to include everything.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm glad to hear it. Thank you very much for your presentation and for taking the time.
Thank you very much for organizing this and having me.
You're welcome. We are moving on to the next talk. Before we do, I will just remind you that we can continue the conversations and continue the discussions in the interspace, Hangout interspace of Cryptoeconomics. So if anyone would like to talk to Horst or just to continue the conversation on the topic, feel free to join that interspace. And I will now hand over to Jakub to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Tatiana. So we still have a bit of time left, I think. We still have about 10 minutes. Oh no, the next talk is scheduled for right now. Matteo, I think I see your webcam on already.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Started a bit, but that might be on my side. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me well?
I hear you well, Matteo. Everything is good.
Okay.
It could be that Jakub is experiencing some kind of mic problems.
Yeah,
but
I think my headphone just disconnected, but I should be back now.
Yeah, sounds good.
So welcome, Matteo. Thank you for coming. This is so far a very interesting conference to me. I think thematically also everything fitted very well together, and I'm very excited for your talk now because it fits very well in the recent discussions we've had here. So I'm happy to hand over. Please briefly introduce yourself and then let's go.
Yeah. So hello everyone. My name is Matteo Tambussi. I am one of the organizers of ETH Turin, which is the first Italian hackathon of Ethereum and possibly the first real Ethereum hackathon to focus on local impact. So a quick presentation of who I am, etc. I'm a musician, basically. So I had to find some other jobs. So I started doing blockchain. No, I'm kidding. I worked in Berlin as an audio-video curator for LivePeer, which is a protocol based on Ethereum that takes care of decentralized audio-video transcoding. So we are talking about censorship-resistant audio-video transcoding. And we had a community channel in Berlin called LivePeer TV, which basically took care of the live streams for Ethereum Foundation, DAppCon, ETH Berlin, DevCon 4, blah, 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 etc. So time building, I managed to understand like the macro bricks that make up like the UX, UI of blockchain experience and a bit of architecture. And I started like gathering more information and starting my own projects. And now I am basically here organizing ETH Turin. ETH Turin, the idea of ETH Turin started at ETH Berlin 2 last year in Berlin, where we, some other people from Radical Exchange Foundation, we were volunteering there. And we sort of, I don't know if you guys remember, it was like August last year, and basically the headlines were all about Amazon on fire, like this, like hundreds of hectares every day getting burned, etc. So we had these on the headlines, and I was also in managing the panels of the jury at the end of the hackathon. We could see that there was no relation between the hacks and SDG goals, or like impacts, sustainability impacts. So with a bunch of people, we decided, okay, let's launch something that it's strictly towards that. And this is what we've been trying to do the whole year. Of course, ETH Turin was supposed to happen physically at a local location here in northern Italy, Turin. And but we are in strict quarantine, so we were one of the first organizations to say, okay, let's go virtual. And fortunately, thanks to Kai, thanks to Michael, and thanks to all of the organizers, we found this amazing environment to make ETH Turin happen. So ETH Turin will eventually happen on Interspace in between the 24th and 26th of April this month. So I would love to go to my presentation, because ETH Turin is all about local adoption and local impact. Can you people see?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So this is just a quick list of the main partners that populate our environment. Of course, Noncon and Interspace. Diora, that is taking care of the quadratic voting system for the winner of the hackathon. Mintbase, where you can, of course, retrieve and redeem your tokens. And then we have the University of Turin and this logo, which never appears. I don't know for which reason, but it's the Polytechnic University of Turin and the Italian community of Ethereum Italia. So let's kick in with some header about what Turin is all about. For those who don't know Turin is a 700K people town in the northern west of Italy, close to France. We hosted the 2006 Winter Olympic Games. It's the headquarters of Fiat industry, so it's a motor city town like Detroit somehow. So we have this heavy industry and tech soul, along with a more green and sustainable aspect, which is basically represented by the slow food movement. For those of you who know Italy, Italy is a sort of 0 kilometers food retail that is happening, that is opening up around the world, and its headquarters are in Piedmont, here in Tirino. We also host Terra Madre, which is the biggest festival of local production, local food productions, etc. On the ICT level, Turin is the birthplace of the MP3 late in the 90s. So let's dive into what we are talking about with Turin. Somehow, we've been talking about, we've been trying to kind of destabilize the concept of mass adoption for crypto and trying to propose another paradigm, which is basically local adoption. So it's all about creating dynamic and mutual influence between the crypto nomads and the crypto dwellers. So those who are like startups and local businesses who are aware what blockchain possibilities are, but don't have the tools and insight that crypto nomads traditionally have. Also, without the crypto prefix, historically nomads are a population like migrating technology and know-hows to dwellers, and then usually it's within the dwellers that some incremental innovation happens. So this dynamic is somehow pinpointed into first plugging into local test lab communities that can provide useful KPIs because they can provide simple testing with small numbers and high and close interaction. So we're talking about interaction that is offline and online at the same time that can produce incremental innovation. For example, I wanted to, it's not an on-chain example, but the real scale, the real factor that granted Airbnb its success apparently was that at a certain point Airbnb asked all its early adopters to take professional photos. So basically Airbnb provided professional photographers to the first community of hosts on their website to start indeed to start giving out like clear, nice, fisheye images of their apartment. So this is something that you can do once you have like teams working in place, like the people you can get around with the local scene. Also talking about local public administration, there's this something that somehow this is something that I've been talking about within Radical Exchange, and there is decentralization doesn't mean not harmonization with the local administrations. In fact, the local public administration are as thirsty of decentralization from the central governments, possibly as crypto communities are, because they have different needs than what the central government usually issue their regulatory sets on. So we're talking about local agendas, and they also have more freedom to integrate local taxes in their policies. So we will be talking about integration of local taxes, cut, and token economics soon. And also they provide basic services like schools and nurseries, etc. So it's important to rely on local public administrations as a gates to this localized impact. Also, the local impact and these local test labs provide a variety of non-monetary payoffs that can fulfill better needs. So we are talking about, for example, local DeFi or micro DeFi, so the possibility of citizens to stake value to local businesses which have registered address on a, for example, on a local fork of blockchain, and thus local businesses can provide different kind of payoffs because of the proximity. They can issue engagement benefits that are not purely crypto. This is something that we've been talking about concerning SDG. So for those of you who don't know SDG, SDG stands for Sustainability Development Goals and are the 17 goals issued by the UN. So somehow these goals lack a bit of precise and clear cut. So it's kind of hard to identify which kind of SDG to pursue in your national or local agenda. This is why we thought it could be a good strategy to start talking about localizing the priority of SDG. This is a map that somehow I retrieved with some data concerning with headlines basically, and what we've been finding that is that, for example, cities like Stuttgart in Germany, Torino, and Milan, they share basically the same emergency or the same priority for the goal number 11, which is sustainable cities and communities. All these three cities, they share high rates of PM 2.5 and PM 10. So in these three cities could create basically a cluster of priorities that can interact, that can make these three cities interact for a common goal. So talking about SDG and development tracks in general at ETH Turin, we will have a few bounty tracks issued by our partners, but the main track of ETH Turin is a ESG, which stands for Environment, Social, and Governance, and SDG tracks. We have decided to just try to narrow the scope of these hacking by adopting a local example. CommonSud is a project by the University of Turin Department of Computer Science, and it's basically an Ethereum-based protocol that tries to connect cryptoeconomics to circular economy. So I don't know if you can see the map. This is like all hotspots mapped so far on the CommonSud map. And they are basically developing new use cases for the city of Turin, as well as for now they're opening new partnerships with the city of Athens and Paris. They had last year a sort of test MVP with low-income families from Torino. They issued some tokens and they distributed these tokens in the city's map. These tokens could be retrieved and redeemed by pre-selected low-income families. So also here we have the participation of the public administration to it. And these tokens could be redeemed by performing volunteering work. So talking about public gardens or, taking care of the common good, etc. These tokens that Commonshood issued allowed these low-income families to have tax cuts on local taxes, such as garbage tax, for example. So here we have a good example of how a blockchain, Ethereum-based project managed to collaborate with a local public administration that has more freedom to engage into new kinds of proposals than central governments. So basically, we will use Commonshood as an environment for implementation and further integrations. We have a few MVP as suggestions for the developers. Of course, all the developers are welcome to join our Discord channel and soon discover new possible tracks of development. Also, we are trying to gather as much funding as possible to have prizes for these SDG tracks. So the first possible track is focusing smart commuting. So Turin, as I said, is a car culture urban system. The city has been receiving funds to create a efficient public transportation system since the 60s, but these funds have been refused by the local elite, which is basically Fiat, an automobile industry elite for 40 years. Only when the big chief of the family basically died, we started having more of an opening towards smarter solution. Now we have only one line of metro, and suddenly everyone is talking about smart commuting, etc. For example, we now have this year, we opened up the, how to call it, the ban, the permission to e-scooters service providers. We have 9 different scooters service providers and I think 15 bike sharing providers. So I don't know who of you is from Berlin, but Berlin is a bit similar case where there's a high misuse of these resources. So you get these bikes left and basically getting wasted in the canals or in the gardens, and scooters being parked everywhere without any kind of care. So all these little misbehaviors from the community disincentivize smart commuting services, and that's because they simply raise the costs of logistics. So what we've been talking with the local administration is to create shared wallet system and a reputational system to create a sort of token curated registry and a code of conduct for users of scooters and bike sharing. This is basically just wallets that interacts with GPS and somehow issues token to better performing users. Urban Gardens, this is a second track that we are very, very happy to issue as a track for Turin. Again, Turin is following somehow the same fate as Detroit. Detroit is the former capital of General Motors and suffered a huge crisis and high crime rates starting, I guess, from the 90s on. And now, because of its thriving urban and community farming community, it's been the city of Detroit has been elected as a sort of green capital of the states. So the same destiny is somehow shared by Turin. Turin is investing a lot on urban gardens, also because it's the cheapest way for the public administration to somehow gentrify dismissed areas instead of investing money in rebuilding and renovating, which has a high cost. Usually they just destroy everything and make gardens that give to local associations and cooperatives that start these urban and community farming projects all around town. We have, I guess, up to 35 very active urban gardens. So we've been studying this grassroots movement very in depth, and me personally, with the University of Turin and some other partners and startup, we are starting a project called UFarm. This is a project that aims at creating work and reward system for the community of urban gardens. For those of you who are not practical with it, you can basically join an urban garden by becoming a member. That means paying a quota to the urban garden, going there, work, getting your vegetables, the product that the urban garden gives, and that's it. But if you want to go and work somewhere else, or if you want to go and buy somewhere else, basically you have to become a member of that particular association. So the movement is a grassroots movement, and it's been on a global scale very disruptive, but on the small scale, it's not fluid, it's not liquid. It doesn't allow disruptive mass participation. So it doesn't allow the mid-consumer, which is basically those people who can lend maybe a couple of hours a week to this system, like by, for example, transporting assets from our urban garden to the other. The possibility to engage this system, because you have to become a member, basically. And also, this closed and blinded system prevents urban farming from having feedback on the local economy, so on the local circular economy. So what we're trying to do, we are developing an online census where we can do initial onboarding for the Turin community of urban gardens. And of course, it can be repeated on a global scale. And these census allow urban gardens to map their garden with a polygonal tool and compile basically all the basic informations without giving sensitive informations, of course, but at least it can give the full profile of an urban garden, talking about production, months of activity, assets, presence of sensors. We're talking about sensors in the soil, so talking about humidity, heat, contaminants, and chemicals, etc. So what we are looking forward after we've been finishing these first census platform is giving the possibilities to the communities to create DAOs out of registered urban gardens, so that these DAOs can basically be checked in by the core participant of urban gardens, and they can maybe start issuing bounties at a local scale. Like, for example, issuing bounties for beginner use of community farming, like digging and building greenhouses, etc. Another track has to deal with local governance. So in these, we will have the help of our local section of legal hackers, Torino, which is basically a collective of lawyers and of legal professionals that provide assistance and mentoring for token models, etc. Every section, of course, it's a global movement, and every section, of course, has different rules because the token model reception in Italy is different from the token model reception in France. And as time goes by, we can see that also region by region, we are having different legislation about token models. This is what I was referring to. Decentralization is happening digitally, but is also happening politically. So regional regions are taking back somehow a bit of regulatory powers. So a few examples that we can provide here is that we had one of the in Turin there was one of the first projects based on Ethereum that had to fork Ethereum. That was happening in 2016, I guess. And it's called Food Chain, and Food Chain basically does ingredients tracking for local producers. They started a partnership with a local administration that had to, because of statutory rule, they had to know 100% their customer or where just for example the gas would go to. So they basically had to create their proof of authority, blockchain, fork, etc. The good thing about local public administration, as I said before, is that they still provide basic services to the community, which is something that still there's a long way for crypto projects to kick into. And also, as I said again, local public administration is way more flexible and receptive than the central government to new economic patterns. So here we come to the idea of micro DeFi. So DeFi. So the whole idea, I was also talking with Simona Pop yesterday and Boris Mann. And Boris, I don't know who of you know Boris from ETH Magicians. Boris was mentioning that I guess in Canada you can now basically stake or buy equities from local stores. So somehow we've been approaching this new system where you can invest in local realities. That is something that comes of good use for many blockchain and Ethereum projects. So this is what we mean. DeFi can be easily used to allow locally state capital customer to business. This is also due to the fact that the payoff is diversified by the local engagement possibilities, such as events, vouchers, and other kinds of engagement. Of course, it applies to local nodes of productions, of services, and of culture productions such as venues, schools, etc. Also, this is a system that somehow resonates with the live peer transcoding staking system, and we will do reference to this system, which is open source. You can go to the live peer GitHub to have a look if you're interested in it. Basically, is the whole idea of setting up a transcoder and receiving live peer tokens as a way to raise your transcoder reputation, and then redistributes the incomes that you make as a transcoders to the community of your stakeholders, basically. Of course, we also have to talk about quarantine coronavirus. So there is something about countermeasures for the pandemic and privacy. I don't know how many of you are following the Italian news, which is basically the headlines concerning coronavirus right now. But the government has been hinting about tracking phones and making vaccination compulsory, which is a sort of dystopian scenario. And there was recently a state-sponsored, I wouldn't call it hackathon, but more of a open call for ideas to counter the pandemic. And the results were a bit lame, in my opinion. The winner was an app that basically allowed everyone to have a direct feedback on their voice, on the quality of their voice, and give them risk assessment on whether their voice could have been affected by coronavirus. So this is total BS in my, because of course I can smoke 20 cigarettes and then without having coronavirus, my voice is still not performing. Anyway, so there were actually other projects that were offering, and those were very, very, very valid projects that somehow concerned peer-to-peer and Bluetooth technology, that put together these two technology to help design a public health data system that didn't have this invasion, this intrusion of states into citizens' privacy. Basically, the whole thing would work around the possibility of a responsive DAP that tracks the different Bluetooth in your proximity, and whenever one of the users is diagnosed positive to coronavirus or to any other pandemic that the Illuminati will come up with. Sorry for dropping that. He or she could basically ping all the other So we are almost to the end. I would invite everyone to register to Ethereum. The QR code goes straight to the registration page where you can subscribe and redeem later your NFT Mintbase ticket, which is also useful for the final part of the hackathon, where all the participants will have to vote quadratically the winner of Ethereum. We are indeed using quadratic voting to assess the main winner. This is a bit like the schedule of the virtual hackathon. It will start on Friday the 24th at 12 Central European Time with the live stream. We will have Friday with opening talks and workshops of different kinds. Just keep in touch with us and on our Twitter for latest news. And of course, there will be mentoring rooms. Saturday will mostly go to mentors and workshop and hackathons, and Sunday work and last submission at 6 o'clock in the evening. Also, I would like to mention that we will be running live stream, which is 90% decentralized because we are using our own live peer transcoding full stack, and the channel has been deployed on IPFS. These are our addresses, our GitHub, and thank you very much. If you have any question, or I'm sorry for my English, but it's been, living in Italy for 2 years right now. It's worsening my my language.
Your English is fine. Don't have to worry about that. Thanks for the interesting talk and the work you guys do at Ethereum. I know there was at least one question by Theo. Theo, are you here in the live stream? If so, would you like to speak up and ask directly? I don't think he is, so I'm gonna read it to you.
Yeah.
Hi, Matteo. Thanks for the great presentation so far. This is Theo from GZ. What do you think is the best way forward after a hackathon has ended to ensure that a solution benefits a given local community? So
Right. So this is exactly what we've been trying to design. So I guess that without having a receptor locally that could use the material and the sources coming out of the hackathon is a bit of a pity, of a waste of work, etc. So this is why we are strictly collaborating with the University of Turin and their Ethereum-based project. So we are trying to basically focus everything on a local community of devs, of foundations that are taking care of these different aspects such as smart mobility and urban farming, governance, etc., in order to provide them with the tools. Also, it's good to directly respond to Theo. It's good to focus your hack and identify your hack where you know that there's a local test lab. Like you wouldn't try to develop something where you know there is no local catch somehow. So in the case of, for example, of urban garden, this is the reason why we came up with the suggestion, because we know the reality in Turin. We say, guys, this is what could actually, our soil is fertile for these kind of ideas because it's in the public agenda. So if you want to hack on that, there might be high chances of public investments in that, private investments in that, and for sure, even if there's no investments, there's grassroots movements like happening. So this is all about like connecting to the local hooks first.
So if I understand correctly, the idea is to essentially generate your ideas at the hackathon or the project that you're working on in a way that it allows you to interface with the local community and not build something that is detached, but to have something that somebody can pick up and work with, somebody that you can work with after the hackathon, and essentially, as you said, something that the local community really needs.
Right. Also, I think that it's easier to come up with MVPs once you have like communities which are not 100% decentralized and nomadic and interact based on different fuses, for example, in different time zones, different different habits, etc. But they actually meet every week and do stuff, whether they are digitally literate or not. Of course, this is an exception. Urban gardening community is highly digitalized as a paradox. There's a high percentage of programmers doing urban farming, etc. So it's a really cool environment, in my opinion. And yeah, sorry, I think I forgot the question. The question was, Kai, sorry?
I think you answered the question pretty much already, unless Theo, who is reading, is posting a follow-up for that. He also had another question related to DAOs. I'm going to read that again so the live stream hears it. Since you've mentioned DAOs and other decentralized governance solutions, how should a solution's user interface look like to be sufficiently inclusive to represent the local community?
Sorry, the sound dropped a little bit. Can you repeat?
Apologies. So regarding the user's interface for any solution that you might build regarding DAOs and decentralized governance, how does that look like to be sufficiently inclusive?
Right. Okay. This is a big hack question, to be honest. I've been talking like in the last months with almost anyone from Autark to Aragon and other DAO-based groups, and yeah, I think that the possibilities of DAOs are still very theoretical. I mean, we are at the very constitutional structure of DAOs, so we are purely at the level of like anagraphically connect people, and that's it. So what about interaction? I think that Autark has a few nice plugins right now that could be explored to make DAOs highly inclusive. Good question. Well, it's all about like, I mean, it's all about giving. If you want to make things, this is my opinion as a profane, as a non-technical person. But if you want to make things easier on one side, then you have to give in to something else in terms of privacy, in terms of security, etc. So, in terms of using mainnet or using a fork, proof of authority, where you know your nodes, etc. I believe that I'm not a maximalist. I would love to be a maximalist, but I'm more of a diplomatic thinker, and I think that sometimes you can like sacrifice certain aspects to at least create a toy that people can start playing with few basic features that they can understand, and that at least can satisfy one need in their group. And once you have that, you can scale up to levels of complexities that require further reading and education.
I think that echoes very well with what was said before, and I think that's also why your talk fit in really well, because on the one side you have those people who say, hey, we need global total adoption or this isn't anything. But you can also do local communities, and you can also strengthen these initiatives with tools that help them out. So it doesn't have to be all or nothing. At the same time, decentralization is not really yes or no. It's a spectrum, and you can sacrifice some if you allow elderly people, if you allow technologically not as affine people to use it and to be helped by the tool.
Absolutely. But I understand those people's claims when they say decentralization has to happen globally or not. But still, I wonder, how do they live their ordinary life, and how much, if asked, how much they would say they live on their territory, like where do they get their grocery, where do they get their basic services, how do they interact with the territory they have around? Does it make a difference in their quality of life or not? Or they can live in the Sahara as well as in Manhattan, regardless of gentrification, availability of even internet providers. Like, we're still talking about decentralization, but we are still relying on internet providers, which are corporate in most cases. I don't know if there are some projects for decentralizing the stakeholding of an internet provider, for example, so that the crypto community can basically own stakes of their internet provider. But still, you rely heavily on your local market. And I think it's important to, if you want decentralization to happen globally, it needs test labs which can be successful locally.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Is there anybody else in the chat who would like to ask a question? No, I don't think. And Theo also said the answers or the questions were asked well and the answers were even better.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Theo.
So,
please subscribe. Please register, Theo. I want to see you.
So with that, I think we're going to move to a small break and then have Jeff Ahmed on here with the comment stack and especially some news regarding the current situation and what they're currently working on with block science. I'm happy if everybody stays on. Matteo, thank you very much for your talk.
A big hooray and congratulations to Interspace and Noncon. This is just fine, and everyone is looking at. I know because they are just observing the socials and social medias, etc. With commenting, but everyone is like, "Wow, what's happening there?" So, really cool.
Very happy that it finds praise.
Bye, bye, guys. Have a nice conference.
Thank you very much. Jeff, are you already in the chat?
I am
here. My screen should be shared now, yes. So again, anybody who wants to join, you can go to noncon.interspace.chat, open one of the rooms here. Parallel Society and Cryptoeconomics are going on today as well as tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll also be joined by the Meta track. You can find the schedule anytime here. And please also consider contributing to this open source platform. You can either contribute to the Gitcoin grant, which has multipliers going on. You can donate directly, or you can take part in one of the raffles and win either a crypto wallet or a status key card. So please try to help out this free and inclusive conference. I hope this infrastructure will help many other conferences in the near future. With that, I see Chris as well. Hey, I'm going to stop screen sharing now. And I'm very happy to introduce Jeff, who we've known for quite a while now. I'm very excited about this talk, and I'm handing over to you now.
awesome. Can I just confirm you guys can see my screen?
We can.
All right, perfect. And my audio is coming through well?
Your audio sounds fine.
Great. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you guys for pulling this together. This is extremely well organized. I know virtual conferences have definitely some difficulties, but this Interspace is super cool. Really excited to play around with it. So great job, guys, and excited to tune in for some more presentations. Awesome. So I am here to talk today about an economic vaccine for COVID-19. And in particular, some of the initiatives that the Red Cross has been launching in Kenya and how we've seen that local currencies are enabling economic resilience in local communities. So obviously there has been some crazy disruptions in the world lately, and the human toll of this virus is tragic and massive. And they definitely impact us all, especially the most vulnerable, developing countries and people who can't afford the necessities to protect themselves from the ravages of this virus. But the long-term effects of the virus actually run much deeper, and the economic fallout of this situation could be last far longer than the actual biological impact. I mean, we kind of laugh at this, that real world disasters, and we're worried about the economy. This isn't what dinosaurs did when meteors struck the Earth, but when we frame it in a different analogy, we see why the economy is so important. So the global economy is kind of like a circulatory system for the meta-organism of humanity. We have goods and services flowing to keep us alive and fed and warm and so on, and currency flow is kind of opposite to that in transactions. And the disruptions we're going to see from COVID-19 will be like a series of economic heart attacks in this circulatory system that we have. So when we have credit crunches or liquidity crises, this disrupts the flow of currency, both between governments and banks, or among banks, or even between neighbors and local businesses. And the economic fallout has only just begun with this crisis. So we saw a couple of weeks ago, the markets got really spooked and stocks tanked, but this is, again, only the beginning. The economic effects of this are kind of like a domino or a house of cards. Without work, people don't have money, they stop shopping, they can't pay their rent or mortgages. And without people shopping and spending, then businesses go bankrupt and have to lay off more people. And the downward spiral continues, and currency circulation slows. And ultimately, this impacts the globe in ways that we've seen in the past, but they definitely last far longer usually than the actual physical crisis itself. But the funny thing about these situations is, people still need to eat, they still need to live, they still need to stay warm. So there's still supply and there's still demand, but there's actually just no currency flow. So this is the problem that we need to resolve in the coming months. And it turns out this is not just limited to COVID crises. This happens all the time in third world countries, like in rural Kenya, where there are farmers who need workers and workers who need to work, but there's often no cash in the local communities to make that transaction occur. So what they've seen is that local currencies, when introduced into these communities, can help immensely with this liquidity problem. So grassroots economics and the Danish Red Cross have been working on a project called community inclusion currencies for the past about 10 years, and it's been in different forms. Initially, it was in physical cash, like you can see in the picture here, although now they're switching to cryptocurrencies, and in particular, using bonding curves on feature phones, if you can believe it or not. So this is a really bleeding edge initiative going on the ground in rural Kenya for the past few years. So it's extremely exciting, and so far the results have been very positive. So let's take a quick look at how it works. So the Red Cross takes international donor funds and invests them into a local community by minting a local currency and then donating it to the community. So this enables that local farmer to hire local help. This creates currency flow in the local community, which gives both the farmer access to labor and the worker access to currency with which they can pay for education or groceries or local needs in whatever form they have a need for. This localized spending keeps more value within the community. We see in rural Kenya that often with the imports and exports from major city centers, a lot of the donated cash that the Red Cross used to bring in when they donated Kenyan shillings, those shillings would be siphoned back to the major city centers along with the import-export market. So when we introduce a local currency, that actually keeps the currency within the community, and we see a single dollar within that community bounce around 10 or 20 times before it might be siphoned off to Mombasa or any of the larger city centers. The great thing about these community currencies as well, especially when we're using bonding curves, is they have guaranteed reserve and liquidity. So this actually solves some of the key problems with local currencies that have been initiated up until now. And essentially what we're verging on is the ability for governments or foundations or the Red Cross could support struggling communities directly by buying the local currency and treating it as an impact investment. And I'm really excited that this could help move beyond corporate bailouts to community leveraging. We can actually directly invest in local currencies and support these communities in providing for themselves. So it's a much more grassroots way to provide that support. A few quick stats on the Community Inclusion Currency Initiative. In my opinion, this is the most exciting crypto project that almost no one knows about, and there's very few people talking about it. This project has unbanked Kenyans using bonding curves, the Bancor bonding curve at this point, and they're using them on dumb phones. So if you've heard of the M-Pesa, I wouldn't call it a project currency, essentially. There are Kenyans basically trading phone minutes as a digital currency. So this is an experiment that's been going on in Kenya for a number of years. And so I think Kenyans have kind of have leapfrogged the use of digital currencies over much of the world, especially on feature phones, on like texting T9 phones. They can, with a small menu, they can send digital currencies back and forth to each other. There are over 12,000 rural villagers paying for their basic needs, in part at least, with these community inclusion currencies. They've found that from early data, at least conservatively, these currencies are 20 times more effective than traditional cash aid. So what that means is essentially every dollar that the Red Cross donates to these communities turns into effectively $20 of local currency spending. So that basically 20x's the impact of every Red Cross dollar that is contributed to these communities. Just in the past few months, Grassroots Economics and the Red Cross have open sourced their designs, and they have now 40 plus new currency deployments in 50 regions all around rural and urban Kenya. And in total, there have been over 100,000 transactions within these currency networks supporting local trade, which is extremely exciting. And from early analysis of this initiative, it has been hugely successful in bringing about local economic resilience. So we really are excited about this project and its potential to scale to other countries or other communities who are interested in leveraging local economic resilience in this global crisis. So there's a number of organizations involved with the Community Inclusion Project, Community Inclusion Currency, sorry. Grassroots Economics has been driving this forward for about a decade or more on the ground. They've been supported by the Danish Red Cross and the International Red Cross. They're now working closely with Block Science to simulate and model these systems to ensure that we are designing robust and resilient economies. And also the Common Stack comes into this project, which I'll discuss a little bit more in the next slide. But first, I'd like to discuss a little bit what is the Common Stack. So essentially, we are an open source toolkit for the commons. We have a roadmap of 4 components for our minimum viable commons, including sustainable funding through a bonding curve, and a few other components that give other DAO functionality or community functionality. And essentially, we see currency systems as public goods. So if we are designing currency systems that are going to benefit our communities, we need to have token engineering to ensure we're doing it in an ethical and fair way for the people within those communities. So the next build of the Community Inclusion Currency project will include some of the Common Stack tools, such as the augmented bonding curve. And this is the economic tool that brings liquidity and interoperability between different local currencies. If you have any interest in local currencies, these experiments have been going on for several decades, and actually with a lot of success in many different places and in many different ways. There are Let's and Roscoe's and VLSAs, there are all sorts of different kinds of community currencies, and they're all very effective in a local setting. What has been missing from a lot of these currency initiatives is interoperability with other currency initiatives. So a local currency is very good within that locality, but as soon as you leave that locality, that currency is essentially worthless. It's not recognized by other jurisdictions, and it has no way of transferring value from one currency into another. So this is where the augmented bonding curve, bonding curves in general, really provide that economic layer of interoperability and liquidity between different currencies. And this is, I think, going to scale the ability of these networks to really create global systems change. As we discussed, designing resilient economies needs token engineering to mitigate the economic crises like we currently see playing out. And the importance of modeling and simulating these tools is so critical, because when we're launching community currencies as public infrastructure worldwide, we need to make sure that they are robust and stable. And this kind of verges on engineering ethics. When we design any public infrastructure, whether it's bridges or cell phones or skyscrapers, we need to make sure that there is a responsibility to the people that will use them, that they're safe. And that's what the Common Stack is all about. So we are getting into an age of ethical economic design. And we believe that economies should be designed like cyber-physical systems, like national power grids or internet technologies, using established engineering practices. So we should be establishing cascade failure protections, fault sensitivity analyses, understanding the bounds of normal operations of our systems, and then limiting the action set of people within these systems so that they don't cascade and run away into compounding failures like we're currently seeing in the economy today. And of course, this all falls back to holistic system simulation to make sure that when we are composing multiple mechanisms, and I think we will have the opportunity to explore more complex systems in the future, that all of these mechanisms work together, because when we're working in complex adaptive systems like economies with humans who have different unpredictable messy behavior, we need to be sure that our systems won't break when we put some strain on them. Another interesting feature of bonding curves is they can actually act as a parachute in market free falls like we saw a couple of weeks ago, both in crypto and in the real world. When there are an overwhelming number of buyers compared to sellers, you have the markets, the bottoms kind of drop out of markets, and you have these free falls which cause hysteria, which cause more people to go and try to sell, and all of this can be mitigated by a bonding curve, because a bonding curve basically provides an automated buyer for every sell. So there's no opportunity for the market to just drop out underneath massive sell pressure, and this can act as a kind of a parachute that slows down that market free fall and potentially mitigates the hysteria that comes along with these kind of black swan events. So when we're thinking about centralized national currencies and banking system in general, we feel that they're going from too big to fail to so big they fail. When we're looking at centralized currencies, like we discussed earlier with the economic heart attacks that are coming our way, if we have distributed local currencies, we actually have much more resilient overlapping value networks that resemble mycelium, or any of the fractal patterns we find in nature. Actually, this is a common design pattern in nature. If you look up visualizations of dark matter or anything with these fractal patterns, this is how nature designs for resilience, and this is what we can now get into with distributed local currencies. And this offers us an opportunity to move from monoculture to permaculture economics. We know the dangers of monoculture in farming. If your country only grows apple trees, Well, if the temperature rises by 2 degrees or some pest gets loose in your country that destroys apple trees, well, your whole crop for your whole country is lost. And we recognize that's ridiculous in farming, and yet we do it all the time in our currency systems. So having diverse local currencies allows us to move more towards resilient patterns that we find in permaculture and in nature. And these complementary currencies can offer us diversity and resilience moving forward, which we find is incredibly important. So we are wondering about a global community inclusion currency rollout. This is a very high leverage economic intervention to COVID-19. And at the same time, it fosters, community self-determination and empowerment. This isn't aid coming in from the outside that is trying to determine how it should be used. This is basically giving empowerment to the community to govern for themselves how they want to evolve their economic resilience. Local currencies can diversify our monetary systems, which brings greater resilience and actually allows us to represent a variety of different values rather than boiling everything down to the bottom dollar. So we have Red Cross feasibility studies being carried out in 7+ countries at the moment, and actually we've gotten a lot of interest from even unrelated communities to the Community Inclusion Currency Project, who are interested in launching local currencies in their neighborhoods, because they're already feeling the crisis, the crunch of neighbors wanting to interact but not having the financial means to do so. So if you believe, like we do, that this is one of the most important economic interventions that we can make in this time of global crisis, we invite you to become a member of the Common Stack Trusted Seed, which is a community of altruists and experts in token engineering and economic systems, governance systems, and we essentially are trying to build the tools that will allow this infrastructure to spread and address these concerns on a global level. You can check that out on our website at commonstack.org/apply. We also have a series of Gitcoin grants going right now, which are quadratically matched. So even 1 DAI or 10 DAI makes a huge difference in the amount of funds that go towards a number of these projects that we are currently supporting in addressing the COVID-19 crisis, and also the infrastructural tools that we're building to allow this to spread to a global solution. And if you are interested in following our progress, we have a number of Telegram channels here, a number of Twitter channels as well, and I'll share these slides afterwards. I believe I have some further reading on this slide. And yeah, if there's any other thoughts or questions, I think we have a few minutes left to answer any questions that may be out there. And I think there's a chat. Maybe there are already some.
There is no questions so far, but we do have as much time as we want since this is the last talk of the day. Thank you, Jeff. Very interesting as well. Until any other questions are coming in, I'm going to hand you a question that was asked to the last speaker as well, and that I think fits very well for you too. For a lot of these tools that you and others are building for communities, for local communities, it is important that a lot of different members of that community can use it. So can you maybe give your perspective on how user interfaces should be built, or how they should be engineered to allow for as much inclusion as possible in such a local community?
Definitely. So yeah, I guess I could probably give a bit more information about how this currently works in Kenya. So because most of the users in these communities are working on feature phones, which are like push button phones, they actually use the USSD interface. So it kind of comes up with a little numbered menu. So 1, make a transaction, 2, check your balance, for example. So they can hit, *611, or something like that, the menu will come up and they can transfer on a feature phone. I think this is obviously very catered to this audience, and it also comes in a centralized system. So grassroots economics does not expect rural Kenyans to guard their private keys. They actually just have a PIN login, which allows the grassroots economics team to verify their identity and allow them to make transactions through the grassroots economics network without the villager actually holding the private key. So I think the user interface, as far as what is currently implemented in Kenya, is a little bit different than what we might see rolled out on a mobile app. But I definitely agree, UX and the front end is incredibly important. And I think there's a lot more work to be done there. Grassroots Economics has been working with a group called Accenture to put together basically a dashboard of all of the data that comes in from these community inclusion currency pilots. So I'll include that also in the read more section if anybody wants to take a look at basically the kind of visualization that goes along with these projects in the beginning. And I think there's much more to come as this, as this tool spreads as a useful intervention in economic distress.
Absolutely. And I think it also fits with what we've heard so far quite well. I know we've had a comment today on bonding curves and some of these other mechanisms on how people who are not too much into the math, let's say, how they can understand these concepts. And I know that Chris, for example, showed your implementation of the simulation preview for the bonding curves. And I think stuff like that is really helpful to visualize and to really ground what is happening behind the scenes for anybody who does not want to go too deep into the theoretical concepts.
Definitely. Yeah, I think we're kind of walking a fine line. When you use the internet, most 99.9% of people don't know how the internet works. When we use a car, 99.9% of people don't know how a combustion engine works. We can put that kind of stuff under the hood, and you can just use the tool for what it's useful for. And I feel like bonding curves are still such a new economic tool that we have a large community that's very interested in them. And of course, like skepticism is important when we're talking about like all of the amazing functionality of this new tool. It's important to understand, its limitations and what it can and can't do. But in terms of, users, we don't think end users will be interacting with the bonding curve, and they won't need to know even what a bonding curve is. It will just provide useful functionality within that app, and the how it works can stay with the token engineers, just like it's the mechanical engineers who know how a combustion engine works. The user doesn't have to worry about it. So I think we're still very early in this new economic exploration, and people want to know how this works, but ultimately we can abstract away a lot of that complication when we're embedding these tools in an app that users can make use of.
Absolutely. For anyone who is interested into grassroots economics, we will have Will as a speaker tomorrow. We'll run at 5:20 CEST. So I'm sure he will give some more insights into that. Are there any other questions in the chat or in the room right now?
I see a few in the chat, actually. Angela asked, how does education on the local currency in Kenya actually look online or on site? So this is a great question, and I didn't touch on that too much in the presentation, but essentially there are women's savings groups in Kenya called chamas, and these chamas are sort of like community commons already. So Will Ruddock and Grassroots Economics works very closely with these women's savings groups, and they're not, trying to impose a tool on them, but they're, hearing their needs, understanding what kind of tools can aid them in their savings and development of community economic resilience. And the community inclusion currencies are basically launched in these environments where the education around their use and around, the community rules for how they're implemented, how they're governed, goes through basically already existing social processes through these chamas. So a lot of it would be on site. They have regular meetings, and then I think it's a very much a education by word of mouth as well.
Thanks. And then there was another question about CIC and the status, whether that is expected to be deployed somewhere soon.
Yeah, these have actually been deployed in Kenya. I will have to get an exact number, but I think they've been running around 10 years. They weren't called community inclusion currencies this whole time. They have been launching a number of different currency systems. Some were called Sarafu, or various forms of Ngombi Pesa. There's a number of different currencies. These were initially paper currencies that were issued, and now they've switched and transitioned into digital currencies that are running on the feature phones. But these have been live in Kenya for the past number of years and are working extremely well in bringing about that local economic resilience. So very, very exciting initiative for sure.
Absolutely. I don't see any other questions right now. If anybody in the room would like to raise his hand to ask a question, that's fine too.
Do we know how many people are here right now?
In this room, we're right now 10.
Awesome. This interspace is so neat. I love it.
It's so neat. I'm really, I'm really happy about how it all works out.
I'm interested in integrating this into VR somehow.
Did you check out the VR space?
No, I didn't pull out my headset. I was only playing around, looking around yesterday.
Well, you can join without the without a VR gear as well. I'm gonna share my screen real quick and open some of this stuff because it's actually really neat. And I think the after party is today already, and then there's one tomorrow, I think. I'm not exactly sure on the schedule. But I think there's free digital beers that are being handed out.
Oh, of course.
So,
oh, sweet.
Yeah, I'm pretty much alone here right now. But I think for the after party, a lot of people should join then. There's screens here as well.
Amazing. Who built this space?
Cryptovoxels, as far as I know.
Oh yeah, nice.
I'm
cool.
still.
I'll have to put on my headset and join for a virtual beer after this.
Absolutely. And then there's even more. Yeah, Kay just told me Cryptovoxels.
Nice. Okay, cool. Nice.
Yeah, I have too many streams running right now. It's a bit laggy.
I bet.
Oh, but there's somebody already.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it might be getting weird here.
It's the best part of VR.
Hey Ross, can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me. There's a lot of people here already. Yeah, I don't know who is real and who isn't. That guy's real.
Party's beginning.
All right, I'm gonna head out of this real quick because it's slowing everything down crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there's Kai. What's up?
Hey, man.
We can't hear you though if you're talking.
Yeah, I think the schedule for today is over. From now on, it's hanging out and after party. And then tomorrow, I think we start at 12 already.
Nice.
Yes, tomorrow at... Wait. Yes, tomorrow with Michelle Bones at 12 CST. and then we've got program all the way up until I would say 9:30. So a solid 9 hours and 30 minutes of content again. Free
Nice.
content, inclusive content.
And awesome content, man. You guys did such a good job with the speaker list on this call, on this non-con. Man, I was blown away.
Lot, man, it really came together quite well, I would say.
Yeah. Like there's so many virtual conferences going on right now, but this is like, oh, above and beyond.
And we can't I think everybody else is gone already, but thank you, and I think we gotta hand that right back. Thanks and congratulations on the awesome setup. This is working so well.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, thank you everybody.
Of course. Is there anything better? I don't think so.
Awesome, guys. Well, thanks so much for having me. I look forward to spreading the live stream. Should be on the YouTube, I guess.
Yes, exactly. On the Parallel Police channel. It's still going on, but I think we'll post the links anyways as much as possible. So it should be easily found.
Cool. Cool. Is there anywhere in particular I should share my slides to? Okay. I will do that.
Perfect. I think I'm going to take a quick break. I've been in this stream for, I don't know, 9 hours or something, or 8 hours.
Wow.
So I think I'm going to come back in a bit and see if anybody's hanging out in the rooms or in the after party. But for now, I'm going to eat something.
Yeah, I'm gonna head over to the VR room. Maybe I'll catch you there in a bit.
I think you will.
Cool.
I will
See you
head out
guys.
to people. Enjoy the party, and we will continue tomorrow.